Hey, what's up, everyone? Long time no see. It's been 7 days. Normal American Show, Rob Knorr. What's happening? Glad you're all here. Glad to be here. Cups in the shot there. There's nothing in it right now. Do got myself some bottles of water. We're going to have a long stream tonight. I don't know what to do. I had a offer to do a sort of interview / panel. I don't know what it's going to be. Ambush, debate, I don't know. 11 p.m., which is a little late for me. So I figured I haven't streamed for a while. Come on around 8. We'll talk for 3 hours. Then we'll do the panel. So we should have a nice 5 to 6 hour show. We'll see how it goes. I don't know what to talk about. What am I going to talk? Has anything happened in the news? I don't know. So we'll talk a little about what's been going on in my life just for a little while we wait for people to come in. And then we'll jump into some things I think are worth talking about. I got to be honest, so much has gone on in the last week, and it's been difficult to cover because life events and everything, and I haven't streamed. So like a show like tonight, it's just like, I'm just going to start rolling, and we'll see what happens. I got blacklisted. It finally caught up to me. By the way, the panel interview, whatever, tonight, I'm not even sure who it's with. I think someone's producer reached out to me and said it's someone named Jake. I don't know. I should have asked, I guess, huh? But it's going to be regarding Destiny, I think. Which I don't know. My USAID funding got stopped. Yeah. Where have I been? So yeah, let's talk about where have I been? Well, I was supposed to stream last Friday, and I'll be honest, I was totally ready to come up. I had my waters from downstairs ready to carry upstairs. And my 4-year-old son, Hank, grabbed me by the wrist and said, "Where are you going?" I always say I'm coming to work when I come upstairs. Because I think he's still young enough. If I would say, "Oh, I'm going up to film a video," he'd be like, "Yeah, I want to do that too." And I've put Hank on stream as an infant and as like a 1-year-old very briefly. And I regret it. I shouldn't have done that. And I'm trying to keep him off camera as much as possible. Now that he has his own personality and stuff, doesn't need to be on camera. So I always say I'm coming to work. And he was like, "Oh," I was like, "It's all right, buddy. I'll be down later tonight." And he said, "But all I wanted was to watch this Mario Brothers movie with you." I was like, "Okay." So then no stream. I felt bad because I told everyone I was literally 2 minutes away from streaming. And then I was like, I can't do this. I have to hang out with the Hank man. So that's what happened. So that's where I was last Friday. Saturday, I went into work. It was one of those weeks at work where there's a lot going on, so I was unable to stream even in my downtime there. And so I had an interview planned Wednesday, was ready to stream Wednesday evening, and a coworker called, couldn't make it in Wednesday. So couldn't stream Wednesday night. So they pushed back that interview to tonight, late tonight. So that's why it's at 11 p.m. tonight. So that's what's happened. Hopefully I'll be back to being able to stream to YouTube when I'm at work on downtime in the near future here. But it's been, I don't think it's Jake Rattlesnake. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. The person that reached out to me, his name was Prancess, and she reached out to me to debate a left-winger named Jake during the election cycle, and then I got called into work and was unable to do it, and then they wanted to do it like on my 24-hour stream, which I was already booked up with guests, and I just never reached back out to them, and they reached out to me about this Destiny stuff. So I don't know if this is going to be a left-winger that supports Destiny and wants to give me the business over it, or if it's a left-winger that doesn't like him. Either way. And then I was just told that it's actually going to be a panel of people. So maybe it'll be Destiny and all of his orbiters. I don't know. Now, it doesn't look like that. Someone named... the people on the group are... I don't know. Darius, Glenn Lawrence, Non-Fawn, Sick, and the Princess. So I don't know any of these people, so... But I'm back. So that's what's been going on. And it's, it's crazy because sometimes I love streaming, especially like in the heat of like the election and stuff like that. It's like I can't wait to get up here and talk. I mean, family stuff aside. But it's a lot like there's something about me, and maybe it's some of you share this as well. So like I did really bad some semesters in college because I was a drunk. And this is the kind of thing that would happen. I'd go to class, do fine, do my homework, do fine. Go, maybe have class Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So go Monday, go Wednesday, go Friday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Now you're in week 3. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Now you're in week 4. You miss Monday for some legitimate reason. Then you miss Wednesday. Then Friday you're ready to go, but you're like, shit, it's going to be a mess because I missed the past 2 classes and I'm going to be behind. I don't want to deal with this today. I'll just skip today. Then next Monday, it's even worse. You're like, well, I don't want to deal with this. I missed all of last week. And the next thing you know, it's like, that's how I feel. The news cycle's so fast and furious right now that to miss streaming for a week, it's like, holy cow, what should we be talking about? But I think it's funny because the Democrats can't keep up either. This is what I want. This is really what I want. We can take calls, but only from left-wingers that want to argue with me tonight. This is what I want. Even in the chat, Smith says, hey, man, can you tell me why Trump's people won't say that Biden won the last election? Looks like cult behavior. Really, how about the people calling for impeachment the first week that also called for Trump's impeachment before he was even sworn in 2016? Yeah, they're not saying specifically, do you think that Biden won the last election? For 2 reasons. One, because it's bait. It's like when if I would constantly say, Smith, do you beat your wife? Do you molest her? Do you molest children? Do you, Smith, do you molest children? And you'd be like, oh, of course not. And then the next time I see you, do you molest children? Do you, Smith? Do you beat your wife? And you'd say, I already answered. No. What do you mean you already answered? Sounds quite defensive there. It's bait. It's a bullshit question because the Democrats have nothing to run on except ma DEI, ma transgenders, ma impeach Trump. And so they keep trying to relitigate the 2020 election. And so if I was asked that question and I was part of Trump's team, I would say, we're not going to answer that question because you're bad faith lefty shit journalists that didn't give a shit when Democrats refused to concede the 2016 election. They pretended to concede and said the actual words, but they actually engaged in lawfare, working with a corrupt FBI in order to lead never-ending investigations into Trump and his entire team, some of which have already been deemed illegal, and we're going to thoroughly investigate to go after all the people that engaged in illegal behavior then. None of you cared at that point, and so we're no longer interested in what you have to say about concessions of elections. In fact, a YouGov poll in 2018 suggested 2/3 of Democrat voters believed that actually Russia personally interfered with voting tallies in order to switch them so that Donald Trump fraudulently won the 2016 election. Now, Democrats didn't give a shit that their narratives led to that, so we don't give a fuck now that you're demanding that we have to answer to you. The media landscape has changed. You're all fucking worthless. We owe people like you, Smith, nothing. We don't owe you or the media anything. You're all dog shit. You get exactly what you deserve. You guys could go fuck yourself. That's answer 1. Answer 2 is because they probably legitimately believe that there was cheating that occurred in the 2020 election in multiple ways. Maybe that cheating goes to the efforts of voting machines. Maybe not. I don't know. I haven't seen definitive proof of that. Maybe it goes to that they think laws were changed fraudulently, like here in Pennsylvania where we changed the law under the auspices of COVID, which was bullshit, so that we had mass mail-in voting, and they thought that those changes were against the state-level constitution. That could be, and maybe it's because they consider it cheating and stolen that the intel agencies interfered in the election, particularly by claiming that the Hunter Biden laptop story was fraudulent and Russian disinformation, which was enough to swing 40,000 votes in 3 key swing states. I don't know. It could be any of those reasons. Go fuck yourself, Smith. How about that? Good. It was a simple question. Was the answer too complicated for you? Don't know. My sub numbers are going to go down now that USAID's been shut down. Yeah, right? I feel like I missed the boat. I never got paid by our government or the Russian government. I'm sitting here living paycheck to paycheck in rural Pennsylvania. That's always the I don't have any connections to anything. I'm just on my own. Just doing my own thing. I always find it weird. Like, do you ever, like you just hear, like, I don't know. I guess everyone, it's like the Kevin Bacon game, right? 6 degrees of separation to Kevin Bacon. Everyone's connected to someone, I guess, in some way. Could be like, I know a guy who used to bartend at a bar that this celebrity went to. Some shit like that. But I don't know anyone. I know a bunch of farmers and construction workers and shit like that. That's who I know. I meet some people online here and there. That's about it. Through my friend Carlos, who was a political consultant, I met some politicians here in Pennsylvania, and some of them are generous enough to come on my shows from time to time. But the only monies I've ever received from streaming are the donations that people send. Subscriptions, super chats. That's it. And obviously other forms of donations. Lest anyone say, but wait a minute, Rob had a Patreon too. Yeah, that type of stuff. But to my knowledge, I did do ads for a CBD company in my burgeoning video career, streaming career, which I made a total of $0 on. So, Cody Folsom, thanks for the $5. Says, great to see you back, Rob. Going to be a great stream. I know, I'm pumped. I'm very pumped. We'll talk about the NGOs. We'll talk about USAID. Yeah, I mean, my work's home healthcare. So I meet people in the home healthcare field. And most of my work is working one-on-one with clients. So it's one of the best and worst parts of my job. The good far outweighs the bad, though. My guess is, and I've done various jobs in my life. My first job ever was a paper boy. Then I worked at fast food. I worked at a real estate place, just doing like odd jobs. I worked basically at a hobby farm, doing like landscaping and stuff like that. Briefly at a real farm. A Christmas tree farm I worked at. The home healthcare stuff. I did debate coach. One of the things I realize, and maybe it's just me, but I bet other people would agree with this because I've talked to other people. Most people fall into a job that they find, what's the word I'm looking for? Acceptable, if they don't outright like it. There are very few people, I think, that I know that are employed that are literally like, oh my God, this is the worst job ever, that the field I'm in. And I just want out of it every day, because most people could find a way to get out. Not everyone. Some people. So if you're doing healthcare like me, I could tell you horror stories and you would say, oh my God, who would ever do that job? But I think the good outweighs the bad. The bulk of the problem with my job, and I think this is true of most people's work, is that the people you work with suck. Not all of them, but that's what your problem is. You got one shitty supervisor or one shitty coworker or a host of them. And that's what makes it bad. You could tolerate, going to do your job, but it's, gosh, these people around you. And for me, most of the time I'm not dealing with the people around me. The clients I'm working with, I appreciate them and I've learned to accept all their foibles. But it's coworkers, it's supervisors. You got 5 bosses, and that's the sort of stuff. But I rarely see those people, so it's nice. But sometimes it gets, dealing with them. Not to go too in depth in this, but dealing with people with developmental disabilities, autism, and things of that nature. One of the things I deal with a lot of the people I serve is repetition, particularly with things like numbers. So you might have the same conversation. I'm not joking when I say 60, 70 times a day. Do you like goulash? Yeah, goulash is okay. Oh, okay. Hey, do you like goulash? It's all right. You might hear that 50 times a day. What's for supper tonight? Can you count my money? What time is it? What time's the game come on? What day's Christmas? What day of the week? Buddy, we're 10 months out. Can you look it up? Sure. Right? So a lot of people can't handle that. But for me, that's fine. I can handle it. I'm used to dealing with lefties online that are far more annoying. So anything's better than that. So I don't meet anyone. I don't. My brother's in the chat. He's in the same line of work as me. You don't meet a lot of people. Most of the time it's just one-on-one with someone. And I like that, to be honest. So I've met the odd person or two that's trying to advocate for more money into our field from government, but maybe they should have been contacting USAID. So let's talk about it. Before I get into any specifics, let's just talk about a general overview. Okay, so let's timestamp it. I'm at 18 minutes 30 seconds. We'll make it a minute 30. We'll hit it right at 20 minutes. Will the Hasan content nuke have any effect? On what? Lefties arguing with each other as they scramble and they're all melting down and they don't know what to say politically anymore? This is like the Democrats, like, I don't even know how to put it. Like, they're lower right now in, like, the culture and in politics than they've been probably at any point in my lifetime. Well, you know, I was born in 84, so maybe the Reagan days, I don't know. But, and what are they doing? What are the ones online doing? All the Hasan people are covering the Destiny stuff, and all the Destiny people are covering the Hasan stuff. So, I don't know. I'll be honest, I've not looked into anything Hasan related because I've never had respect for Hasan. I did have respect for Destiny as far as his debating ability and things like that, so I respected that. And I interacted with Destiny. I never interacted with Hasan. And very rarely did I even interact with people from, like, Hasan's orbit. Hasan seems to be more of a type of person that's not really willing to debate his positions. He stays in his own insular little bubble, and as a right-winger, I just wasn't anywhere around that bubble. So, and in addition to that, I don't know, I don't know any of the allegations of Hasan other than he seems to be basically a dude that's willing to have admitted terrorists on his show and sympathize with them. And he said that the U.S. basically had 9/11 coming at one point. And he seems like all around a shitty person that I guess is, maybe he's charismatic. I don't know, to speak well of him. He certainly has a lot of viewers. He's doing something right. Seems like he's handsome. That probably helps his viewership. Other than that, so I don't know. What kind of effect will that have? I don't know. Anyways, we'll talk about that stuff 3 hours from now. If Destiny wanted to chat to me about his issues, would I bring him on? Sure. If he wanted to talk about that, but I wouldn't go easy on him. All right. We'll talk about, I got a panel at 11. We're going to talk about some of that. So, thanks, Catherine. Appreciate it. Let's talk my general thoughts about what you see going on. So, Trump's first few weeks here in office, I think I am mightily impressed. There's not everything that he's doing that I'm in favor of. I don't like his statements on Gaza. I understand that it might be a negotiating tactic. I didn't like some of his statements on Panama and Greenland as well. Too aggressive, reeks of too much imperialism for me. To say those sorts of things, to come at negotiation from a position of strength, that's okay. And I understand you have to go through with looking like you're willing to do the things you're saying, or else the negotiating tactic wouldn't work. But I would not be a fan if those things come to fruition. However, the good far outweighs the bad as far as I'm concerned, because he has by far, thus far, exceeded my expectations when it comes to the issue I'm most concerned about, and that's corruption. I think that focusing on USAID and sort of where the funding apparatchik is coming from through, whether you call it the establishment, the deep state, Perma Washington, whatever, I think that you're only seeing the tip of the iceberg, and the skeletons that they'll be able to find in these closets will be so severe, it will be earth-shattering to both Republicans and Democrats, which is why I'm still hesitant that there will ever really be full transparency or repercussions, because too many people have too much to lose on both sides of the aisle. If this was something where only one side of the aisle had to worry about, then you could see possible optimism for, yeah, we're going to get to the bottom of that. But it'd be much like something like insider trading in Washington. Yeah, of course it seems like there's a really good chance that Nancy Pelosi's engaged in that. But there seems like there's Republicans that do as well. And so there's this sort of mutually assured destruction where it's like, well, we're not going to go after your people because you're not going to go after our people. And in reality, they're okay with that. It's all facade anyways, enriching themselves and their allies and issuing in sort of their globalist anti-American agenda has always been the goal in the first place anyways for the establishment Republicans and Democrats. So when you have the occasional outsiders that come in and say, yeah, this is corrupt, let's do something about it, it never goes anywhere. And the biggest impediment to actually doing things like massively defunding USAID, it's going to be Republicans. That's going to be where the big fight comes from. Because if all Republicans are on board, seeing as how they have the House and the Senate, I'm not saying they could snap their fingers and get anything accomplished, but they'd be able to get far more done. But there's going to be opposition, just like what you're seeing with Trump's confirmation hearings of the people he's appointed. You have to appease the handful of Republicans that are just openly hostile to any sort of cultural or political change within even the Republican Party. They don't want meaningful change. They want the status quo. And so that's where the big fight's going to be. Another point to make here is, well, we'll get to that in a second. It's occurring so fast. That's the thing that's stark to me. It's so fast that the Democrats can't keep up. Like, is it not shocking to you that the Democrats have all but given up on the trans issue? Isn't that shocking? Like Trump signing this bill. We're banning biological men from women's sports. He's got all these girls around him. Everyone's clapping, going, wow, the picture's phenomenal. He's not sniffing little girls' hair. Good stuff. Democrats don't know how to relate to that. They're like, wait, what? Wait, Trump's taking questions? He's not sniffing little kids' hair? Wow, that's weird. That's odd. Better get Chuck Schumer out there to yell. Where's Bernie to yell about some onesies, right? They gave up. How are they going to put their energy on that? Because they're putting all their energy into the illegal immigration stuff. Doing good, Thomas. Good to hear from you. No, wait, no. They're barely talking about the illegal immigration stuff and the deportations. There's a handful of them. But there's nowhere near what you would expect. There's so many hours, and there's only so many hours in a news cycle. So, okay, we don't got time for the trans stuff. What about the immigration stuff? We get to that later. Now it's the confirmations. But we got to stop Tulsi. We got to stop RFK. RFK is my favorite that they're stopping him. Lifelong Democrat. Got to stop him. Got to stop Pam Bondi. Pete Hegseth. But they're not doing good. They're not doing good on that front either. And they're old cliche. Like, I'm telling you, listen, at the height of the insanity of the cultural power of the Democrats, which we'll talk about, where does that power come from? We'll talk about that today through USAID and elsewhere. I went into the Lion's Den over and over and over and over and over and over. And I still will. And I'm of two minds now. But back then, very much so, I went into these debates since 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I debated people all the time from the left. And yes, I would raise my temperature with them. But most of the time, I debated even keel with them as far as my temperature. And tried to argue the problems I saw with the current system, corruption, etc. And I was laughed out of the room, for all intents and purposes, by the people on the left I was debating. Didn't matter if I was objectively doing very well in the debate. I subjectively think I win almost every time I was in this debate as far as the actual objective points that I'm making. But nonetheless, I think even people on the left would admit I'm one of the better debaters on the right. But they didn't care. They didn't care at all. FBI legally spied on Trump's team? Oh, well. Most of them flat out denied it until it was too late. Then they'd say it happened a long time ago. And then you have some that try to be a little more talented than that. They'll say, yeah, it was bad. It was regrettable. It was regrettable. Anyways, they did not care. They do not care about the corruption. They don't care about the establishment class in Washington that's living high on the hog. They don't care. At all. They did not care. They didn't care about the FBI selective targeting, going predominantly after right-wingers, January 6ers. They didn't care. They didn't care that Joe Biden was a puppet. For years, I brought it up. Oh, it's outrageous. What are you talking about? Then once they found out, they were like, oh, well, on to Kamala. What do you mean it's anti-democratic? They didn't care. They didn't care that it was so clear that Joe Biden wasn't making any decisions, that it was people behind these scenes that were unelected. They didn't care at all. Perfectly fine. They didn't care that Biden's team was doing shit that they knew was unconstitutional, like student loan forgiveness. Didn't care at all. Oh, well. And now, they're weeping, they're melting down, they're spiraling. Oh my goodness, it's so corrupt. No! No! The corruption, DOGE and Elon and Trump. No, it's so corrupt. Rob, what about the corruption? Why won't you talk about Elon? Why won't you, Rob? Why won't you? Why won't you? That's why. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. I don't care what you people think. Now, if I'm talking to someone new, I'll feel out what their feelings were on corruption in the past 8 years. And actually it goes back much longer than that. And if I feel that there are people that were concerned about it then, but are concerned today, I'll have a good faith conversation with them. No problem. But as you saw with my interaction with Econo Boy the other day, I am not suffering fools. Yes, but Rob, Econo Boy, he doesn't seem like he's an extreme person. He talked very calmly and was just asking you some questions. And so, I think it would behoove you to answer questions, because when you say that he didn't care about corruption, that's sort of a whataboutism, and it seems unfair. He seems very level-headed and someone... Yeah, fuck you. I know who Econoboy is. I've debated him many times. Econoboy and his co-host, Pondering and Pisco and Hutch, they thought that the going after Trump was perfectly legitimate. It was all on the up and up. That's what they thought. Okie dokie. May each person be held to the standard that they wished others to be held to. That's all I want. That's it. If you thought, oh, it's too dangerous to have people talking about the origin of the pandemic or of possible wrongdoing in the 2020 election, so I'm okay with YouTube censoring them. Okay? Well, we saw what was tantamount to an insurrection the other day, where Democrats were saying that it's war! Take it to the streets! Go into these government buildings! That sounds a little insurrection-y to me. So not only should the Democrats be investigated, much like Trump and Republicans were with the January 6th business, but I think social media should stop banning people for questioning DOGE. Right? It's inspiring violence, correct? It's inspiring hateful rhetoric. That's the standard that we lived under. My entire streaming career, I've been at odds with every single platform save probably Rumble and Kick that I've streamed on. Constantly. I've never called for violence. Not particularly. We're all racist to some extent, but I don't think I show particular proclivity to racism, bigotry, or anything of that nature. And yet constantly community struck, shadow banned, videos demonetized. For what? Because I said that the virus probably came from a lab in Wuhan? Because I said that lockdowns were bad? Because I said vaccine mandates were terrible? Because I questioned the narrative of January 6th? Because I questioned the legitimacy of the 2020 election? And Democrats were fine with that. Good. Even when the Twitter files came out, hey, I don't see a problem with that. That's not the government itself. Those are NGO cutouts that were funded by the government, forcing censorship. Which, by the way, is where a lot of the USAID stuff that we'll talk about today comes from. They were fine with it. No big deal, they said. They were fine with Trump being kicked off of Twitter back then. Does anyone remember the tweet that got Trump kicked off Twitter? Does anyone remember it? It was too far. Now, I'll tell you a little background while we'll wait and see if anyone you don't have to say word for word what the tweet was, but what was the theme of the tweet? What was the message that Trump tweeted out that got him banned? There were people on the team at Twitter that we saw then files released in the Twitter files that were like, what are we doing? This is ridiculous. Does anyone remember that tweet? I vividly remember. Why am I so angry? I'm having a great time. I would say I'm more jubilant and energetic. Nope, he didn't get banned for saying go home. That's not the tweet that was his after his it was not January 6th related. The tweet that got him removed from Twitter, it was not. David Thompson, thanks for the $5. Said you should go on PTL radio show. Those is radical liberal has massive breakdowns every time a conservative challenges hatred of Trump. I'd love it. I don't know. I've never heard of that, but yeah. No one knows, or maybe people are behind in the chat. Someone's furiously searching right now. The tweet was, and I'll be corrected if wasn't fight like hell. No. Wasn't violent or risk of enticing further. Now, there was a specific tweet that was the offending tweet that got him kicked off. No, wasn't march peacefully. All right, I'll just tell you. It's when he said, I will not be attending Joe Biden's inauguration. That was it. That was the tweet. When he said, I'm not going to Joe Biden's inauguration. Yeah, not joking. That was the offending tweet. And the auspices were, well, this is questioning the legitimacy of the election. And so it could inspire people to do, that's it. That was the offending tweet. So AOC just posted on X before January 20th, last month, that she wasn't going to go to the inauguration. Her account banned? No, that's okay. It's okay for her to do that. But Elon Musk is a tyrant, right? Thanks, Blindside. Who cares what it was? Why'd AOC say it? Because she thinks Trump's illegitimate. Because he's a criminal. And? So what? Ban her too, right? Right? Right, Dave? No, that's different. That's different. You see, it's different when they do it. No, I do know that was the tweet that got him banned. That was the offending tweet. They did cite that he had warnings or possibly violated Twitter's behavior before then, but that was the one that violated their policy that was the infraction that got him removed. Do I think January 6th had something to do with it? You see, this is the game that Democrats want to play. So I just want to be clear. The game they play is as follows. If there's the very rare acts of violence that we see on the right, then you must hold accountable every right-winger on social media that says something that hypothetically could be in agreement with the reasoning of the person that committed violence. That's the argument. Okay, so then after we saw violence, let's say, with Hands Up, Don't Shoot, and then after it definitively came out that Hands Up, Don't Shoot was a lie, according to Eric Holder's Justice Department, should we have banned anyone that said hands up, don't shoot? Because that was a rallying cry for people that rioted all across this country? Or how about during the riots of Black Lives Matter? Should we have banned anyone that was talking about no justice, no peace? Should we have banned Kamala Harris when she promoted a bail fund for Minneapolis rioters after they burned down a police station? Should she have been banned? Being president, like, it's funny. Dave turns it on his head. So Dave's like, well, the average person could say that, but not the president. I would think that it would be the opposite. In fact, Twitter's policies explicitly stated that there was leeway given for leaders of states. So Dave Timmerman thinks the President of the United States should be held to a more strict standard for what he's allowed to say to ban him from the world's most prominent social media platform to discuss the news. He should be held to a higher standard. What about calls to violence? This is my favorite. This is my favorite argument here this last week on Twitter. Let's see if I can find some clips. Let's dig up the clips. Shall we? We shall. Did I bookmark them? Please say I bookmarked them. Oh. Here's one of the leaders of the Democratic Party the other day. Let's hear what he has to say.
We are going to fight it legislatively. We are going to fight it in the courts. And we're going to fight it in the streets.
What? I'm sorry? What was that? I'm sorry? Let's hear that again.
We are going to fight it legislatively. We are going to fight it in the courts. And we're going to fight it in the streets. We are going to fight it.
Listen to that again.
Legislatively, we are going to fight it in the courts. And we're going to fight it in the streets. We are going to fight it.
Wow. Here, wait. Maybe the Democrats. That's too fast for the Democrats, right?
And we're going to fight it in the streets.
Oh, no.
We are going to fight it.
What's going on here, by the way?
Legislatively, we're going to fight it in the courts. And we're going to fight it in the streets. We are going to fight it.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little... We don't need to hear it again. Huh. Now, wait a minute, though. Fight it legislatively. All right. Fight's a harsh word, as we know. That's a harsh word. But legislatively, in the courts, in the streets, we're going to fight it in the streets. Huh. Now, you might say, and it's so funny because I tweeted out and was just like, that's a call to violence. If there ends up being violence, he must be removed for participating in insurrection. Not my rules, Democrat rules. And when you go to all the, some lefty must have retweeted it or something. So I got a bunch of lefties in the chat. Like, come on, that's not a call to violence, blah, 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 blah. Isn't it so funny how the Democrats immediately, when it's their side that does something, they immediately are like, oh, that's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. How could you say that's a call? Fight it in the streets. Clearly, he's talking about mass protest. That's clearly what he's talking about. When Chuck Schumer said, Brett Kavanaugh, you're going to reap the whirlwind, and then there was an assassination attempt on his life, clearly he wasn't calling for violence. Well, I'm old enough to remember when a court, not me, not you, not some social media personality, not Rachel Maddow, not Greg Gutfeld, not Tucker Carlson, not Keith Olbermann, a fucking court in this country ruled that Trump saying fight like hell was a call to violence and insurrection. Even though he said go be peaceful. Nope, saying fight like hell. That was a call to violence and insurrection. Okay. And that was used as an example of how he engaged in an insurrection. An insurrection. That's what they said. And so, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment meant because he'd already held office, he was no longer eligible to hold federal office. Why is Hakeem Jeffries allowed to be in office? Maybe if January 6th was a legitimate protest not based upon lies and deception based on who? What if we would find out that there was fraud that occurred in the 2020 election? Then what? Then would it not be based on fraud and deception? Also, what about the fraud and deception of the Democrats that believed and pushed the narrative that hundreds, if not thousands, of unarmed black men were being executed by police in this country that is actually bullshit? How about that? Lies and deception. How about the lies and deception of the race baiters that this country's gone through at least since Obama, but even before then to some degree? How about those lies and deceptions that led to violence and riots? How many people were held responsible for that? It now looks that we had something, 16,000 out of 13,000 FBI agents or something that were involved in working on January 6 cases? How many were working on BLM riots that actually did kill people, unlike the lies Democrats say that January 6 rioters killed people? They didn't. How many FBI agents were working on that? What about the lies and deception that caused that? Huh. And I was told I debated the best the left had to offer when it came to insurrection and January 6th being an insurrection and on a riot that got out of control. And I was told, oh, no. Insurrection just needs to be, what's the 4 criteria they used? It has to be violence or intimidation, okay? Has to be to oppose law or some sort of part of the government, okay? Has to be more than one person, okay? Has to be for the public purpose. That's when you saw the people the other day trying to get into the USAID buildings, they're breaking the law, they're trespassing, using intimidation. There's more than one of them, and it's for a public good. Going against the public law. That's insurrection, baby. 101. Those people just incited an insurrection. Where are all the lefties? Where are they? Saying these people can't be on the ballot anymore. Where are they? Huh. That's strange. I haven't heard peep one. Democrat after Democrat after Democrat calling for people to go into the USAID buildings. What if at those rallies, what if the police just start shooting tear gas in and beating the shit out of people? And then they fight back. Can we call it an insurrection then? You see, this is the game that the Democrats want to play. When we see the violence is worse on their side, more common, affects more people, has more drastic outcomes, it's always, but technically it wasn't an insurrection. They were just attacking the police. And they were attacking private business owners. And it was mostly peaceful. But January 6th was an insurrection because we found this very esoteric definition that said, it's an insurrection. It wasn't a riot that got out of control. It was an insurrection. And so, now, because of our definition, Donald Trump, he's no longer eligible for office because he engaged in an insurrection. Then you're like, okay, well, here's a bunch of other things that meets that definition. Was it exactly what happened on January 6th? Can you show me them attacking police? Can you show me? Oh, they didn't, so it's different. No, that's not your argument. Your argument doesn't say that engaged in what you consider really bad insurrections. Your argument was, or the Democrats' argument was, engaging in any insurrection. And guess what? Violence isn't necessary for it to be an insurrection. Intimidation is all that's needed. Including intimidation by numbers. Not quite dead. When has criticizing someone that's pointing out the double standard ever been an effective strategy? Can you tell me once, not quite dead, can you tell me once of the probably 100 people that have came on my channel when I point out double standards to the left that have said, Rob, actually, can you show me ever when pointing out the double standard has been an effective strategy? Can you tell me that? Can you tell me when pointing out the double standard has been effective? You can't tell me that. So just don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. So my question to you, and I'm glad you brought that up, not quite dead. Can you show me once that some nobody sack of shit like you that wants to come in and criticize what someone like me does on my show, when you've made a difference? When your strategy of criticizing me pointing out these double standards have made a difference? Has there ever once where you've said this to a streamer, they've gone, oh, yeah, shit. Well, hey guys, that's it for the show tonight. Not quite for dead. Just nuked my entire show. Yeah, he's right. Calling out these double standards and corruption and shit like that. It just never makes a difference. So that's the end of the show. Does that ever work for you? Just curious. Can you tell me the streamer that's worked on you with? Or maybe you have your own burgeoning channel where you're doing a great job going out debating people, right? It's a waste of time. The real waste of time is engaging with you. Have fun chatting. There's no one that's fucking more worthless than the... Actually, I think that you shouldn't be talking about the thing you're talking about. Yes, talking about the double standards is actually one of the things that helped us win the 2024 election. People were over the double standards of how, for example, Democrats would say, look at how Trump will weaponize government, when they saw the Democrats weaponizing the government. They were over the double standards of calling Republicans racist for years and years when they saw that Democrats engaged in similar, if not worse, behavior. They were over the double standards when it came to definitions of women and things like that when they saw that none of it made sense. They were over criticizing Republicans when they engaged in what was called cancel culture, when they saw that Democrats engaged in that over and over. They're over the fact that Democrats are accusing Trump of working with corrupt oligarchs that no one elected when they could see that Democrats have been doing that for years. And particularly during the Biden administration, we had 4 years of Joe Biden, a president that wasn't all there, and oligarchs that no one elected running the show from behind the scenes. Those things are what helped move the culture, which then led to the political votes, which helped move the needle in that election. People like Not Quite Dead would be happy to cede that ground. They would be happy to say, we're not going to talk about that because pointing out the double standard doesn't do anything. They'd be happy for that, and then they'd fucking lose. My guess is Not Quite Dead would, want to talk about why we need to stone the gays or ban the 19th Amendment, some shit like that. That'd be where he'd rather spend his time, which I'm more than happy to do so. Crisco, thanks so much for the membership. Says all they have left is gaslighting. Totally agree. Now we see how talk of the double standards is leading to a lot of good work that's occurring with DOGE going after places like USAID. I've been waiting, I'm so polite in my everyday life. I've been waiting to just tee off on some people. Good stuff. Of course, EOD. There's all sorts of people. How many people have you seen that were formerly on the left that were like, what did it for me was the fine people hoax. The Nazis are fine people hoax. How many people's wake-up call was during COVID when they saw the double standard of how we had Democratic leaders telling us that we had to stay locked down in our home? You couldn't go to your daughter's wedding. You couldn't go visit your elderly parents or grandparents in the nursing home. You couldn't have a funeral. But Gavin Newsom could go to the French Laundry and have dinner. No problem. How many people woke up because of those double standards? So this is sort of what's going on. All of the bullshit we heard about are insurrections. Democrats never gave a shit all about that. They didn't care. God forbid someone attack Elon Musk tomorrow, or there be an attempt on Elon Musk's life. Does anyone for one moment think that even 10% of the repercussions that fell on Republicans, MAGA people, etc. after January 6th would occur to prominent people on the left that spoke out with such vitriol against Elon Musk, said, we need to take it to the streets, we're at a war? Anybody think, are they going to be banned from social media? Are they going to be banned from running for office? Are they going to be investigated? Anyone think that? They know it's bullshit, and that's what I'm saying when I point out these double standards, Not Quite Dead. When I debate these people now on the left that were okay with the corruption and this shit, I don't give a shit. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not talking to you about this. I don't care. Pisco, thanks so much for the $20, says, it's unreal to read Canadian content too. It's just constant gaslighting, and to be honest, I'm falling for it. It's all faux patriotism up north with Trump's tariff. It's unreal how much I just hate them now. Yeah, they're banking on... Now, it's a difficult question because as a Canadian citizen, you probably want to cheer for Canada, which you have every right to do and should do. I like everyone in my chat more than everyone in everyone else's chat. If I had to stick up for one group of chatters, I'd stick up for my group of chatters first and foremost. I like my family first and foremost. If I have to choose between providing for my family or other random families, I'm going to choose my family. I feel the same way about my country. I expect that most people should feel that way about their countries as well. Do I objectively think that the United States is better? At least is founded on the best idea in the history of countries? Yes. And there are certainly objectively countries that are just worse. Third world countries, etc. But that shouldn't matter to most people subjectively, or it just won't subjectively. And they're going to have civic pride in their own country, which is fine. So as such, if you're a right-winger who's sort of a populist, and you say, yay, Trump, and then he's like, well, I'm going to tariff Canada, and the end results of those tariffs, if they go through, would be to harm you economically, I could see having the gut reaction like, screw this. Would the Crucibles chat be my second choice? I don't know, they're mean to me. Probably the people I interact with, that would be true. I like the Crucible chatters too. Yeah, Chief Wahoo does love Ween. I'm a big Ween fan. He could even say some lefty bullshit to me like, double standards don't do anything. And I'd say, you like Ween, so it's okay. The U.S. has done well in part through strategic alliances. Fragmenting those alliances is remarkably foolish. Now, that's not true. The United States did very well as an independent nation, is what it did. Now, certainly as a burgeoning country, it did strategically form alliances, but it did not allow countries to exploit us. Post-World War II, the United States was in a very unique situation. Geographically, it was a country that basically, unlike the rest of the First World, wasn't ravaged by war because we weren't in Europe, we weren't Russia, right? And so the United States was like basically what you would consider one of the superpowers, was the only one that was basically untouched in the sense of its homeland. In addition to that, the strong manufacturing, the technological advancements we had, including the development of the nuclear bomb, all of these put the United States in a unique position to sort of be the economic and military powerhouse in the world. Certainly, if the entire world would have decided at that point that they wanted to gang up against the United States, and the United States said, F you all, we're not going to trade with any of you, you can see how that picture could have went south within a decade or two. But what ended up happening is, through Bretton Woods and a bunch of other strategic sort of plans that were laid out, the United States basically came to the conclusion that they were going to be the world police. And so they were going to provide security for the world in exchange for basically being the world's reserve currency. And it certainly made wealthy many people in the United States. But it started to harm the working class of this country and benefit many of the other countries more. We've been selling out the working class in this country for years and years. We are getting less out of our strategic partnerships than we're giving to them. So no one's saying that you have to say, F you Canada, we're now your enemy, we're going to invade you, or we're never going to trade with you again, or anything like that. But there's nothing wrong with saying, listen, it's no longer the United States is your cash cow, that you get to do everything because there's leaders in charge of the United States that don't give a shit about this country. If we're going to have a partnership, then it's going to be equal on both sides. It's not just going to be, you do whatever you want to exploit us, and we have weak presidents that are like, that's okay, we don't really give a shit about Americans anyways. All you have to do is give to my campaign or give to my friends. As long as they're getting rich, I don't give a shit. Taylor M. then repeats this lie. Well, actually, Trump didn't get anything new. Canada and Mexico are just doing what they were going to do anyways. One, why didn't Canada and Mexico come out and immediately announce, look, Trump's calling for shit, and we've already said that we're going to do exactly what he's implementing. Second, if they were going to do this, why did they wait so long to be able to do it? Why weren't they doing this 2 years ago, 4 years ago? Third, we could already see the benefits, particularly at the southern borders where the numbers are stark. Border Patrol is saying they haven't seen numbers this low in the history of working there. Some like 300-400 a day. So it's clear that the policies are having some effect. Fourth, even if it's just to wave a stick around and then accept a carrot approach, it lets these countries know that no longer will it be accepted the conditions that were had at both the northern and the southern border. And isn't it funny how the Democrats are in this? Oh my God, tariffs! No, they're ruining our relationships. Oh my God. Our Canadian and Mexican brothers, my God, no. Look, God, the world's over. The price of eggs is going to go. The price of everything. Oh, it's so terrible. No. The tariffs will destroy us all. Oh, actually, Trump said that he talked with Canadian and Mexican leaders, and they've reached an agreement, and they're going to put troops on the border and try to work with the United States, so he's going to temporarily delay the tariffs. Trump's weak. Trump, he's so weak. He came. Trump came. Shouldn't you be happy? Shouldn't you? I thought tariffs were about to ruin us all. Trump was going to kill the entire economy. What happened? So on one hand, Trump's going to kill us all with tariffs, and of course it was never going to happen. He's just all bluster. He'll give in for no one. We'll see. I assume Trump's making it be known. And here's the thing. Some tariffs somewhere are going to go through with an ally. They're going to. Hopefully it'll only be like a month or two. But he has to show at some point, yeah, I can do this. I'm going to do it. What did we get from souring a relationship? One, he made it clear that those things will not only be stationed there, but that they will be effective or we will have tariffs. Second, he made it clear that we will no longer be taken advantage of and that he will institute these tariffs at a moment's notice if he feels that these countries are allowing fentanyl illegals to come through the border. What did we lose by souring those relationships, Taylor M? Well, so far we have, instead of tens of thousands a day crossing the southern border, like 300. More are being arrested, despite the fact that it's only a fraction of what were coming. So what did we lose? The rest of the world knows they can no longer take advantage of the United States, and that they'll just go, okay, as long as I'm rich, I don't give a shit. These people don't care. I can't remember specifically. I'll guarantee Taylor M didn't give a shit about the southern border. Did not care in 2022, 2023, and then in 2024 until the Langford bill. Guarantee he didn't care. Just like every other Democrat. 90% of Democrats did not give a shit. Didn't care. It's not a problem. These illegals are great. They're great. They're better than Americans. They commit less crime. They're a boon to the local economy. Now, I know. You're like, but then how come when we send them to left-wing areas, these left-wingers, they can't wait to get them out? If they're so great, well, I don't know. They do help the economy. They help. They do. And then when we have a president come in that's like, okay, I'm going to actually do some shit with teeth to stop this, they go, this is terrible. No, you can't do that. Bullshit. I don't believe you, Taylor M. I do not believe you. I don't. And I'll admit that there's a 10% chance I'm wrong. I'm almost 100% guaranteed that you weren't going on left-wing streams going, my God, what's Biden doing with immigration? I'll bet you weren't on my stream when I was debating people and you were in the chat. I bet you weren't saying, like, these Democrats are so fucking crazy. They're purposely allowing all these illegals in. Your strengths, tariffs, and trade policy. Well, sure, it's not my area of expertise. Go fuck yourself, buddy. 10-year anniversary. Congratulations, Vita. I just had mine. September 6th. Last year was my 10-year. Yes, Vita. Happy 10-year anniversary. Someone puts up with idiots like us for 10 years. Amazing. If we could do it. I thought we needed the Langford bill to solve immigration. Didn't we need that? The bipartisan bill that enshrined into law that 4,000 or 5,000, whatever the specific numbers were legal that came in, that we had to leave at least that many in before the law went into effect every day. I thought we needed that. Wasn't I reliably told by almost every Democrat I debated during the election cycle, actually, it's Biden and Harris that care about the border, not Trump? Cody Folsom says, is it my position that tariffs are good? Trump keeps saying they'll make us rich, and that is wrong. I would default like to see little to no tariffs and subsidies to that effect. But two things. One, they are a key negotiating strategy, which I think something should be implemented akin to a negotiating strategy, particularly when it's other countries that tariff us. So tariffing them in response would be something that quite possibly is something that should be done. The other thing is, even looking just at tariffs, it is not all downside. People are like, well, it's just a tax. And I think the downside usually will outweigh the upside, and it certainly will have more of an immediate effect. However, the upside would be, after some length of time, encouraging businesses to build in America. If you are a business whose primary consumer base is the United States, and you are in Canada or Mexico or Europe, wherever, and you realize that you will be non-competitive anymore because the United States is going to tariff your product when you ship it into the consumers, you will then say, we are going to move our manufacturing base to the United States. Previously, the wages that you had to pay in the United States probably meant that it was more profitable to outsource to a country that you could pay less wages to. However, if the profit motivation changes because of the tariff, which means that you now no longer can sell to the consumer base, it's more likely that you or another entrepreneur will see a glut in the market and say, now we could manufacture in the United States and outproduce the people that are producing overseas, which will encourage more job creation and business growth in the United States over the long term. That would be the potential upside. I'm still saying, as purely an economic tool, would I rather have tariffs or no tariffs? No tariffs would be my recommendation. But the idea that it's all just negative and there's no possible upside is bullshit. Dave Timmerman for €6, thank you so much, says, you have a high bar for Elon Trump shenanigans because Dem hold double standards accepted. Is there any boundary to this posture? It seems risky. Because you gave a super chat, I'll answer. Yeah, there's all sorts of things that could go wrong with having any leader that wants to out corruption. You could take anyone. Anyone. Is there a chance that in El Salvador, I always mispronounce his name, Bukele, is that how you say it? It was the murder capital of the world, and now, after he had strategic arrest and going after the corruption, it's one of the safest countries when it comes to homicide. But Rob, isn't there a chance that he could be corrupt? Yeah? What do you want me to say? Yes, all humans are fallible. Yes, all people in positions of leadership could exploit that position to be corrupt. Yes. Bukele. Okay, thank you. And? What's the argument here? Did you really need to? Yes. Yes. Rob admitted Trump's not God. Elon's not God. Rob admitted it. Oh gosh, I needed to hear it. There you go, Dave. Yeah. No human is infallible. All of us are capable of sin. All of us are capable of malevolence. All of us are capable of stupidity. Mike, I don't even know. Mike, oh, there we go. It's not all cap here. Mike Alvaradols TBE. We'll just say Mike. Thanks so much for the super chat. You versus non-fun in a debate would be a really good debate. Non-fun style similar to Destiny. Supposedly he's going to be in this panel with me tonight talking about Destiny. Maybe we'll debate. I've never heard of the person though. What do you mean you're not asking for infallibility? You're asking me. So basically, this is what we have, in my estimation. We have this monolithic, most corrupt, monstrous government in the history of the world. Now, not most corrupt in the sense that it's murdering its own citizens blatantly, like you would see, Pol Pot, Cambodia, the Nazis, stuff like that. But with the size, the Leviathan that is our federal government, that is so out of touch, which has been my entire argument for the entire history of me streaming. Just look at COVID. Look at the fucking censorship online. Just 2 issues off the top of my head. And now we get someone in, it's like, I'm going to expose this shit. And the first thing that Democrats want to say is, but could this be corrupt? I mean, Elon, after all, he's not in a government position. We didn't elect him. We didn't elect Elon. So isn't that corrupt, Rob? I'm going to answer this question for people that supported a human vegetable and Joe Biden for 4 years. Who was making the fucking decisions then? Who was it? Name them. Who voted for those people? You mean the same unelected bureaucrats that were helping make the decisions during the Obama years? Places like USAID? But Rob, Elon's not a member of the government, and now he'll have access to a bunch of personal information on Americans. Yeah, like all the people at USAID are unelected and had access to all that information as well? Individuals exposing corruption is bad because they themselves could be corrupt. That's the argument that Democrats are going with. That's the argument. To be blunt, to be less of a dick, to answer Dave Timmerman's question, yes, things can quickly get out of hand if there develops corruption in this new administration and people are so willing to overlook the horrible historic levels of corruption because the previous 40 years have been horrible historic levels of corruption. It would be a mistake to say someone's infallible just because they're fighting a very big enemy. And so, yes, there should be some accountability. People keep telling me how corrupt what Elon's doing. Can some Democrat make the case here for why DOGE is so corrupt? Can someone make... What's the big story here? Is it the stopping payments? Sorry, I don't give a shit. Of course it was unelected bureaucrats. I say this all the time. The established presidents come and go. These institutions remain in perpetuity. For example, the FBI. It didn't matter to me if Hillary Clinton got locked up for crimes. She's not even the real villain. If the FBI's corrupt, and they're putting their thumb on the scale, the FBI is still going to be there 30 years from now, 40 years from now. Individuals come and go, but that institution remains. That's who's running the show. And it's not just the FBI. It's agencies like USAID, the IRS, the EPA, the State Department, the CIA, the NSA. These unelected bureaucrats and their allies in other institutions, such as cultural institutions, academic institutions, this is the network, or as Mike Benz calls, the blob, that's really running the show. They're the ones that are making the decisions of where your tax dollars go. So when you see USAID's giving $30 million to Politico, Joe Biden didn't order that. It's not like Joe Biden was sitting there eating his chocolate chip ice cream and someone came in and said, Mr. Biden, let's go through the agenda today. Okay, $8 million to New York Times. Do it. Love the New York Times. Send them $8 million. Sounds good. All right, next. Politico, $30 million for Politico Pro. Yep, sounds great. Send them $30 million. That's what happens. We're talking staggering amounts of waste and corruption. Yes, there are individual politicians that are pointing to individual apparatchik within there. My nephew works for this NGO. I want them to get $5 million. I'm sure that shit happens. But the real problem's those middle management types that you've never heard of. Why does it have to be ice cream? Because, come on, you don't know why it has to be ice cream? You don't remember the chocolate chip ice cream? Biden was always eating ice cream. I don't think Biden's gay. My assumption is Biden probably, well, never mind. I was going to say Biden's probably old enough he doesn't have much of a sex drive, but I guess unless it's sniffing some little kid's hair. I don't give a shit that Democrats are mad that Elon Musk is an unelected oligarch when they have, their argument is, therefore he shouldn't be allowed to call out spending from unelected individuals that's sending money to wherever they want. I don't give a shit. Andrew Haskins, thanks so much for the super chat for $2. They might do what we did. Must be corruption. Right. But what if Trump gets into office and he wields power and uses the DOJ to go after his opponents? And what if Elon Musk buys Twitter and then he kicks off the Democratic candidate for president and shadow bans Democrats? What if he does that? Vaush said the other day. Hey, Vaush is a millionaire, I'm guessing. The amount of views he gets. And he said, well, I might be in the poorhouse. That Trump and Elon could just kick me off of social media. No! What? I'm with you, Vaush. Man, imagine this nightmare scenario. Imagine that this virus hits, and all of a sudden we kick everyone off that says that maybe the virus came from China. That would be dystopian. Can you imagine? A millionaire like Vaush, he really sees how that'd be bad. Now, thousands of small fish like me that aren't millionaires that are living paycheck to paycheck, who gives a shit what our opinion is, right? When we lose our channels, when we get demonetized, when we get strikes, when the algorithm fucking hates us, who cares, right? Thanks, Geezer. I appreciate it. You have to understand, these people on the left, they truly feel that they're morally superior to you. So it doesn't even cross their mind. Yes, of course we banned people that said the virus came from Wuhan. And? Or, we didn't do that. What? No, that never happened. Huh? But oh my God, what if they did to us what we've done to them? We're good people. We're allowed to do it to them. They deserved it. You already see it in this chat. Maybe January 6th, we wouldn't have, if it wasn't based on lies. That's what was unique about it. Oh, so it was just the lies. Yeah. Oh, hands up, don't shoot. Well, but what was different was it didn't attack the Capitol. I don't give a shit, Taylor M. USAID was created via executive order. Let them fight it out in the courts. While it's being fought out in the courts, one, we should absolutely be transparent. You could go ahead, Taylor M. I totally understand the procedural arguments that Democrats that don't give a fuck about the law are going to do. The executive's supposed to enforce the border. They didn't give a shit when Joe Biden did that. They didn't care when Joe Biden was blatantly being unconstitutional with forgiving student loans. Fuck them. So, sorry, Taylor, you seem like a decent enough person. Go fuck yourself. No one cares. We don't give a shit. We do not give a shit about now the rule of law matters. We do not give a fuck. Did the rule of law matter when the FBI was illegally spying on Trump's team? Did the rule of law matter when we had people like Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, Fani Willis using lawfare to go after Trump? Did it matter? Fuck you. Sorry, fuck off. Cody Folsom for $5. Vaush should be worried about the crystal, not the poorhouse. I hear you. I don't give a shit. But wait a minute. Okay. Yes, it turns out all of you that talked about the deep state and all this money going to corrupt shit were right, but we have to keep doing it because the deep state wants it and their allies in Congress wants it, so you can't stop it. That's the rule of law. Fuck you. Fuck off. Tell the people in North Carolina that lost so much in that hurricane, oh, we're sorry, we can't send you shit. We, the Democrats, are saying it's very important that we continue to fund Politico. To stop that would be against the rule of law. They didn't give a shit about the rule of law when it came to Roe v. Wade being blatantly anti-constitutional. Did not give a shit. It might be that they'll be overturned. I look forward to Democrats and people like Dave Timmerman and Taylor M. saying that all of this shit spending should continue to happen. I look forward to it. The rule of law says it must. Congress isn't directing where this money goes to. Congress is directing that this money goes to agencies like USAID. Then people that are unelected at USAID, which falls under the purview of the executive branch, are deciding how to divvy out that money. That's what's occurring. No, the argument is, like, let's say that this money was going to concentration camps to kill black people. Would your argument, Taylor M., be like, well, we have to keep, it's unfair for Donald Trump to stop that funding. We have to keep funding them. Because it's not the purview of Donald Trump to stop that. He can't do that. Congress passed it, so that's all there is. There's all sorts of tools that the executive branch has to determine when to give money out, who to give it out directly. These agencies control directly how that money is divvied out. There are emergency orders they could use in order to stop sending money or to send it to certain parts if need be. Remember, we were at it's not happening. The deep state's not real. All of you people that say all this funding's going to all this corruption and shit. Like, let me give you one area I talked about all the time. One of the reasons that the Langford bill was bad is that it called for funding NGOs, millions of dollars in funding for NGOs. And I said all the time, one of the problems with illegal immigration is there are all these non-governmental organizations that are being funded by our government that's facilitating illegals coming into the country. Grid Motorsports, what's up? Thanks for the $20. It says, evening, Rob. What panel am I on tonight? I was on the Reverie debating Elon and DOGE actions against USAID and Prime spaz out. No shit. That's all they could do, spaz out. Laugh at them. I don't know. I'm on some panel with someone named Dave and the Process. It is DIRL is the Discord. Maybe Darius is the name of the person. The people in the little Discord chat with me are Darius, Glenn Lawrence, Non-Fawn, Sick, and the Process. So I don't know who any of those people are. So that's the panel I'm on. They want to talk about the Destiny shit, so I don't know how much we'll talk. I'll try to chum them into politics. Who the fuck wants to sit in a panel and just talk about the Destiny? I don't have much to say on it. Most of my criticism on the Destiny shit's been about the orbiters anyways. So, Process is a degen. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know anything about any of these people, to be honest. And I tried to walk in as a blank slate. I do know that at least, I think they're lefties. That I do know, but that's okay. So, but sure, I'll jump in. I'll put my hat in the ring. I don't give a shit. And to be fair to Process, she was very polite and reached out to me, and I have screwed them over royally twice now. Both before the election, where I had some scheduling conflicts, and then I was supposed to do this show with them Wednesday, and then I got screwed over at work, so I really wanted to make sure I did it tonight, because I do, honestly, all of my bluster and shit, look, I'm getting a little shit out on Dave and Taylor. I like Dave and Taylor. I do. I'm giving them a little shit. They're good sports. And the show would be far less interesting without people like them. And so I'm hesitant to say this, but from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate people like that being here. They're not fucking over-the-top shitheads. I'm being a little hyperbolic, but I'm also being honest. Oh, Glenn I know. Glenn I've talked to on my 24-hour stream. Glenn's cool. So, now that I think back. But, I do honestly try, left, right, anywhere in between. If I make a commitment, I try to follow through with it. And it's few and far between when I've had to cancel. And I always feel terrible because I've been on the receiving end of that. I used to do the arena, the panel show where I tried to set it up. All sorts of times people would cancel. In fact, there wasn't one arena show where someone didn't cancel the day of. And so I understand how crap it is when that happens. So I hate to put people in that position. I really hate it. And it has nothing to do with politics at all. And it has nothing to do with if I personally like these people. I don't know most of the people. So I try to open myself up to, you don't have to have a channel. You don't have to be a big creator. I don't give a shit. There are certain people that I don't want to interact with. And that's because I would say 99.9999% of the time, it's because I've had a previous interaction with them. And it was either that they're too stupid to interact with, and I feel like there's nothing left I could get out of it. Two people I'd put in that, well, I'll say one person I could put in that group was this a trans person by the name of Polly People that I debated several times. The last time I debated them was several years ago on the Crucible. As far as I know, it is the only debate that Andrew Wilson ever stopped in the middle of the debate. Not because it was getting rude, not because it was getting out of time, but it was such a slaughter. He was just like, yeah, that's it. There's Menop, the devil, thanks so much for $20. Says, I'm an over-the-road driver. Thank you for filling up my long nights. You're welcome, man. So much respected drivers. My father-in-law drives oversized loads, particularly in my area where I live here in rural Pennsylvania. Since we've had a bunch of factories that went out of business, other than the university that will be gone in the next 20 years here in Clarion, the biggest job providers are like double wide houses that they build, trailers. And so there's a lot of people that work in those factories building those houses. Then there's a lot of people that are the drivers for that. Then there's a lot of people that are escort drivers for that. So there's a lot of business that comes from those factories. So I've driven escort once or twice. My wife used to drive escort for her stepfather, but he still drives oversized load. And the old bastard will never quit. That guy will never retire. I joke to him all the time. I'm like, yeah, we'll be having like, Hank's retirement party, and Vince will be calling in like 90 years old, like, I'm going to be a little late. I got stuck here in Delaware. Truckers, man, they're a different breed. They really are. Some of the toughest, fucking hardest job, man. But you guys are killing it. So we appreciate our truckers here. Anyways, get back. One of the arguments that people are making for USAID that I think is just hilarious when it comes to the Politico story is like, well, yeah, okay, $38 million or whatever the exact number was given to Politico, but it was for a service. Politico Pro. You see, here's what you don't understand, Rob. First off, they put out phenomenal news. And, you see, they have this legislative tracker, and it's really hard. It's hard to track, like, all the different legislation. So Politico Pro does that for you. And so, sure, they after a subscription service for, like, $30,000, $40,000 a year, and U.S. government's buying hundreds of those. So it's cool. And it's a lie. It's a lie that DOGE is saying that the government gave them money. No, it's not a lie. It's not. It's not a lie at all. Let's say that under Trump, we decided, Congress passed the money and said, USAID, and by the way, to answer Taylor M., so this is how most of the time, and I can't claim to be an expert. This is my understanding, though, and I'd be willing to bring someone on that would educate me that I'm wrong on this. But the idea of Congress controlling the purse strings, I don't think that the way it works, for example, if you read the Langford bill, it didn't, to my knowledge, say, these are the specific NGOs that will get this money. I think a lot of times, maybe that bill did, but I think a lot of times what happens is they'll be like in a massive omnibus bill that's thousands of pages, which, by the way, this is a reason that these bills shouldn't be thousands of pages. This is the bullshit that's going in there. It'll say things like, $20 million to organizations for research on the effects of racism. Liquid argon. Oh, cool. That's cool. Then the devil's in the details. So then I say, if they rule that Trump can't stop this funding, then this is what he does. Okay? We're taking that $38 million we used to give to Politico, and now we're giving it to Newsmax. And we have $50 million for to go to organizations to combat gun violence. Okay, that's all going to the NRA. Oh, and we have all this money to give to universities. We're going to give it all to Hillsdale College and Liberty University, conservative universities. And then that's it, right? I don't want to hear Democrats bitch. That would be perfectly fine, right? Oh, and we have all this money that's going to all these countries around the world. We're going to give it all to right-wing countries, right-wing political parties. Fair enough, right? What's Democrats' argument to that? What's the argument? Okay, the money's still being spent. We're just going to give it to the people we like now. You think they'd be okay with that? If that was what had been occurring, if you found out tomorrow that, in the late 90s, the government was sending $40 million a year to Rush Limbaugh and what was his network called? The UIB network. You think Democrats would have been like, cool. Yeah. And if Obama was like, hey, this is ridiculous. This is a waste of taxpayer dollars. We're going to stop spending that money. Do you think Democrats would have said, wait, hold your horses there, Barack. That's unconstitutional. Congress controls the power of the purse. You think for a second that's how it would have went? So that would be my backup plan if I'm Trump. Next thing that should happen, if it's true that Congress controls the purse strings, you can still have DOGE out all of this spending. And then what should happen should be every single Congress member should be asked about every single line item. If I was Trump, I'd be like, I'm not talking to any of you. I will not come to the negotiating table. I don't give a shit, Republican or Democrat. We're going to hold a special session of the House and the Senate where we're going to go through every single item that I want and say, did you vote for this? Get it on the record. Because if you're going to hide behind this, well, that's what Congress voted for, then let's get it on the record. Is Elon in charge? I don't know. Is he? If Trump says you're fired to Elon tomorrow, is Elon still in charge? I appreciate the Democrats that are floundering. They have nothing to say, so it's like, oh, we got President Elon. Cool. Whoa, dude. Oh, no. President Elon, you hit me where it hurts. Yeah, I don't give a shit. You're stupid. I don't give a shit. Who was the president the last 4 years? Who was making the calls at 3 a.m.? Okay, riddle of lightning. Who at USAID decided to pay Politico? Who was it? Was it Biden? Power of the purse, right? Who was it? Can you tell me who that was? I guess it's riddle of lightning. I said ride the lightning. Woman talented. No. By the way, riddle, if you're going to be riddle of anything, it's going to be riddle of steel, you know. So I have no problem with Elon going in, reading all of this stuff, disclosing it to Trump. Trump then saying, yep, we're going to stop this. If the courts say you can't stop that, then fine. Trump should say, then we're going to redirect it. And it's going to go to right-wing causes. And I don't want to hear any complaints from the Democrats. If you were fine with Politico getting $30 million, you should absolutely be fine with Daily Wire getting $30 million. The next thing that's worth talking about, I didn't say this. Someone said this on one of my posts, and I was like, this is so perfectly summed up. I forget who it was, and I'm so sorry. Let me see if I could. We're finding out, like, by the way, the New York Times, other places. I'm not going to be able to find the actual post. Whoever you were, maybe it was Fabian Liberty, maybe it was Lactoid. I don't know, but someone whose name I recognize said this. Maybe it's Aircraft Sparky. It's brilliant, though. Democrats always, and not just Democrats, more aptly, the establishment always hides behind plausible deniability. Jordan, thanks for the $5 super chat, says, I think Politico came up with the tier at the price with the help of government agencies. Without those payments, I don't think their tier exists. Probably true. Yeah, let's send Rob North $30 million. Don't worry, we'll get to that in a second. I'm going to be chatting up USAID, see what I could do. It's politics every step of the way. Thank you. So then I don't want my tax dollars going to my enemies that are trying to censor me and to make my life hell. Cool. I'm glad we agree. I'd prefer if we just weren't sending any money anywhere like that. Our tax dollars should be largely kept in our own pockets more than it already is. And to the extent that they are taken, they should be given to things that are the public good for everyone. Roads, military, border security, helping out with natural disasters. Not paying fucking Politico, the New York Times, etc. But if that's going to be, well, we have to do that, we have to send these payments out, then I would prefer that those payments go to organizations that don't hate me. Plausible deniability. If it came out tomorrow that under the Biden administration, USAID gave $50 million to Hunter Biden, what do you think the Democrats' argument would be? What do you think their argument would be? Holy shit. Elon would be out there, $50 million wired right into Hunter Biden's bank account from USAID 2022 while his dad was president. What would their argument be? I know exactly what they would say. Immediately, I know what they would say. That's right. Andrew Haskin nails it. But they didn't know. This is a lie. This story's a lie. You would see Politico and the New York Times and Snopes and Rachel Maddow. They'd all go, no, that story's bullshit. That's bullshit. Another hoax spread by Trump and Elon. Disinformation saying that they gave Hunter Biden $50 million. That's bullshit. That's a hoax. They bought paintings from Hunter Biden for $50 million. And Hunter is a unique artist. He's unique. So, that's what they would say. And you would say, wait a minute. But they would still have that plausible deniability. That's the whole Clinton Foundation. That's what it was. There was no selling of access to Hillary Clinton. Everybody knows. Every fucking Democrat in this chat knows. They know what was going on there. Hillary Clinton was selling access to herself as a politician and Secretary of State through the Clinton Foundation. We all know it. Every one of us knows it. Just so happened, people in groups were making large donations to the foundation that would have private meetings with Hillary or Hillary's State Department. And then once she was no longer in office, those dried up to the Clinton Foundation. But there's plausible deniability. Well, no, the Clinton Foundation's fighting AIDS. Every single thing that they do. My big focus was on the criminality of the FBI and the corruption. Look at the double standards of how the FBI went after Trump and people connected to Trump versus his opponents. In 2016, they opened 2 investigations simultaneously. Crossfire Hurricane, which was the Russia collusion investigation into Trump and his team, and the mid-year exam, which was the investigation into Hillary's team. With Hillary's team, they literally went with as soft of a hand as possible. They were giving everyone immunity. They were allowing them in almost unprecedented ways, like Hillary, to testify with other people they were investigating, like Cheryl Mills, her assistant. Every single break afforded to Hillary's team. With Trump's team, the exact opposite. Went so hard after him, they accidentally illegally spied with 2 FISA warrants on his team. Raiding people like Roger Stone in the middle of the night while it just so happened CNN was tipped off and was there. Former CIA Director Brennan meeting with James Comey and saying, oh, CNN's thinking of running the Trump P-tape video or story, the Christopher Steele dossier story. We just need an angle. And James Comey's like, oh, okay. Then James Comey immediately calls a meeting with Trump to discuss the P allegations, to which then CNN uses somehow it got leaked to them that Comey had this meeting, and they used that to smear Trump and to finally report on it. All this shit. And what's their excuse every time? Plausible deniability. Well, technically, we don't have smoking gun that it was corrupt. They appeal to the authority of these institutions. That's what they do. Well, they said it was okay, so it's okay. New York Times is the most trusted name in news, man. The gold standard, the gray lady. They don't think it's corrupt. They got Pulitzers for their Russiagate investigation. Nancy Pelosi, crushing the stock market, crushing the experts. Maybe not, though. Maybe it's not corrupt. Maybe she's just very good. Teriak, thanks for the raid, my friend. You've raided a great channel. A fat, ornery, yet happy politics streamer who's going to stream a little drama here later tonight at 11. Appreciate it, Teriak. Thanks so much. I still can't figure out how to raid on YouTube. Twitch I could do. Here's another USAID thing I like. Right? USAID will send money to organizations that are this is kind of how it'll work, right? Some ally or donor of the Democrats or family member of the Democrats or establishment Republicans, but I repeat myself, they'll start a contractor here in the United States, some sort of contracting group, right? Then they'll find an issue. They'll take a country, they'll be like, AIDS in Zimbabwe. Then they go to Zimbabwe and they find some locals there that they can get in on the grift and say, you start an organization here. Okay, so now we got the Zimbabwe to Combat AIDS organization in Zimbabwe. And then we got in D.C., friends and family of Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer have started we're really super serious about AIDS in Zimbabwe. Then they go to Congress, they get money passed, $30 million to USAID that's going to fight AIDS in Zimbabwe. They put together a policy paper, it's a very important issue. They get it passed through it's on, page 373 of this fucking bill that no one reads. It gets passed through as pork. Then 80% of that money goes to the DC contractor, 20% goes to the Zimbabwe contractor, and of that, only 5% ever gets to actually doing dick all to fight AIDS in Zimbabwe. That's how that shit works. So everybody gets on the grift. Transgender studies in fucking Belarus. Sesame Street in Iran. Yeah, let's do it. $1 million here, $1 million there, $1 million here, $1 million there. But that's not even the worst of it. That's bad enough. That's fraud and the people are enriching themselves. And it's waste. But what's even worse is the money that's being sent to entities that are then used to be weaponized against citizens in this country that the establishment doesn't like. Such as going to NGOs to bring in illegal immigrants. Which, by the way, the majority of the country is against. Or going to political entities or media entities that hate people like me and say that I spread disinformation. My tax dollars has to go to places like Politico that then says that people like me spread disinformation. And the argument that Democrats use to defend all this is, so you don't care about solving AIDS? Does that sound familiar? Because that's sort of the go-to. Here's a little tip. And by the way, if you're on the left, you can do this as well, because it happens on the other side as well. When people, maybe if some intrepid person might go back and find clips of me doing this. When people in government positions refuse to be transparent and to discuss what they're doing, and instead say, but, blah, 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 some horrible, like, non sequitur thing, it's because they can't defend what they're doing. Let me give you an example. Remember during COVID, when I was like, wait. You want to lock down the United States economy, the largest, most complex national economy in the history of the world, and you want to lock that down because of a virus? Yep. Okay, I have many questions. How many people do you think that this pandemic's going to affect? How many will die? What's the lethality rate? What other policies could we have? At what point does the government feel they have the right to strip us of our rights, such as the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment? What point? How bad do things have to get before the government feels that they can declare an emergency? How many people will be harmed based on the lockdown policies that you're prescribing? All of these questions. It doesn't matter. Even if you favored lockdowns, you should have been like, yeah, these are reasonable questions to attempt to answer. And you want to know, does anyone remember what the government's argument was? Does anyone remember when you asked these questions? Not just the government, almost the entirety of the media, almost everyone I debated. They made one very simple argument. When I was like, wait. What if it saves one person? It's sort of getting into. They made a very specific argument that I heard over and over. Over and over. I heard this argument. Ready? Here's the argument. It's close. Pandemic Slayer, that's very close. That was certainly an argument. Here's the most common argument I heard. What do you want, Grandma to die? This guy wants Grandma to die. He wants Grandma to die. There you go. Albert himself got it. That's it. So, for example, my governor in Pennsylvania in 2020, Tom Wolf, he had an attorney general named Josh Shapiro, who at one point was the frontrunner for the Democrat VP slot, and is now the current governor of Pennsylvania. Tom Wolf parodied that exact line. He said, if you questioned his lockdowns, what do you want, Grandma to die? Simultaneously, he ordered nursing homes to accept COVID patients, thereby causing Grandma to die. You see, so if you were young and healthy and not at much risk for COVID, you couldn't go to work because there was a chance you might bump into someone's grandma there that was bringing cookies to them at work. But if you were someone in a nursing home that got COVID at the hospital, they'd send your ass back to COVID. So grandma didn't get to hang out with young, healthy you that didn't have COVID. Instead, her new roommate had COVID. And all under the auspices of, we can't ask any questions because you want grandma to die. That was their argument. And they did it. They implemented all that shit. And then they shrugged their shoulders like, what happened to the economy? What happened to the economy? When there were people like me, unlike Taylor M., I don't consider myself a fucking expert in anything except late night snacks. What? How did I nail it? Like, way back. Ask people like Aftershock that was here. I felt like a lone voice screaming, criticizing Trump. I was like, what the fuck's going on? Lockdowns? Are you fucking nuts? You don't see? I said, I felt like a broken record during COVID. I don't know how many times I said this. There are three things that could be damaging this country under COVID. The first would be The illness itself. I have no idea how many people would affect. It could kill anywhere from 1,000 to millions of people. I don't know. But the truth is, as a country, the United States will survive it. The second, which will be far more damaging, will be the harm that comes from the proposed solution. This will be things like mandates, lockdowns, etc. That, in the long run, will be dealing with the repercussions for more than a decade to come, particularly the economic fallout, which will make people's quality of life so much lower and lead to more deaths than the pandemic itself. We will deal with this for a decade because we are intentionally cutting off our nose to spite our face. We are taking a known evil, sabotaging our economy to fight off an unknown evil of this virus, and no one will tell us what the rationale behind it is. They just say, what do you want grandma to die? But if I'm honest, the truth is we as a country will survive, even that. However, what might take us down as a country is if, as a country, we are willing to sacrifice in the most stark way that I have ever seen so many fundamental rights, including the right to go outside to a park, visit your parents at a nursing home, have a wedding, have a funeral. If we're willing to give that up out of fear, then I'm afraid this might be the first step in trial run in authoritarian government policies that actually will be able to take down the experiment that is the United States of America. I bet I said almost verbatim that exact thing from fucking March of 2020 the whole way up through 2021. I talked to people like Akana Boy, who's an expert or well-respected in the field of economics. They didn't see it. All these economic experts, they didn't see it. We didn't see the writing on the wall that it would have disastrous effects. Or, well, we did. Now they'll say, well, we did, but it was necessary. Was it? You didn't even try to answer questions. It's the same shit here. All this shit you're going to see that our government, not just through USAID, hopefully DOGE does a fantastic job. I'll talk about a problem with DOGE here in a second. Hopefully they do a fantastic job and out more and more corruption every day. Rand Paul's been, he puts out his Festivus airing of grievances every year. Go read his threads on this every year. The airing of grievances thread. It's just ridiculous spending that the government does. It never catches traction. Why would it? Well, it turns out a lot of the same media outlets that you would expect to be reporting on this for the American people to be outraged about are also got their hand in the cookie jar. Politico may have incentive to not report on government wasteful spending to certain media groups when they're getting $38 million. But Rob, the government didn't send them, they purchased a product. Right. Any of you ever known anyone to work at a local newspaper? I knew a guy that worked at a local newspaper. And I remember there was weird political shit that you would deal with. He would talk about dealing with locally. And one of the issues was he was writing a story, I think on like local athletics. I can't remember the details. This is 20 years ago. Randy Raid. Thank you, Randy. Wow. Follow Randy. Thank you. Kick, man. No one ever watches me on Kick. I feel like I'm screaming in the void over there. Thanks, Randy. Oh, groypers. They'll like half of what I say. So my friend worked for this local newspaper, and he was going to write a story that was critical of, like, athletics, some shit. And it had to do with this local business guy that behaved poorly. If I remember, I might be way off base, but this wasn't like a he murdered someone scandal. It was like acted a fool at the local basketball game to the point where like police got called because there was like a disorderly conduct charge. And he was told by his newspaper editor of this small town newspaper, you can't write that story. Why not? He's one of our biggest ad buyers. You can't write that story. Your little pissant story about this dude made a fool of himself at the basketball games, gonna cost us thousands of dollars in revenue, and as a small town paper, we need every dollar we could get. Sorry, no. You don't think that shit doesn't happen at the national level? You don't think? How about this? This shit doesn't happen at the streamer level. You can't even get fucking orbiters to call out someone like Destiny because they are assuming that, if we got to keep that bridge open so we can get more money. Do you think Politico's getting a contract for $38 million? And it just so happens that they're the outlet that's breaking the Dobbs decision to story. Just so happens. We had a leaker at the Supreme Court. Who breaks the story? Politico. Who broke the story about the 51 former agents saying the Hunter Biden laptop story was bullshit? Politico. But that's okay. That's okay. It's not that the government gave them money. They just bought a service from them. That's all. Politico does really good news. Careful, groypers. I know what you want to talk about, but... So that what we're told is this, in effect. Fuck, we'll talk about Israel some too. The groypers are here. We'll shit on Israel. Why not? I'm told that I have to cheer for an agency that's sending my tax dollars that I have no say in, that I have to pay, that then goes to institutions that actively hate me and make my life worse, because a pittance of the money is going to fight AIDS in Africa. I say fuck that. How about this? We save our tax dollars, and then some people pro bono. I'll join in on this. I'll join in. You ready? Hello, my friends in Africa. You get a raw deal. You've been getting a raw deal for a long fucking time because other countries meddling in your affairs. Tell them to stay at home. Anytime someone comes and says that they're going to help you out, there's going to be strings attached to that. They don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about your people. They are trying to find a way to exploit you. That's the history of this world, and it's certainly been the history of most countries in Africa. I want to talk to you today about AIDS. AIDS and HIV is a severely debilitating disease that will affect your immune system. Stop fucking people unprotected all the time, particularly things like anal sex. Thank you. This has been a PSA. There, I just saved us hundreds of billions of dollars. I did it. And I'm sure we can get other streamers to join in with that. All right, groypers, listen. I'll talk a little Israel to appease you all, but please don't say anything to get me fucked terms of service, because as you can see, your chat's showing up on other platforms that I'm on as well. I would appreciate it. I certainly have never done anything to sabotage anyone on... That's what we're told to expect by USAID. Again, all you have to do is put the shoe on the other foot, and what do you think people would say? Here's a question for you. How many streamers that I've personally interacted with on the left are getting paid through USAID? How many? I'm not saying that they got checks that say USAID on them, but are they getting paid through a PAC? Did Progressive Victory PAC, that paid so many Democratic streamers that I streamed with, debated? Did they get money from USAID? Rob, what about all the right-wingers that got money through Russia? Well, two things. One, the Tenet Media scandal. You're a fucking idiot if you're getting $100,000 per video and you don't ever ask yourself, where's this money coming from? You're either lying or you're a willful fucking idiot. And maybe I would be a willful idiot for $100,000 per video too. Some of those people's YouTube channel, Tim Pool's Big Show gets a lot of views. But some of those people, like Benny Johnson, you go to his channel on Tenet, it was getting like 10,000 views. And he's making like tens of thousands of dollars per video? Yeah, you might stop and say, whoa, where's this money coming from? So, yeah. But secondly, that's not as big of a deal to me. Oh my God, Rob said that he doesn't give a shit about corrupt Russian influence? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I assume that corrupt fucking oligarchs around the world can give money to whoever they fucking please. Ethically, you should disclose if you're getting money from someone. If right now, If right now the Groypers wanted to say, Rob, we'll sign you to a contract for $10,000 a month, I'd say, okay. And then if they said, what do you got to say about Nick Fuentes? And I said, here's where I think he's shit. What have I done wrong? The unethical nature of it would be if I change my opinion because of the money I'm taking, or if I don't disclose it. Take politics out of it, right? Great value bottled water. When I'm parched and yelling about politics, nothing refreshes my thirst as much as great value water. The pH balance is so perfect, you'll think that you're drinking from an Arctic spring. Great value water. Available at local Walmarts everywhere. Now, did I do anything unethical there? No. But what if I'm getting paid by Great Value to say that? And I'm trying to put through the impression that this is just my organic belief. Then you might say, no, in the grand scheme of things, I don't really give a fuck. But yeah, okay, there's some ethical tension there. If you're getting paid for your political beliefs by a political party or political action group, you should probably admit that. But I'm cool with that. I don't give a shit. Progressive Victory was paying all these like smaller left-wing streamers like Wick TV. I say fucking roll with it, Wick. I don't give a shit. Make that bag. I don't care. You should admit it, but I take super chats and donations. I don't know where the hell you people are from. John Kell says, don't care about demon rats. Say about corruption. I agree. Thanks for being a member again, John. Yeah, the Big Lebowski poster behind me, yeah. Oh, John Cena's... Oh, Xena, okay. Love Bill Hicks, too. I was a Bill Hicks fan, yeah. Bill Hicks was my avatar in Above Top Secret when I was there. So, do I give a shit? Like, okay, Russia's the big boogeyman for the left right now. Like, okay, let's talk Israel. Do I give a shit if Israel's paying fucking Ben Shapiro money? No. I think that it'd be fair to, if he didn't disclose it, it'd be fair to criticize him. But I don't really give a shit and assume that stuff happens. They have every right to do it. I don't give a fuck. I just don't care. But you know what I do care about? If I'm forced to give Ben Shapiro money, that I care about. That's why it's worse. The government of Russia paying some streamer to fucking put out a video is one thing. Me being taxed and then that money going to people that ideologically disagree with me, so I am funding the very people that want to destroy me, that I have a problem with. So I'm not saying that there's no ethical dilemma with taking money from Russia. But it's worse if our tax dollars are going to places like the New York Times that exist largely to discredit people that share my political opinions. America, yeah. B. Netanyahu sends a $100,000 super chat to Ben. Keep up the great work. That's very nice. Whoever must stand for Bob Netanyahu. That's funny. Hey, man, I'll say it right now. Throw that fucking USAID money my way. Throw it my way. I'll take it. I've said this many times. My audience is going to hate to hear this. I fucking work. You know how many hours I work this week? I don't get paid for my sleep shifts, which can be quite sporadic. For those that don't know, I do home health care with adults with disabilities. This week, I went into work Saturday at 2. I was there 24/7 until Thursday at 1. I make $20 an hour. So if USAID wants to throw me a cool fucking $38 million, I'll be happy to talk up the administration. Now, I don't know. Maybe my conscience would get the better of me. I like this administration anyways. I'll criticize them when I feel necessary. I'm not surprised that people sell out I'm surprised at how little they sell out for. Just because the groupers are here, I'll throw them a bone for a second. I think that Trump's comments on Gaza are fucking despicable. If I try to steelman his position, him saying we'll own Gaza, perhaps it's an attempt at a negotiating tactic to sort of light a fire under Israel and Palestine's ass, and maybe even more importantly, the sort of country surrounding, to try to come up with some solution, or the United States is going to come in. The point that one fucking boot from America hits the ground in Israel will be fucking outrageous. And there's already boots there, by the way. But I don't give a shit to the groupers here. I don't think Israel's this great fucking evil that a lot of you people do. I don't. I think they're shitty and they have way too much undue influence in our country. I don't think it's to the level where every time that person must be Jewish, every time something bad happens. I don't fucking like Hamas. I feel that it's a shitty war with shitty people on both sides doing shitty things, and the United States no longer has the resource. There's too many problems occurring back home, and we've lost the moral authority to try to be the world police. I say we get the fuck out of there and we stop sending money to both sides. And we say, Israel, you do what you got to do. And if you go too far and the rest of the world decides that they're going to come at you, you're on your own. Good luck. Then let's see if there's a peaceful solution. I'm not taking sides in the issue. I understand that I could probably talk to Nick and he would be able to educate me on how Israel is this evil, all this shit that they did is evil. Then I could bring someone on the other side that would talk to me about how actually Israel's just, sure, they've done some bad things, but to be honest, they're fighting this evil, Hamas and Hezbollah and all this shit. I'm sorry to say this. I basically don't give a shit. I want a country that cares about the people of this country. I don't want leaders from both parties that gives a shit more about foreign nations, whether it be Ukraine, whether it be Israel, or any other country. I don't think that the leaders of our country as a whole, give two shits about the people of this country. That's what I think. Do I give a shit if a person's Jewish? No. Do I give a shit if a person's like, fuck Palestine, Israel should just take that shit over? No, I don't really give a shit. Do I give a shit if Palestinians are like from the river to the sea? Nope. Do I give a shit if they're locking down public roads? Yeah. Do I give a shit if they're bullying, harassing people at school? Yelling at them is one thing, but like blocking them from getting to class and shit? Yeah, I guess. That's it. Do I care that innocent people die? Yeah, I do. But I remember, I don't know if I ever told this story on stream, but I was a drunk. I'm 40, so until I met I can't say that. I met my wife now when I was 26. So we've been married for 10 years, right? So we dated for like 4 years and got married. But I met her when I was 26. Previous to that, from the age of like 18 to 26, I was a really fucking big alcoholic, right? Then even once I met her, we were still partiers. I didn't drink like I used to, but I mean, I was a big alcoholic. And this one night, like randomly, I was probably like 22. We're having like a little get together at my house. There's probably like 10 people there, and I'm drunk as shit. And I go upstairs to the bathroom and I take a piss. And then I don't know what it was. There's like something in my teeth. I don't know if I was eating popcorn or something. I started brushing my teeth. And I looked in the mirror and I couldn't get this thought out of my head. That like how lucky I am. That like my life is so great. And I'm living like on a fucking couch at this point. Making like $12 an hour. My life's so great that like my big problem every day is like, where am I going to find the next case of beer tomorrow? Meanwhile, there are people in third world countries that are struggling to find their next meal. And who the fuck am I? Who am I to sit here and all these worries in my life while these horrible evils are occurring around the world? And it bummed me the fuck out for like 2 weeks. For 2 weeks, I was super bummed about this. And then I remember just laying in bed one night and just thinking like, how could you live your life like this? You can't. Okay, I'm lucky. So? What I should do is not cause intentional harm. But other than that, what am I supposed to do? Take the world's sins on my shoulder? I can't. And so why be miserable? I could affect the thing. I could be a better neighbor. I could be a better worker. I could be a better friend. I could be a better brother. I could be a better son. Now I'm married. I could be a better husband. I could be a better father. But I'm gonna be my fat fucking asthmatic diabetic ass. I'll probably die in the next 10 years. I hope not. But 100 years after I'm dead, no one's gonna remember me. Unless I do something real stupid on stream, become infamous. But no one will remember me. And the same's true of all of you. So what do we have? What are we leaving behind? My relationships, my family. That's it. My friends. That's the shit that matters. Now, why do I bring this up? Because as a government, the government should exist to provide for the will and the well-being of the people that make up the citizenry of that country. So what's that mean? We shouldn't go out and say we're going to kick every country's ass and take all their shit so our people could be more rich. I don't think, just like me as an individual, shouldn't go out and cause intentional evil. But I prioritize the people of my country. This is why I consider myself a nationalist instead of a patriot. I am patriotic. But to me, if you use that family metaphor from a country to a family again, a patriot's someone that says, I love my family. They're the greatest. And a nationalist is someone that says, I love my family, and everything I do is going to be for the benefit of them. That's how I feel. Our country doesn't give a shit. The leadership of this country doesn't give a shit about the people of this country. Or it hasn't for a long time. Or it doesn't seem like it. More people are on the streets today protesting Elon Musk's DOGE, showing USAID sending money to New York Times and Politico than they were about the fucking California wildfires, the Maui wildfires, the hurricane in North Carolina, the train wreck in East Palestine, the fucking insane border situation with all the shit that's happening there, the lockdowns that we saw under COVID. Just to let you know where the country's priorities are, the leadership's priorities are. Oh boy, Chuck Schumer's out there today, isn't he? That's where you gotta laugh when it came to the confirmation. I know the stream's a little fucking all over the place, but I haven't streamed for a week, so bear with me. Chuck Schumer. With the confirmation hearings, like RFK. Does anyone really believe that organically that the Democrats are like, oh my goodness, this RFK just knows so little about health? You know who the health secretary they unanimously confirmed was in 2020? Rear Admiral Levine? Rachel Levine? Yeah, I should have a PowerPoint. It's not a bad idea. Levine was the health secretary in Pennsylvania in 2020 when COVID was occurring. We had Governor Tom Wolf. That's where I live. Now, one of the things that Rachel Levine did was instructed nursing homes that they had to accept COVID patients. At one point, a huge percentage of the deaths in Pennsylvania early were from long-term care facilities like nursing homes. Rachel Levine publicly said, don't worry, your loved ones are fine. Don't worry about our policies with nursing homes. You know what they did to their own mother? Took them out of a long-term care facility. So publicly the message from Levine was, your family will be fine. Don't worry about your loved ones. Well, Levine took their mother out of a long-term care facility. Who is Rachel Levine? That's Rachel Levine. There's a person that knows about health. Pennsylvania was ran terribly under Levine. Let me shill myself here for a minute. I'm but a humble, small streamer. I do all right with the live streams, but my non-live videos, rarely do they do that well. What's this? Oh, wow. Look at that. It used to be, I didn't even notice. I had a video recently that, see, this is why you cover drama. My Destiny video in August got 15,000 views. That's my most ever. But here was for a long time. Well, this video the other day did quite well for me. 8,000 views. Nice. Bear with me. We're going to watch a little video of mine. People wonder why I still haven't given up the COVID fight. Every one of these pricks should be held accountable. I'm sorry, I haven't moved on. Now, what we're going to do here is see my governor's, this story's from May 11th, 2020. My video's from around this time. My governor, or no, it would be June. It's George Floyd shit, you'll see. My governor, Tom Wolf, features heavily in this video because he called us all cowards if we didn't lock down. That's the Orwellian language they'd use. You're a coward if you didn't lock down under COVID, right? That's what they said. Okay? Then, of course, he would violate his own orders. I'll show you Rachel Levine is here. Let's go through it. 6 minutes. Bear with me.
On May 11th, Governor Wolf came out and released a
Sorry, you can tell I was sick when I made this video. Also fatter.
statement on county commissioners that were threatening to violate his lockdown orders and open up. The reason they were doing this is because they were concerned their constituents were losing their livelihoods, not being able to go to work. Wolf was not impressed with this and thought that there would be consequences for people breaking his law and that it would lead to the virus spreading and putting everyone's life in jeopardy. Here's from his statement. In his latest press briefing, Governor Tom Wolf responded to the politicians planning to defy the stay-at-home order. He called the move a cowardly act and reminded politicians they're putting lives at risk. In recent days, politicians in various counties sent letters notifying them their plans to move from red phase to yellow on May 15th. According to the governor, counties that do not follow the stay-at-home order will not get funding because they're putting all of us at risk and operating illegally. He said non-compliant counties will not qualify for federal discretionary funds. Quote, to these politicians who decide to cave in to this coronavirus, they need to realize the consequences of their cowardly act. The funding we'll have put aside to help fighting this crisis will go to the folks who are doing their part. And that includes our CARES Act funding that will be used to support counties that are following orders to prevent the spread.
Real quick here. Now, notice what he's doing here. This has to do with sort of what we're talking about, power of the purse and Congress versus the executive, etc. What's happening here is the federal government took a bunch of our money after they basically encouraged lockdowns, and then they had what was called the CARES Act, and this was going to be then divvied out to states for the states then to dole out as they saw fit to help fight COVID. One of the things that we've learned is that many of these states didn't use that money in their help to fight COVID. They used it for a bunch of other budgetary shortfalls. So again, going to the problem with USAID, it's not just that the congressional or the legislative branch approves money and controls the power of the purse. It's how the executive chooses to implement it. Here we can see Tom Wolf saying, if you disagreed with his authoritarian draconian lockdowns, if counties disagreed with him, he would make sure those counties did not get the federal funding that was divvied out to those counties as the executive of the state.
Wolf told business owners that these politicians are putting their businesses at risk of losing their health department certificate, liquor license, and certificate of occupancies. Now, think of what he's saying there. If you live in a county and your county says, okay, go ahead and open up, and Tom Wolf disagrees and says that violates his order, he'll take your license to operate. He'll take your health certificate. He called you a coward. He said that if you break the law, there'll be consequences. He had no time for this. He said that it would lead to deaths. Now, fast forward to Monday. There was supposed to be a press conference with Tom Wolf. He had put out a statement over the weekend that was completely opposite when it came to the protests that were occurring in Pennsylvania about the death of George Floyd. Now, despite these facts that these protests had riots that occurred in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, Tom Wolfe still played lip service to him and talked about the need to fight systemic racism and why these protests were important. My friend Todd Bartley was able to attend the press conference, and Wednesday was going to be able to ask Secretary Levine of the Department of Health why Tom Wolfe called people cowards who wanted to open their businesses and provide for their family, but he celebrated protesters, some of which ended up leading to riots in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia that wanted to protest about a cop killing someone states over. 15 minutes before he went in to ask this question, he found out that in Dauphin County, where Harrisburg is located, it's still under Code Yellow, which he'd known that, which means you can't have large gatherings. 15 minutes before he got to ask the question, he heard that Tom Wolfe was personally in Dauphin County at a protest that had over 200 people. In other words, Tom Wolfe was breaking his own law. And so he decided to ask Secretary Levine what was going on. Here's the question and her response.
Secretary, Dauphin County just moved to yellow on May 29th, which means no large gatherings. And apparently there's a march going on that has more than 200 people in it today in Dauphin County. Can you clarify the administration's position on May 11th? Business owners were called cowards for wanting to reopen their businesses, and today the governor is actually marching in that. Is that not in violation of your order and his order for large gatherings?
Well, so we have, then the governor has always said that people have the right to protest and to demonstrate and the right of free speech. And so overall, we want large gatherings such as maybe a party or some type of concert or something to be under 250 people. But we are not restricting people's right to protest. There are also obviously significant social issues, that are present, that people feel that they need to have a voice, and so the governor is always supportive of that and is participating in that. April, there is a question back.
That's who Levine is. By the way, what an answer, right? Well, the lockdowns don't apply to the Black Lives Matter protests because we think protesting for issues are important. Next question. That's Levine, for those wondering. Failed their way to a higher position with the Biden administration. Was he, she, they qualified? Doesn't understand the biological difference between men and women? Now the same crowd that unanimously voted to confirm Levine is like, but RFK's not qualified. I saw Taylor M say, okay, forget about Rachel Levine. What about JFK or RFK without comparing? Is he qualified? Yes! What's the qualifications to be health secretary? Or, I'm sorry, what's he running for? Department of Health. You want to know why he's not qualified? Because he questions Big Pharma. That's why he's not qualified. What was Pete Buttigieg's qualification to be Department of Transportation? He likes trains. Now you got people that are lifelong, supposedly populist Democrats like Bernie Sanders. Do you support this onesie? This onesie right here. Do you support the onesie? RFK Jr. right now on the spot. Do you support this onesie? What happened, Bernie? Feeling that burn yet, progressives? Bernie, you took all this money from Big Pharma. I did. It was from the workers in Big Pharma. I do not take the money from the executives of Big Pharma, just the workers of Big Pharma. Big Pharma is great and we should never question them.
Supportive of these.
Here's the burn. We'll get to the bottom of it. Get him, Burn.
Are you supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines. I will. I want good science, and I want to protect.
Are you supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of these?
Whoa, Bernie's fired up now, baby. The onesies. I didn't see Socialist Democrat superstar Bernie Sanders coming out against onesies as his, do you support these onesies? Get him, Bern. I'm once again asking you to condemn onesies. Thank you, Bernie. Enjoy your third lake house. Rob, are you worried that Elon may not know how the agencies work and reach the wrong conclusions? Yes, the same way that I'm worried when I'm diagnosed with terminal cancer and I have a 50-50 shot of surviving the surgery that I may stub my toe on the way to the car. That is a fear of mine. The onesies! We must stop the onesies! I'll tell you this much, man. Once Hank's older, if I decide I'm going to run for Congress again, and if I make it, I will guarantee at some point in some hearing of some committee I'm on, I'm just going to find a picture of a funny onesie and be like, do you support this onesie? And they'll be like, I'm the FBI director? What are you talking? This onesie! Will you condemn this onesie? Condemn! Good stuff. Nah, I'm not going to condemn the onesie. What about the polio vaccine? Yeah, I don't give a shit. We have Congress people that think that Guam will tip over if too many people are on one side. It is clear that the health of this country is significantly going downhill, and pharma has a lot to do with it. So if he once in a while comes to a conclusion that I think's maybe not the smartest thing in the world, doesn't matter. What's the current plan? What was the current? We must condemn the onesie. My Bernie impression gets worse all the time. It's bad. I can only do raspy impressions. Like my son all the time. I can do Cookie Monster. Cookie. That's it. Also, when I'm doing an impression of my wife, I always make my voice deeper, but she does not have a deep voice. It's very weird. So that's USAID for you. Huh? It's just the tip of the iceberg, by the way. Make no mistake about it. This stuff runs rife, and nothing's been done yet. Outing it's fine. Why did I vote for Trump in 2016? 2 reasons. To out the corruption and to do something about it. They outed it, and then nothing happened. Same thing here. Brianna Wu. Maybe we'll talk about Brianna on the panel tonight. I am a onesie affirmer. I want a government that's not corrupt before competent. How about that? What do you think, Taylor? What do you think that RFK is going to do? That he's so incompetent. What do you think he's going to do? What's RFK going to do? He's got 4 years. So he comes in, totally bans the polio vaccine. That's what you're worried he's going to do? Just out of nowhere, it's like, no more polio vaccine. Fuck it. That's what you think he's going to do? What an asshole you would feel like if actually he gets in there and they do a lot of research and it shows some sort of connection to vaccines and autism. What a fucking asshole you would look like. Huh. I'm not saying that would happen, but boy, oh boy, would you be a fucking asshole. Huh. Wouldn't you look like a huge fucking asshole? Just saying. You'd look like you're pro-autism for children. Just like all these Democrats now. What are they so pissed about that Elon's going to do? They'll bullshit. Well, we don't want unelected people having this kind of power. Oh, you mean like the unelected people at USAID? Like those people? Like the unelected people that were running the Biden administration when he was a human vegetable? If it's shown that vaccines don't cause autism, what would that mean? If RFK leads studies that show that vaccines don't cause autism, and then he banned vaccines, I would say, remove this man immediately. Yeah, I saw that Mirage Leonardo. Who's surprised? That's par for the course. Couple more things. So I'm on a panel talking about Destiny drama at 11 o'clock. Yay. We'll finish up on this shit. The reason that those people like Bernie are so vitriolically against RFK is because so much of the money of our establishment class comes from Big Pharma. That's the fucking problem. They have very little to say with fentanyl deaths. They have very little to say with fat asses like me and diabetes. They don't care about the declining health of this country. They don't give a shit. Same with the people that are furious about questions of the Department of Education. There are cities in this country where the reading proficiency amongst black students is less than 1%. You rarely hear a peep out of these people. I hear you, buddy. What's up? I love you, buddy. I'll be down later tonight, I promise. Maybe I shouldn't be yelling fucking asshole as much. Sorry about that, Taylor. Oh, thanks for the raid, whoever raided. Appreciate it. That's what's going on. That's why they're so upset about it. Another question. How much of our culture is funded through these organizations like USAID and other governmental money? Didn't you ever find it weird that like all of these media outlets that can't get like any viewership, that's just declining rapidly, how they're still in business, still crushing it? Yeah, I know, Taylor. I have fun too. Like, look how unpopular this trans shit is. But it's everywhere. It was everywhere. Why? No one really liked it. In fact, you're now hearing reports that a bunch of companies are like, we're secretly happy that Trump's doing this shit because now we could use it as an excuse because we're tired of it. We're just fucking tired of it. How much of it is through? We do this, by the way, look at USAID's message. Take America out of it. Look at their democracy promotion around the world. And look at what they've said. Mike Benz is doing phenomenal work on this. Look at what they say. All of the stuff they meant out. Like, and this is what I find so funny about debating all these people on fucking Burisma and all the Ukraine shit and problems with propaganda back here at home, with disinformation war and all that shit. They'll fully admit it when it benefits them. They'll admit it. Oh, yeah. You know, part of our democracy promotion initiatives is we finance NGOs in countries with governments that we find hostile. And then we'll take an issue like HIV and we'll use that as a cutout to sort of get the political aspirations of people we want into power. And we'll use that money in those groups, you know, maybe we'll pay celebrities, we'll foster social media, etc. for certain issues that we want. Maybe pro-LGBT issues. So you go to a country where it's very unpopular, like a Middle Eastern country, and then you're able through financing to push cultural issues and slide the scale. Why couldn't you do it back home? Why wouldn't that work here? What's up, Carney Zerad? How much of the culture, how many of the streamers I debate, how much of the culture that we engage in, how much of it's been partially financed by your tax dollars? How much? And people like little old me, zero connections, plugging away. Got to watch tiptoe around saying anything because the almighty algorithm and fucking censors at these social media platforms that I rely on to get a message out there. Oh, you can't question. Oh, what year is it? 2022. Can't question where the virus came from. Can't question vaccine mandates. I got 2 fucking community strikes 2.5 years after the fact that in December of 2020 I got COVID. So what did I do? I came up and streamed for 7 nights in a row while I had COVID and just talked about my symptoms. 2.5 years later, I got 2 community strikes on 2 of those videos for medical misinformation for talking about my own COVID symptoms 2.5 years previously. That's how fucking crazy the algorithm. Or, because I streamed to multiple platforms, I remember streaming with a friend of mine, Sarah Kane, and we had a phone call before the stream, and we had to talk about the issues we wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about COVID and shit. She said, you can't do that. I'm streaming on YouTube. Okay, can't do that. She wanted to talk about trans issues. I was like, can't do that. I'm streaming to Twitch. That's the shit that we dealt with. Our government paying NGOs to come up with censorship plans to pressure social media to censor people like me. My tax dollars financing, demonetizing, and shadow banning myself. That's what's going on. And the left, the truth of the matter is, they all knew this. We fucking knew it. We knew it. Like, you don't think we knew that all the money that's going from our tax dollars to universities isn't going to primary universities that fucking hate us as right-wingers? You don't think we knew that? You don't think we knew that it's going to a bunch of Soros-connected entities around the world? You don't think, or media outlets? We fucking knew it. And they were always just like, no. You don't think, I saw people saying this chat, you don't think Act Blue's corrupt, the Democratic donor group? Project Veritas, and now I guess James O'Keefe himself. How many videos did they do showing up to little old lady's house? Hey, according to Act Blue's records, you've donated 173 times in the past 2 years of amounts of $50 a piece to Act Blue. What? I live paycheck to paycheck. I gave money one time. Huh. They know or they don't want to know. That's why they're so against DOGE. They don't want the skeletons to be uncovered because it benefits them. That's the truth. You don't know what's going on. The story that we're talking about is there is an agency called USAID. It's for International Democracy Promotion. So Trump gets elected and Elon Musk heads this group that he's calling DOGE, which is the Department of Government Efficiency. And they're going to find wasteful spending. So they started going into the books at USAID. And it turns out they're financing all sorts of stupid shit. Trans shows in Europe and Sesame Street in Iran, but they're also financing a bunch of shit like the New York Times, Politico, sending them millions of dollars. And the Democrats are losing their fucking minds because so many of them benefit from this money. That's what's going on. And they're saying, but Elon wasn't elected. Yeah, neither was USAID. Oh my fucking God. Now, it's going to be an hour late, so I was hanging on till 11 o'clock. Now it's not going to start until 11:30 or 12, this panel. Here's a difficult conversation to have that the censors won't like on social media. Let's for a second join me with the journey and let's say we take out the debate as to whether or not this stuff's corrupt or not. It is. It is. It's a CIA money laundering operation. Yeah. But just ride with me for a second and say it is true. Let's say that there are tons of groups, organizations, etc. Forget about internationally, just in this country, that are getting millions upon millions upon millions of dollars from your tax dollars through these organizations. What would you do if that was cut off? What would you do to prevent that from being cut off? How far would you be willing to go? What if you were afraid that it was going to expose crimes? What would you do? Well, let's just talk about a totally unrelated story. I heard some right-wingers, but an awful lot of left-wingers, celebrate when a guy named Luigi shot the United Healthcare CEO. Why? Because that guy cost people money. That's right, cold slice of bread. They were funding terrorists as well. If Trump gets assassinated, who did it? Trump's already told you. He put a post out the other day. Oh, CIA, come on now. You know who it is. Who Trump said. Who Trump warned the other day. As soon as I read it, I shook my head. Was like, here we go. That's right, Scooby. That's right. Trump put a big post out. If Iran assassinates me, I've left instructions on what to do. If you were some Washington Beltway organization that was existence relied on the funding that you got from USAID, you know you're not going to get blamed. It'd be like 9/11, right? They'll find the fucking, in all the wreckage, they'll find the guy's passport, his written confession. Hello, my name's Mohammed. I'm from Iran. I'm doing this for Iran. I'll tell you who I hate's the CIA. The CIA tried to stop me. Mossad tried to stop me. All those Washington Beltways that get money from USAID, they said, don't do it. But I did it for Iran. And everyone will go, oh, yeah. And trust me, they'll wheel Mitch McConnell out there. He'll go. By the way, how the fuck? I mean, get out of here. Fuck Joe Biden and his dementia-rattled ass. But the fact that Mitch McConnell's still in Washington's a goddamn joke. These octogenarians, get out of town. That's right. Setting up this panel tonight. They're like, we can put it off to tomorrow. I have a wedding to go to tomorrow. Actually, the wedding's not tomorrow. The wedding's Saturday in Pittsburgh. But we're going to Pittsburgh tomorrow to get our hotel settled and all that good stuff. So, let's see what else. So I kind of planned to go till 11 there. What people want to talk about? Let's see what I've been posting on X. We'll just go we'll just go from top down. So most recent post, and if I talk to Ghost Politics, he thinks the U.S. is going to be hit up by a terror attack. Yeah, something crazy is going to happen. The Democrats and the establishment are the news cycle's moving too fast for them to mount a defense. Like, let's see what the Democrats have learned. Ready? Here's a nice CNN panel. Ready?
I do not have the same opportunity as you. I know I don't.
And you know
and
that
I know
too.
what, Scott?
I got. And you know that.
Let me just tell you about me.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I want to answer this.
I'm not talking about how you feel. I'm talking about how I feel. Me, a black woman in this country.
But not in this city.
And I will run. And if you want
Look,
me
I'm a
to,
New Yorker, not in
I
this
will
city.
run
You
the
cannot say that.
facts.
You
I
can't
will
say that
run.
in this city. But I have a.
I'm not talking about New York. I'm talking about actually
let her finish.
Asheville
Okay,
right
let her
here.
finish. Let her finish.
I got a law degree, a master's, and 2 bachelors. Probably more education than all of y'all added up together at this table,
Fine by
right?
me.
And I have always been the least paid person on payroll at every institution I have worked in. And it's not
Even
because...
in the White House?
Even in the White House.
Well, whose fault is that? I don't think you worked for George W. or Trump.
Well, guess wasn't what happened when I was there. DEI.
Wow, I could see she makes a compelling point about being the smartest person in the room. I'm speaking right now, and I know more than all of you. Wow, sold me. Fuck you in this narrative. This is one of the big lies that we've been told over. Does racism exist in this country? Yes. Are there times when it's disadvantageous to be black? Yeah, sure. Like, for example, if you want to be born into a 2-parent household. Yeah, it would be disadvantageous in that world. Sucks. And listen, there are, through no faults of people's own, through the circumstances they are born into, terrible shit that can happen. But that doesn't mean it's the result of just racisms. Like, for example, I grew up in a poor area in rural Pennsylvania, but I didn't have to worry about getting shot walking to school. There are people in inner city black communities that's not the case. But one of the reasons those areas are so bad, we can have issues of culture and other things like that. One of the reasons is because we're not allowed to talk about the problem. Because it's more racism. When you talk about it, you can't say 13% of the population commits 50% of murders. Okay, well, who do they murder? One way of saying it is you can't talk about the perpetrators because it's racism. All right, how about we talk about the victims? Oh, they're disproportionately black? But fuck them, right? Sorry, if you're black and get murdered by a black person, go fuck yourself. We're not allowed to talk about it. This is like when I was called racist because I was against riots during Black Lives Matter. I didn't want to see them burning down predominantly black neighborhoods. So that made me a racist. The non-racist position was to say, yeah, we support you, mostly peaceful. I always end up getting called racist for shit. Like, how about this one? I was racist for thinking that the United States government under NIH and Fauci funded a Wuhan lab that created COVID that then ended up causing so much misery. Not the virus itself, but then the excuse that it gave for lockdowns and shit like that. That was racism. I was racist for having that opinion. The anti-racist position was Chinese people are backwards heathens that ate bats and pangolins raw at a wet market. That's non-racism. You see? You see how that works? I'm smarter than all of you here, and I'll tell you what wasn't happening under that Biden White House when I was there. DEI. Wow. Killed it. That's where the Democrats are. Nah, she worked for the Biden administration. Over it. That's right. I don't give a shit. The old J.D. Vance meme. Margaret, I just don't care. One of the biggest lies we've been told is that how disadvantageous it is to be black in the job market. They did a study, don't you know? And they compared names like, if you put the exact same application and one person's name was Shanae Nikwa, and on the other was Lisa, Lisa got more callbacks. See, that proves that the country's racist. Well, what if you put a bunch of weird names that are associated with white trash? Like Bubba. How'd Bubba do compared to John? Did you check that one out? Oh, you didn't. Nonetheless, these small studies that were done years ago, we're supposed to take as the gospel truth, as if academia that's putting on these studies aren't rife with corruption all the time anyways, and ignore the reality we could all see in front of our face. That almost every company that has any public reaching face would crawl over broken glass to hire a minority if they thought that person was equally qualified as someone else. For example, every Fortune 500 company would gladly promote to positions of authority women, minorities, blacks, Hispanics, Muslims, disabled people. We all know it. Why did Elizabeth Warren pretend to be an Indian? I thought there was white privilege. If anything, if she thought she was Indian, wouldn't she pretend to be white so she could get the good privilege? Right? There's just all this shit we have to pretend. You have to pretend there's no biological differences between men and women. The boys could be girls. You have to pretend that, oh my God, the job market's brutal for black people. DEI, it doesn't exist. Only it does. And we can all see it right in front of our face. But we had to lie. Here's another one. Oh, it's so brutal to be a woman and run for president. It's so brutal. It's a huge advantage to be black and run for president. It's a huge advantage. Are there people that wouldn't vote for Barack Obama because he was black? Yeah. What percentage of them do you think was going to vote Democrat anyways? Are there people that literally only voted for Barack Obama because he was black? Yes. Do you think that was more or less than the people that wouldn't vote for him because he was black? I remember watching one of the debates between Trump and Hillary. And they were just one of these panels. They were like CNN or whatever. They're like, oh my goodness, the way that he aggressively walked up to shake her hand. I thought you were about equality. What are you talking about? He can't do that. He can't talk to a woman that way. Huh? Did you see the Democrat DNC chair business? Same shit. Well, we need more black people. They paralyze themselves. They have no arguments. What's the Democrat argument right now? What's the argument they're making against Trump? I saw Al Green on C-SPAN. He's holding up stickers that say impeach Trump. That's their plan. For what? Well, he's just not fit. And once these stickers go, I'm not making this up. Let me see if I can find this clip. I mean, it's hilarious. Here's longtime Democrat Al Green. Hey, you ready? What's the Democrats' plan to go after Trump? You ready?
Said that the protests don't have a plan. Well, the plan is here. This is the plan. Protest, complain now, impeach later.
Let's get to calls because the lines have lit up. Richard in Savannah, Georgia, Republican. You're up first, Richard.
Thank you.
Oh, this isn't the clip I wanted. I'm so sorry. We want to hear before this, before the caller cooks them. No. Oh. Give me a second. See, this is why I retweet so much so I can find it again later. Here we go. Here, we can hear Al Green's big plan. You ready? Oh, for crying out.
Said that the protests don't have a plan. Well, the plan is here. This is.
That's not it either. We'll give it one more try. Well, anyways, just take my word. You hear what he's saying there at the end. But he goes, he has these little stickers that say impeach Trump. He's like, that's our plan. Once you see these stickers all around the country, then people, they'll start to get the message that there's a plan. That's the plan? And he's like, I'm not saying that there'd be enough votes in the Senate to convict him to remove him from office, but it would put a black mark on him. You've impeached him twice. But this time we have stickers. Let's get him. We get his stickers. And then Bernie with his onesies. Do you condemn these onesies? We have stickers that say, I will condemn the onesie. This will make a difference. Good job, Bern. Let's see what else. We're just going back in reverse order of stuff I saw today that was fun. $400,000 payment to Gallup from USAID. Wonder why the polling was so wrong. New York Times, $50 million. AP, $19.5 million. Reuters, $9 million. BBC got $3.3 million. According to WikiLeaks, 9 out of 10 USAID dollars spent in 2022 went to contractors, mostly in the D.C. area. Less than 1 in 10 went to frontline groups. Yep, so your money that's going to fight HIV is really going to some contractor in D.C. who's paying their CEO $500,000 a year so that they could send $10,000 to Africa to fight AIDS. Mike Benz, he's so good. He's talking about all of these policies that USAID came. Here's one of their slides. Plan 8, or slide 8, developing norms and standards, legal and regulatory frameworks, and better social media content moderation is necessary for a healthy information ecosystem. That means your tax dollars is going to foreign institutions and organizations to promote legal frameworks for fighting disinformation. Now, what's the net effect of that? One, when they say disinformation, they mean information that's critical of the establishment. Remember, when they say fighting disinformation, that means three things. That means misinformation, which are things that you're wrong about mistakenly, disinformation, which are things that you're intentionally wrong about, and malinformation, which are truthful things that they don't want people to know about. Like, the virus probably came from a lab in Wuhan. Disinformation and censoring it has nothing to do with whether or not it's truthful. The factor that they're concerned with is, does it harm establishment narratives? So USAID is going to places in the EU that then pressures the EU to go after US-owned businesses like X to censor people like me and you. And if they do, if they pass these laws, which we're on the precipice of them passing, that'll mean that for companies like YouTube and Twitch and Instagram and X to be viable internationally, they'll have to censor what the EU considers to be disinformation. And your tax dollars are going to pay for that. Tom Homan today was out saying that someone leaked 2 ICE members, in Aurora, Colorado. There were gang members that ICE was going to arrest, and someone leaked from the government to those ICE members, to the gangsters. When they find these people, they should throw them in jail for 10 years. From Breitbart, the National Democratic Institute, with Tom Daschle, Stacey Abrams, Donna Brazile, Michael McFaul, and Randy Weingarten on its board, received $887,000 from fundraisers in 2022 and 2023. Okay, almost $1 million in fundraisers, pretty good. And received $167 million in government grants. So politicians, former head of the DNC, Donna Brazil, Randy Weirgarten, she's the woman in charge of America's largest teachers union that was instrumental in locking down children. Their organization got $167 million in government grants between 2022 and 2023. 81 million of that went to employee compensation. So right out of the gate, half of it goes to paying everyone that works there. 15 officers received compensation between $178,000 and $344,000 for a total of $2.8 million. $4.1 million on office expense, $13.7 million on travel, $4.2 million on conferences. Its mission statement? To work around the world to strengthen and safeguard democratic institutions, processes, norms, and values to secure a better quality of life for all. Your tax dollars. Do you understand this racket? Do you understand? Why are they fighting so hard? Mike Cernovich tweets this out. A married couple in D.C. running different USAID-funded scam nonprofits would be making in close to $750K to $1.5 million a year after year. While everyone works, while money was printed, they became fabulously wealthy. And worse, they were self-righteous snobs. Close it down. Do you ever wonder why the D.C. area is so wealthy? Ever wonder? What are they doing? Are you wondering why they're out there screaming with Chuck Schumer? Do you know how many people got filthy rich off of doing nothing? Worse than doing nothing? Actively hating you and pushing to censor you and pushing to go against your beliefs? All the while feeling smug and entitled? But you can't stop it. You have to keep sending him. Stop sending this money. If that's the argument, if the argument is Congress approved the money, it has to be spent. Send it to me, baby. I can shit on Democrats with the best of them. I'll take the fucking money. Rob, here, we're going to amplify you. Here's fucking $88 million for your organization. Get together with 15 other streamers, build a fucking bomb-ass studio, and talk shit on our political opponents all the time. For promotion of a better world. I'm feeling adventurous. You're in. Sounds good, right? Why not? Democracy promotion, baby. Right? Oh, Democrats would have a problem with that. I'll do it. I'll take my bag. U.S. Border Patrol chief. We're seeing an almost 90% decrease in illegal entry since January 21st. Not only that, but our criminal prosecutions that we're apprehending are up almost 52%. What happened? I thought Democrats were serious about securing the border. Since Trump came in, a 91% drop so far? And despite that there's 91% less people, we have 51% increased convictions? Or prosecutions? But I thought there was nothing that could be done. We needed the Langford bill that left 4,000 a day in. Sure, Crisco, you can spread democracy. You're in Canada, so you might go to jail for that. I don't know what the deal is up there. Granted, this is AI. Get the Destiny supporters out. Rob's using AI. Remember those PPP loans? Remember those? Payment Protection Plan loans? You know, the idea was we told my small town here, we told the garages and the beauty salons and the restaurants Sorry, you're locked down, man. You're locked down. Sorry, non-essential. And they said, how can we pay our employees? And they said, well, we'll send you these loans that you'll never have to pay back. We'll send them to you. And then my wife worked at a bank. And she's like, you want to know what's funny? Like, people that come in that could really use that I know are like a small, but they don't have a fucking clue. But the wealthy people in town, the handful, they know. They know right how to get that money. They know. But the people that could use it, they had no fucking clue. And then I remember one of my guilty pleasures is I love watching Judge Judy. Go back around that time. Go back to like 2022 and watch Judge Judy or Judy Justice now. I guess it's on whatever. It shocked me how many cases would be like, you know, so-and-so owes me $5,000. We planned this cruise. Where'd you get money from the cruise? Well, we got a PPP loan. What's the nature of your business? Well, me and my sister started an online business. What'd you do? You know how many people did that shit? Well, fucking rubes like me were working 80 hours a week. That's right. Destiny got $80,000, I've heard. I know he got some amount on a PPP loan. The estimated fraud on PPP loans is significant, with some sources suggesting nearly $100 billion in funds were taken illicitly. This figure represents almost 10% of the program's $800 billion. Additionally, more than 15% of loans had at least one indication of potential fraud, with around 1.8 million of the PPP's 11.8 million loans showing signs of fraud. Fraudulent activities included the use of synthetic identities, false or misleading information on loan applications. So that means that we're not even talking about the streamer like Destiny. That wouldn't be considered fraud. But let's just take that number, 10%. 10% of that was the fraud. You don't think that that's the case in these other government money? It was just that one, right? The rest of the government money, no, there's not significant fraud. Then why would Democrats, if we could all agree, yeah, there's probably waste and fraud, why are Democrats so fucking furious right now that it's being looked into? Stephen L. Miller, who I love following on X, he tweets out, now that we know Politico is getting $38 million from USAID, remembering this one where Politico published leaked military records of a sexual assault victim who just happened to be running as a Republican. Remember that? And Steve Miller says, that's what this feels like. We gave you people every opportunity to come clean to us about where our funding was going. We gave you years and years. You covered up. You evaded questions. You hid behind a powerful bureaucracy and a media not interested in finding out either. So here we are, and a majority of the country who voted for this could not care less about your shrieking protest. Here's what he's referencing. This is 6 minutes. Before I do this, let me check, make sure they're not. Okay. Here's Samantha Powers of the Biden administration, or Samantha Powell, I'm sorry, being talked to about funding that came from COVID.
Senator Paul. Ms. Powers, did USAID fund coronavirus research in Wuhan, China?
We did not fund gain-of-function research,
That's not the
as
question.
you know.
The question is, did you fund coronavirus research in Wuhan, China?
Before my time, there was the PREDICT program with which you're familiar, which ended in China in 2019.
Yeah, this is a $200 million program, and the GAO has also identified that some of these grants went directly to the Wuhan Institute of Virology where there is a suspicion that the lab leak began the pandemic. Has USAID awarded funds to the Academy of Military Medical Sciences in China?
Not to my knowledge, but I'd have to get
I think the answer is once again yes. GAO has found that there have been subawards of NIH money probably as well as USAID money that went to the Academy of not just medical research, military medical research in China. Now, part of the unknown...
Just in case you're having difficulty following this, what was just admitted to here was USAID was funding the Wuhan lab, but it ended in 2019. When was the virus created? When did it come to... Oh, yeah, the end of 2019. But that's cool. So your money, the same money that's going to Politico to attack you, also went to help, it looks like, fund a fucking virus through USAID. Now, the don't you love how the Democrats say that your entire life has to be upended for the biggest story in the world? Russiagate. Impeach Trump, stop everything. He's an asset of Vladimir Putin. And then when the real story of Russiagate becomes there actually was Russia collusion, the Democrats and Hillary's team colluded with a suspected Russian spy named Igor Dushenko that gave them misinformation that they then gave to the FBI that then used it to illegally spy on Trump's team. That happened. But all of a sudden, the same Democrats that told you for 4 years that, oh my God, Russia collusion is the most serious thing ever, they didn't give a shit once we found out there actually was Russian collusion. They didn't give a fuck. Oh, well, they said, that was a long time ago. Time to move on. Then remember COVID? Remember when the lockdowns were necessary? Remember when Democrats were calling their fucking police on their neighbors because they saw them outside without a mask? Remember that shit? That's how serious COVID was. Okay, now we found the dastardly pricks that helped fund COVID. USAID. Fauci. The NIH. So is it any surprise, like Stephen Miller is saying here, is it any surprise then that the American people don't give a fuck? We don't care. That you're like, please don't look into this. Don't do that. Don't. No, that's corruption. It's corruption, they yell and scream. We'll finish this out. Why not? Rand Paul's the man, by the way.
Here is we can't get the records to look at this. So I've been asking for months and months for records. In September of last year, I wrote Ms. Powers, the USAID, a request asking for records from the PREDICT program. These are not classified. These are simply records of scientific research, and we want to read the grants to find out what they were doing and whether the research was dangerous or not. The response I got from your agency was USAID will not be providing any documents at this time. They're just unwilling to give documents on scientific grant proposal. We're paying for it. They're asking for $745 million more in money, and we get no response. So 2 weeks ago, the ranking member, Risch, myself, and 25 other Republican senators, unfortunately, so far, signed a letter once again. It's still no response. We're not asking for classified information. We're not asking for anything unusual. 20 million people died around the world. You're supposed to be an agency that cares about the death of people around the world. We, talk about starvation and famine, and 20 million people died from a virus, and you won't give us the basic information about what grants you're funding around the world and who you're funding. Should we be funding the Academy of Military Medical Research in China? They're now off limits. But did we fund them? And who was making the decision? You know who ran the PREDICT program? UC Davis. Have you had any conversations with UC Davis about research in China and whether it was advisable?
So again, to set the record straight, first of all, the PREDICT program ended in 2019. We have people...
And yet it goes on in other forums and other names.
That's certainly not USAID program.
Well, you have a program called Emergency Pandemic Threats Program still, don't you?
If I could just finish in response to the first set of allegations, we have provided hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents related to the PREDICT program for the very reason that you say, because we are in...
Not to us.
We are, again, as I know you had an exchange with Secretary Blinken as well, consistent with longstanding practice.
Not going to give them to us.
Responsive to the committees of jurisdiction.
Not going to... You've been consistent in not giving us any information.
That's not true.
But what
We've
you're saying
provided
is,
hundreds of pages in response to the
To
Karen
whom?
ranking.
To
the
whom?
Senate, Homeland Security, and Government Affairs Committee, for example. We've had extensive
we've been requesting this and
engagement with
gotten none of it. I'm on that committee as well. The thing is what we get from you and from the State Department at large is that if Senator Menendez signs it, you'll give it documents. Until then, you'll give us nothing. And we have got nothing, zero. You said will not be providing any.
By the way, that's funny. Senator Menendez, that's now been unceremoniously arrested for taking bribes from Egypt. What Rand Paul just said there is amazing. He's like, imagine how this works. So this is under a Democrat administration here in April of 2023. He's on the committees that's relevant. They're like, can we get unclassified documents from you to see where this fucking money's going? Not classified, which they should be entitled to the classified shit, but unclassified. So we can see. We're talking about COVID. Same thing you people told us to shit our pants and lock down the country over that killed millions of people. Can we see? Can we see these documents? She says, yeah, a long-standing practice we send when it's asked for. It must go to the other committee. He's like, no, I'm on that committee as well. We can't get it. What we find is when the Democrat signs it, then you'll send it. But you won't send it when we sign it. And the Democrats, they had no interest in looking into USAID. Fuck, they wanted to censor people on social media that said that maybe it came from a lab in Wuhan. So they had no interest in digging in to the funding that went to that Wuhan lab. And she hides behind the bureaucracy. Well, long-standing practice. There you go. Now, here's another thing I want to... All of these government agencies constantly rebuke transparency as much as possible. Let's go back to Russiagate to give you an idea of this. Remember the Nunes memo? You remember this? So we were told, oh, the P-tape and the dossier, it's all cool, it's all legit. Remember the lies we were told about the dossier? First, it was very credible, from a credible asset. Oh my God, Trump and his team are assets of Putin and blah, 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 blah. And he gets pissed on by bed and by hookers in Obama's bed that he stated, you remember? And then it was, well, this is independent. Democrats didn't have anything to do with the funding. Democrats denied it for a year. Then it was, well, okay, they financed it, but it's all credible. And then it was, well, okay, a lot of the stuff they weren't able to find proof of, but they didn't use it for any FISA warrants. And then it was, well, okay, they used it for FISA warrants, but there was a bunch of other shit. And then it was, okay, there wasn't that much other shit, but they believed the source. And then it was, well, okay, the source told them that it was all bullshit. It was all just innuendo, and they believed that. But that was a long time ago. Who cares? Anyways, in the midst of that saga, Devin Nunes, a Republican, comes out and puts out this 5-page memo that's like, this dossier is bullshit. It's bullshit. And the media was out there banging on it every day, and Nunes puts out this memo that's like, it's bullshit. And then Adam Schiff put out a memo. Remember, there was this big Twitter hashtag, release the memo, and the Democrats said, this is Russian bots. Russian bots are filling the X, or Twitter at the time, filling Twitter to promote this hashtag, and it's Russia. Russia's doing it. And Schiff's memo said, it's all Nunes' memo's garbage. It's garbage. And then finally we got stuff unredacted, and guess what? Yeah, it was Kash Patel. He was instrumental in this. Turns out Nunes' memo was almost 100% accurate, and Adam Schiff was lying his fucking ass off. Remember that? Now, why am I bringing that up? Because in the portions of getting the FBI material released that showed, there were all sorts of crazy redactions. The interview's late. It was supposed to start at 11, and now they said it's going to be a half an hour or an hour later. Jesus. There were all these redactions on the FBI materials. And then when it finally got unredacted, some of the stuff that was redacted was like, we spent $45,000 on this couch. Why was that redacted? They said they couldn't release it because of sources and methods and lives would be in danger. And all it was showing that the FBI is full of shit and terrible. They fought tooth and nail. People that talk about trying to get Freedom of Information Act requests on records from the FBI says, well, we can only do like 100 pages a day. They could go through 500,000 emails on Anthony Weiner's laptop in 3 days. But when it comes to releasing records, wow, 100 a day. You see, it's all about a lack of transparency. And why would Republicans or Democrats that are on the dole, whose family members, friends, donors, etc., are making big money from places like USAID and other government money, why would they give a shit? It's not like they want transparency. So then the American people never actually get to see the evidence for ourselves. And by the way, it's hard anyways. How many of you have gone through all the shit that DOGE put out about USAID? I haven't. I got a job. I got a life. I'm sorry, did I say 500,000? 33,000, yeah. By the way, that's where the fourth estate comes in, right? That's why you're supposed to have a media that gives a shit about this. Only they're getting money too! You think Politico's going to report on the shadiness of sending these publications money when they're getting $38 million? So that information, even if it gets released to the public, it's hard for something to catch on because it's like now you're flooded with so much information. It's like, holy shit. And there is truth to that. Part of this blitzkrieg strategy of Trump really is paying off. It's just throw much stuff so fast, Democrats don't know what to do. But one of the things you have to be worried about is, particularly with this funding shit, people become numb to it. Another $100 million to a fucking group that wants to castrate boys. Oh, well, is it any different than yesterday's $100 million? Oh, look at that. $50 million to the New York Times? Whatever. We already found out we gave $38 million to Politico. It's just so much shit that it's staggering. Each individual story, you're like, wait, what? How did this make it through? What? Just on the COVID loans. How much fraud do we know? And people are just... I remember debating a convoy like this. He's like, oh, you know, I'm willing to accept 10 to 15% of fraud. What? But the way it went before... But before DOGE, what would happen would be... Well, we'll send... Even... non-classified shit, we'll give it to the congressional oversight committees when they ask. Okay, but they're not asking. And the ones that are ignored because the ones above them don't give a shit. So Rand Paul can ask till he's blue in the face and they ain't giving him shit. And she hides behind this bullshit language. We've complied with all requests according to norms. Right, and the norms are when the party in power ask for it, you'll give it. They're not, so you're saying we've done what we're asked based on norms. And then they wonder why we don't give a shit. Well, you know, Elon Musk, he's not an elected official. Neither's USAID. We don't give a shit. I want to see the corruption. I want to see where my tax dollars are going. Why don't I have that right? I remember when our forefathers got fucking furious over a tax on tea. Let's finish up this Rand Paul business. This stupid ass. Okay, there we go.
Any documents. I now have 25 senators have sent you a letter and you aren't responding.
Well,
And we don't.
certainly
We
respond.
want to see the scientific grants. We give you the money. The taxpayers give you the money. We deserve to know where the money went, whether it happened. Look, you're right. It ended in 2019. When did the virus come about? In about 2019. Some of the research proposals that came about in 2018 were Wuhan Institute of Virology asking for money to create a virus with a furin cleavage site in it, a coronavirus, a SARS-like virus with a furin cleavage site. That's exactly what COVID turned out to be. They wanted money to create such a virus. So we want to know, are there other research proposals that you either granted or denied that were on the same veins of creating viruses that could have become COVID-19? We can't tell because you won't give us the information.
Again, consistent with longstanding practice, we are providing extensive documentation. We have a whole team of people who do nothing other than look back and predict.
That is not true.
It is factually accurate.
That is not
The
true.
fact that-
Everything we have asked, we have not gotten. I have not seen one document on the PREDICT program.
I understand that, again, consistent with common practice
Consistent
across
that you're not going to give
administration.
it to any senators.
No.
and
We're
that.
providing all of the kinds of documentation that you're
You are
describing.
not. You're
we
being
are.
dishonest.
Now, notice how she hides behind language. Well, we're consistent with departmental policy. Did you provide paperwork on the PREDICT program? Yes or no? She can't answer because she knows she didn't. So she's not going to perjure herself. She's like, well, we're consistent with departmental policy. What does that mean? You can even disagree. You could say, I thought departmental policy was this, so I wasn't lying. You see how that works? This is your money potentially going to fund the virus that fucking crushed this country. And not even you seeing it, but your elected representative isn't allowed to see it. Not even classified. And when being asked, can you show me the papers? Well, we have followed departmental policy. Yeah, but you won't show me these papers. You won't send them. Well, in accordance with departmental policy, we've complied. But you haven't sent these papers. Well, departmental policy suggests. And now you understand why they're so fucking furious that some independent group's looking in. It's like, where did this money go?
You're being
No, I'm
dishonest.
not.
We haven't gotten one scrap of paper from you. Not one
again,
scrap of
with
paper.
the committees of jurisdiction, we are providing all of the paperwork that
You are not.
requested by the
I'm on
chair
the
and
other
ranking.
committee. I'm the ranking member on the other committee, and I haven't seen a scrap of paper from that committee either.
Well, that is.
See, here's what the American
I can tell you
people.
what has
the
happened.
American
Actually,
people,
I can't tell you what
the
happens
American
at the committee.
people think this: that because you won't respond, and because you respond with a non-response, that you have something to hide.
Yep.
I don't know if you have anything to hide or not. I want to see every grant proposal that had to do with coronaviruses that went to China from the U.S. government, from all facets of the U.S. government, and every bit of the Biden administration is stonewalling us and will not give us the information. It makes us think and makes us suspicious that you're hiding something. And it wasn't even you. This was the previous administration. We go back 2 or 3 administrations. We just want to see the information, and yet you sit there and you say we will do something, we are doing something, which is absolutely the opposite of the truth. You are not being honest.
Now do you see? And by the way, the Democrats you see, I heard Pisco and them were on Wick's panel tonight yelling and screaming about this. They don't want that shit released. Why not? Don't you give a fuck about COVID? You don't care. You cared then when you were endorsing lockdowns, but you don't care now. Why? You know the answer. Because it makes their side look bad and complacent. And all of a sudden, those of us that have been talking about corrupt institutions, it might make us look a little better. So better to just hide it all. Because our side's getting most of the money right now. Here's some more from DOGE. This is from the Department of Health and Human Services from January 3rd, 2025. It ends and it starts, basically it goes back a year. Going to your Lutheran churches. to resettle illegal immigrants. 32 million, 14 million, 18 million, half a million, 1 million, 15 million, 1.7 million, 1.6 million, 3/4, 7.4 million, 670,000, 300,000, 3 million, 140 million. I wonder why the churches have been so pro-immigration. I wonder why. Geez, if you were someone that actually was for these open borders, maybe you would be really upset that this information was being released. That's right, tax exempt. One organization, Lutheran churches, one issue, immigration, from one department, USAID. Someone mentioned earlier, Health and Human Services. Someone mentioned, trillions of dollars going through there, as opposed to 40 billion so through USAID. Imagine what you would find. Is this due to liberal? Far from it. Fox News reports that Attorney General Pam Bondi is establishing a weaponization working group to review politically motivated investigations, including Jack Smith, New York DA Alvin Bragg, New York AG Letitia James, and the prosecution of January 6ers. All of them should be criminally investigated. Someone said it best. People that are saying that Trump and Elon are a coup, no, they're the counter coup. That's what they are. They have unelected bureaucrats that are taking your money to give to causes they like that hate you. That's fine. The corruption's when you try to stop that. That's when they get upset. That's corruption, they'll say. They have lawfare that goes after Trump, now going after those that corruptly use lawfare to go after Trump. That's lawfare. What we did wasn't lawfare. If they have nothing... Remember when I debated all these people? The bar for starting an investigation is very low. That's what they said about Russiagate. Okie dokie. The bar's very low. Go get him, Pam Bondi. The bar's very low. That's what they said. In 2006, archived USAID website proudly claims the agency supported revolutions in Ukraine, Georgia, Lebanon, and Kyrgyzstan. USAID funded and trained thousands of journalists, lawyers, judges, and election workers, conducted polls questioning election legitimacy. Let me put this up so I'm not taking credit for someone else's words. This is from Kanoika. Trained thousands of journalists, lawyers, judges, and election workers, conducted polls questioning election legitimacy, published reports alleging fraud, and helped oversee new elections, among other initiatives. Quote, many people watched in wonder as the multicolored revolutions took place, the Orange Revolution in Ukraine, the Rose in Georgia, the Cedar in Lebanon, the Tulip in Kyrgyzstan. Few realize that for years, the United States and other countries and organizations have been supporting this homegrown desire for democracy. Now, this is in 2006. But trust us, we didn't have the USAID, US didn't have anything to do with the 2014 Maidan Revolution, right? It was different then. Continuing, when the Orange Revolution began, 29-year-old television anchorman Andrea Shevchenko was the news director of Channel 5, the only regional independent TV network. He'd received media training through Internews, a USAID-funded NGO, and visited U.S. TV stations where he learned about investigative reporting, balancing many points of his views on this good use of American tax dollars and other aspects of the free press. At 2:30 a.m. Monday, after the second round of elections, strange results came from the election committee, said Shevchenko. Yushchenko left the commission building and said, we don't trust the results. He asked people to come into the Maidan, Nezalesnosti, Independence Square, in the morning. At the station, we realized we would not go to sleep that night, and we kept the coverage square for 15 days nonstop. First days, we were only channel covering it. Then other channels followed suit. Hundreds of thousands would leave their homes and villages to join the demonstrations. People were fed up with corruption, election fraud, and the slide back to authoritarian rule, which the independent press was reporting, said Shevchenko, one of 2,000 Ukrainian journalists trained over the past decade. Support for the United States, Internews, and the European Union created a feeling that others stood with them in the trenches, said Shevchenko. Election observers from Ukraine, the United States, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe also issued widely publicized reports of fraud. USAID helped us conduct the poll and showed Yushchenko won, while authorities intended to falsify the election, said Anatoly Radchuk, director of the Razumkov Ukrainian Center for Economic Political Studies, which received U.S. and Eurasia Foundation aid. For 5 years, we polled people and reported the attitude of the people towards the government was very negative. The population believed in those figures. Then, when the center reported that Yushchenko had really won the election, our poll believably, and it was used by the Supreme Court in overturning the official tally. USAID helped for the poll that was absolutely important. The poll results after the second round. Another NGO, Developmental Associates, did its own democracy preparation, working with Central Elections Committee, training 100,000 commissioners for the 2004 election. U.S. Democracy Grants also paid experts for the American Bar Association, International Republic Institute, National Democratic Institute, and the University of Maryland, and other groups to train lawyers, judges, journalists, members of parliament, NGOs, political leaders, and others. That's what USAID is doing. Now, every time it blows up, for example, if there was a big hullabaloo, if that exact report came out in 2014, before Russia invades Crimea, they'd deny it. No, we didn't have anything to do with it. Now those tactics are being used back home. You think they're not training lawyers back home? You think they're not training prosecutors here? You think they're not training journalists here? They're sending all this money to all these places where they're getting it. We can see the obvious bias from places like the New York Times, Politico, prosecutors, etc. But trust us, it has nothing to do with the money. Here's Vaush. Poor Vaush. Poor millionaire Vaush. Another millionaire socialist. Let's hear what Vaush is worried about today, right? Or yesterday.
And forgive me for being a bit self-centered for a moment. I'm sorry. I apologize. I know. They say privileged streamer. My job could go out like that. You know how crazy things are getting over here? Literally, like, at any moment. You know that? They could just say, hey, YouTube, it's un-American of you to allow left-leaning people to post videos. These communist videos are pro-China. Kablamo, I'm out. And that's a little scary. It's literally like there's no, like it's a day-by-day thing. I wake up every morning and I check. So I'm just saying, in the meantime, maybe I'm a little bit more like and subscribe-y than usual. You have a backup platform you're planning to go to if shit hits the fan? Yeah, there's a corner under, like right next to the 5 in downtown Seattle that I don't usually see other people panhandling on. And forgive me for being a...
Yeah, can you imagine? Oh my gosh, what if the government pressured YouTube and said that things were anti-American or anti-democratic and called for censorship? Says Vaush, the guy who votes for the Democratic Party and their Minister of Disinformation, Nina Jankowicz, that was trying to do exactly that, get people booted off for misinformation, for being anti-democratic. Says Vaush, who was voting for the party that was more than happy to censor people that had questions of pandemic, the election security, etc. Do you think Vaush said one fucking word about the conservatives that were being censored from these platforms? Of course not. He's good. They're bad. Fuck them. But oh my God, what if they do to me what I actively cheered on us doing to them? That would be terrible. And he's a millionaire. What do you think? Do you think Vaush is going to go to the poor out? Maybe he's mismanaged his money. I don't know. The guy makes bank though. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. So they asked me to do this interview at 11 about Destiny. I said, okay. Then they're like, well, in fairness, I screwed them over. I was supposed to do it last night, and I couldn't because I got called into work. So I said, okay, I'll do it tonight. No problem. And then they're like, well, do you mind if there's other people to be sort of a panel? Okay. Then it was, we're running a half an hour to an hour late. Okay. And then it's, okay, I'm going to bring this person in first. Okay. And now someone else is drag me in. What does that mean? Am I waiting for them to say, okay, now it's your turn to jump in? I don't want to just sit in a I'm swearing too much tonight. I don't want to just sit in a waiting room talking to random lefties. I don't care at all about that. see what's going on here. I'll be honest, I don't know the etiquette of a lot of this stuff. I don't know. Like, I'd be on people like, just jump on their Discord, like, while they're live streaming. Like, for me, it's like, there should be a little bit of a, hey, do you want to come on? Sure. I don't know. I don't even know the channel I'm going on. The Discord I'm on is Darius. The person that reached out to me was the Princess. Yeah, I could jump in the waiting room and deafen myself, but I also then I wouldn't know when they bring me on anyways. What's the difference, right? I don't know. Feels like a shit show. That's what it feels like. I find myself in this situation. It's very reminiscent to the time that dude reached out to me, Tacky on Bloom, was like, I want to talk about Gamergate. And I was like, oh, okay. And then like an hour before the stream, he's like, well, here's the document I've sent you. And it was like 10 pages. Here's what I know about Gamergate. Turns out the gaming media fucking hates gamers, and people were sleeping with other people and were basically kissing the ass of video game production companies, and gamers got pissed and was like, we deserve journalism that gives a shit about us. And it was sort of an inflection point that made to a wider reaching conversation about the media sort of not being the voice of the people they claim to be representing. That's it. I just summed up my knowledge of Gamergate in like 40 seconds. This dude's got like, let's do a whole timeline. And I'm like, hey man, I don't know if this is the right interview for me. I don't know what to, but I did it. So that's how I feel tonight. Like, I thought that they were just going to be like, hey, we saw you talking about Connor and Brianna and about the Destiny thing. Like, what are your thoughts on it? And now they're bringing people on one by one, but then keeping them there for a panel. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We're gonna, and it is like, 40 minutes late already. So I don't mind. I'm having fun streaming for you all. I would keep streaming for you all. But as far as like being obligated to stay up, I do have things to do. Andrew Fisher says on X, this is how Democrats use USAID as a corruption pipeline. First, locate a country with a per capita GDP of 500 or less, where no one cares to go. Find a few locals who are educated and can write in English and set up a local NGO, of course bribing the necessary officials. Then launch some investigative projects like forced child marriages or death from overwork exceeding 10 hours a day. Meanwhile, establish a U.S.-based NGO. Appoint a few siblings of a few Congress members as executive directors and draft a feasibility report on investigating women's rights or labor's rights in that country. Attach annual and 3-year feasibility studies, along with all the necessary audits and due diligence. Submit the proposal to USAID or a similar agency. Sails through with approval without a hitch, and millions flow in effortlessly every year. Finally, allocate at most 10% to the target country's NGO, so they can keep the project running indefinitely. There are thousands of such NGOs in the U.S., supporting an army of lawyers, accountants, and executives, most of whom just happen to be relatives of Democrat congressmen and agency officials. Crash your stream and tell my property. Not bad advice. Ugh. All right, you guys. You want me to join this waiting room? Glenn Lawrence is on there. He's all right. I don't know the other people. Let's do it. Let's join the waiting room. See what happens. Okay. I guess it's not an issue because I don't have permission to speak in this channel. So I'm automatically muted, I guess. Well, let's talk about some other stuff, shall we? While we wait here for this. Let's talk about Andrew Wilson taking a victory lap here today. Do y'all know this? I don't even know the name of the woman. She used to be an OnlyFans creator. Nala? Do you know who I'm talking about? So Nala was this OnlyFans creator that's found Jesus. And now she's a Jesus streamer and she gets to go on Michael Knowles' show. And then you have people that are like Christians like Andrew Wilson that are like, this is a grift. She's not really like, if she was really repentant about her sinful ways, she would give back the money and this, that, and the other, you know. And then Michael Knowles brings her back on here the other day and puts a clip of Andrew, like, talking harsh on her. And then she puts video, I'm not even going to show the video, but she puts, like, now baking videos out that's just, like, her licking the spoon and stuff. And it's, you can look it up yourself if you want. I'm not really interested in driving traffic to her. So let's talk about, yeah, Mike Tomlin again. Let's talk about this for a second. There are two grains of thought. I don't consider myself a very studious Christian or anything like that. I do consider myself a Christian, a bad one. But I think that there has to be room for repentance for everyone and forgiveness for everyone, even the most heinous of people. And there's certainly things more heinous than doing OnlyFans, such as murder and working for a DC law firm, you know. So, yeah, you absolutely could be saved and were sinful in the past. I believe that. The question becomes, do you immediately become a spokesman? That's the question I have. Like, if I was repentant and working on myself and my salvation, maybe I wouldn't be doing the tour talking about it. And I'm not going to get too far into the knowledge shit. I don't really care about that. But at what point do you what point are you allowed to be like, well, we're allowed to be suspicious? Like, take that out of it. Like, take the old Christianity, all that stuff out of it, right? Like, I'm someone who, you know, supported Trump, supported populist causes. If all of a sudden, like, Destiny comes out and it's like, yeah, I'm super populist now, I'm super Trump guy. At what point do I have the right to be like, really? And at some point, like, there's just something in human nature where it's like, if someone didn't really claim to give a shit about, like, something so deeply personal to your philosophical beliefs or your political beliefs or cultural beliefs, and then all of a sudden, like, overnight, they're like, oh, yeah, now I'm totally on board with you, and I'm, like, one of the voices of it. Like, there's a party that's going to be like, I'm a little skeptical. I'm a little bit skeptical of this. No, it's not really my fight. I don't really wade into that shit. But it's funny to see how many people shit on Andrew about it. And then, you know, now that these new videos are out, they're like, well, maybe this isn't good. No shit. Really? You don't think so? I always thought it was funny, too. You know, so I went to some weird churches in my life, man. I went to a Pentecostal church where they spoke in tongues and stuff when I was like a teenager. It was weird. But a lot of people in the church, particularly like men, if I'm honest, it's almost like they bragged about their sinfulness. Has anyone else experienced this in church? It's very weird. It's like a badge of honor. They'd bring in these like speakers and you'd have some guy and be like, you know, let me tell you, I used to be a bad seed, man. Let me tell you, me. I was running the streets. I was doing drugs. I was getting in fights all the time. Sex with multiple partners every week. You know, it's almost like a weird, like, backhanded bragging of themselves. Like, I was fucking badass, man. I was slaying bitches. Let me tell you, man. I was really putting it down, too. I made them scream, too. Just so you know. Like, trust me, bro. I don't do that. It's sin. I don't do it anymore. But, man, when I was laying woods, like, oh, they fucking knew. The whole town knew. Everybody here, the neighbors used to call me like, dude, all night? You've been going 4 hours? And I was like, what can I say? You know? It's like, okay, man, okay. This is a weird, I don't know. I always just thought that was weird. Like, it's not even like shame. You're not, it doesn't seem like you're ashamed. I'd be ashamed. You know? And that's sort of the vibe I get with the whole nihilist stuff. It's like, oh, I did this and it was bad. I haven't watched much of it, but I don't know. This is insane. This waiting room and now there's, what the fuck is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now there's 6 people in this waiting room. Why even invite? Now it says they're having disagreements, so they're leaning heavily into the 1v1. Why am I here? Why am I in this fucking, what is this? I didn't know that I was going to be side character 17. I don't know. Derry? I don't know who this is. And I'll be honest, I don't really give a shit about the Destiny stuff any more than I've already talked about it. Again, for those that are listening, my issue with the Destiny stuff is more, I don't deal with Destiny. He blacklisted me. My issue is more with the fact that when you're on these debate spaces, most of the people you're interacting with are in some level orbiters of Destiny. And so I'm interested in whether or not I want to associate with these people. And I find some of their statements to be mealy-mouthed. Let's be honest, even the ones that I want to like Pisco, you know the truth. No, EOD, I'll wait here for a while. If they're not ready by midnight or a little after, I'm just going to end the stream, man. But thank you for the offer. That's to be as quick as possible with the Destiny story, in case people know. Big left-wing streamer, very influential as far as left-wing spaces in politics. It's becoming more mainstream. Had several months ago, videos of him performing sex acts and getting sex acts performed of him were released online. At the time, people asked me about it. I said, I feel bad anytime something like that gets leaked to something. I basically have no comment other than that. It sucks. Whoever leaked it should be held accountable. Then it turned out this woman, Pixie, that was a friend and associate of Destiny, she was one of the people in that video that got released. She did consent to Destiny filming, but did not consent to him to send to anyone. Destiny's argument is he sent it to a third party, and that third party was hacked. He's all but admitted, yes, he did release that film without her consent. Now, a second person, Cherry, has came forward to say she's been made aware that there is audio of her having sex with Destiny or some sort of sex act, and she never consented to be recorded, and yet not only did he record her, he then sent it to third parties. I'm no psychologist, I'm no moralist, whatever. My whole thing is it's very bad. It is. How bad, I don't know. I guess that's for each person to decide. In my opinion. Is he crashing out? I haven't seen much of what he said this week. I've been very busy. I did watch last week, because it's interesting, I guess. But to me, I was almost, again, I don't deal with Destiny, so it's like, I don't really have to, he blacklisted me, because he gets tired of getting his ass kicked in debates. So, for me, it was more about, like, what about the people around him? What are they saying? What did they know? When did they know it? And it turns out a lot of them are like, well, we've known and believed these allegations for at least a month. But Pixie, at least the Pixie allegations, didn't want anyone to talk about it publicly. Okay, so I understand not talking about it publicly. But did you still keep interacting with Destiny? Did you still keep doing your shows with them? That's the interesting part. Now, if someone says, like, Destiny's co-host, this guy Dan's basically like, I think what Destiny did was really shitty, but he's my friend, I'm sticking by him. Okay. I have more respect for that idea than which way are the tea leaves? Oh, it looks like that public consensus is against Destiny. Then I'm against them. Oh, they're back for him? Now I'm back for him. I got to try to leave that bridge there so I can come back later and get money. That's shit. If your stance is, I find this so heinous, I don't want to watch him or stream with him anymore, that's fine. If your stance is, he's my friend, I'm sticking it out, okay? But the people that were like, and this is the key, I knew and believed, because if you say, I heard about it, but I didn't believe it, okay, innocent until proven guilty, I'll give you that. But the people that said, yeah, I knew about it, but I still kept working with Destiny until it became public, and now I've changed. Well, why? If it was such immoral behavior, then why didn't you quit working with them as soon as you heard about it and believed it? Even if it was never made public. Wouldn't you put out a statement that said, hey, me and Destiny have parted ways amicably. That's it. I don't really want to stream with them anymore. But no, that's not what most of them did. So what changed? Now that it's public, it looks bad for you and your branding. But you're not going to, you'll be like, well, I'll leave the door open if he changes. What do you mean if he changes? So far, all I saw, his first statements were, I'm coming back next week. Here's my costume, Dr. Disrespect, making fun of the situation. Then he made a joke about how Luigi killed the wrong CEO, referencing Elon Musk or Trump. Sounds like he's taking it serious. Sounds like a man who's grown. Then he had a bunch of DMs where he was threatening to leak more shit. Said that he's cured because he's on Vyvanse. Does that sound like a guy that's changed? Yeah, they want to talk about Destiny because it gives them views. I talked about Destiny, got me views. Be honest, though. Do you have any friends in your life that you think have done really immoral shit, but you're like, still my friend? I do. I have those people. I've done really immoral shit. I don't think I've ever done anything like that. To my knowledge, I've never been in any video performing sex acts. I was never that much of a big man rolling around hooking up with a lot of chicks. Never recorded someone. Never sent anything like that. I've never sent a dick pic or anything like that, barring some joke stuff, not about me, but just, yeah. But I've done shitty things. And, people stand behind me. You're right, TLSKB. No one wanted to see me involved in anything like that. I don't know what I'm doing here. 10 more minutes and I'm out. And they think I'm going to come on tomorrow night. I'm not coming on tomorrow. This is it. You want to debate or something? That's fine. I'm not doing this Destiny shit again. It was fun. So I'm not even shitting on the people that are like Dan. I don't know. Now, there's more to the equation, though. Many of these people claim to be Pixie's friend. That's different. How would you feel if you're like, well, this guy's kind of my friend, but he's still doing a weekly show with the guy that ruined my life? Probably feel pissed off. But I don't think Destiny should be banned off YouTube or any of that shit. I think Destiny should be the face of the Democratic Party. Throw him out there. I don't give a shit. I think even before this, he was an extremist. For his comments about the assassination attempt of Trump. saying the worst thing that could happen was the bullet missed. And then all of a sudden, all these DNC prospective chairs are sitting down for interviews with him. Cool. Oh, what's going on X? Oh, someone said big balls is trending. Now I see why. The CNN cryon. Doge Teen, known online as Big Balls, now a government expert. Excellent. At least he knows he doesn't give a shit about his pronouns, right? How many big balls meme token? That's a good question. I did not get into the meme token game. I don't think I'll ever get into that game. I don't know. I don't know if it's a debate or what. They want to talk about Destiny drama. Someone named Darius or Dan Prawn says it's supposed to be a one-on-one thing, and now it's me in a waiting room on mute with 5 people while another person's in the room with them. I don't know. They got like 5 more minutes, and then I'm busting up out of here. Now, to be fair, if I go back, this person wanted to debate me. Jake from... Originally, they wanted me to debate Jake from @YWCD. I said, sure. And then they said, reached out. They want to do a warm-up discussion. I hate this shit. I hate when it's this shit, right? Well, we're going to debate like Trump, January 6th. Okay, fine. First, here's some warm-up discussions before the debate. 1, why do you think the worst people on the other side are there? 2nd, why do you think the best people on the other side are there? Oh, fuck yourself. Some kumbaya shit. Find a different streamer. I hate that shit. Anyways, I was like, that's fine. I'll be free next Wednesday. And they said this guy.
I could say that 100% because we have no information whatsoever about any of the uses of our thing. So actually, I can 100% say that.
Okay, that seems weird that you can deny something happening because you intentionally don't collect data on users.
Are you fucking with me right now? Because we intentionally collect 0 data, you're trying to make it seem like we are bad? Are you out of your fucking mind?
No, I'm saying your argument doesn't make sense, that you're definitively denying.
Hello?
You cut out sec.
Did he cut off?
For me.
Hello? Is it just me and Prawn? Oh, wait, Dan's here?
I'm here.
Okay, hey. Also, we added Rob Noor to the conversation. I felt like it was a little bit too much of a dog pile. Rob Noor came in.
I feel like I've been hard on Rob Noor in the past. This may not be...
Come on, with this topic, you're going to talk about hard on? Come on.
All right.
I don't even know if we've ever interacted, Dan.
I know. I've given you a hard time for no reason. But now, with so many people not left.
So what's the nature? Let me ask you this, Dan. What's the nature? You said that there's a pile on. Because I might actually defend you. So am I joining the pile against someone else, or what's the story?
Well, so my understanding is that I was going to do a 1v3 here, kind of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle style, but it seems like that Sick was kind of getting that treatment here because, again, me and Dan don't agree with what he was saying, especially about Redact. And I know that Prawn was telling me that you seem to be on the side of fuck Destiny. You should go to hell.
My criticism's actually, Yeah, okay. So
DC.
to be,
I didn't say that last part. I said you criticism. That's all.
Yeah, okay. My criticism is clearly this violated someone's consent, but everybody has to make their own decision of what's going on. My criticism, Destiny's already blacklisted me because he gets tired of getting his ass beat in debates. That's just what he does. I think he was already despicable before this. Primarily his comments about the assassination, not really the Corey Competore stuff, but when he was asked directly by his co-host Pisco, did he want that bullet to kill Trump? He said, quote, I don't know what I could say because of terms of service, but the worst thing that could happen was that bullet missing and not killing him. To Pisco's defense, he said that was heinous. This wasn't a joke. I tried to give Destiny the benefit of the doubt, but it's clear based on his comments, then furthering this with the Luigi stuff, that he hasn't changed his mind. So I was blacklisted from his community. That's fine. But real quick, as a right-winger, anytime that I'm going to debate, the truth is Destiny's very influential, and most of the online space is dominated by his orbiters. And so my question then becomes, well, what's my interactions going to... Go ahead.
Is that true? I don't think a lot of his orbiters dominate the online space. I feel like I guess Turkey Tom kind of was an orbiter of his, but like Chud was not an orbiter at all of Stevens.
No. I don't do drama. So my debates are like policy debates.
Oh, you mean politics?
Yes.
I guess like outside of politics, there's like Hasan and there's Destiny. So I guess that Jason would call Destiny.
Hasan ain't debating many people.
Yeah.
I think he likes his little bubble. So it's either Destiny orbiters or shitty Destiny clones. I always like debating Destiny. But regardless, neither here nor there. So it was interesting, and it's sort of like a fucking Steve Wilkos show episode, but you know the people involved. And so there is like some schadenfreude to it. It would be similar that when you hear these stories of, really strong anti-homosexual Christians that then get caught, in gay relationships. That's sort of Destiny, the master of consent, the relationship master, then turning out all of his red pill shit was bullshit, and he was a lot of what he was accusing others of being. There is schadenfreude to it. But my question is, what are the orbiters doing? And here's where I'll defend Dan somewhat. I sort of everyone has to come up with their own conclusion. How bad do you think this is? I think it is a defensible position to say, I think this is fucking grotesque, but he's my friend, I'm going to stick it out. And that, to me, is a more acceptable position, which might piss people off, than I'm going to read the tea leaves. And when I knew about this and believed it when it was private, that's nice. I knew about it and believed it when it was private. I said nothing. I kept working with him. But now that it's public, I'm going to have to publicly distance myself. Why? What is this? Is this what these streams is just ass shaking? Yeah.
We're on.
It's a kick thing, but this is like how we keep the audience engaged. We increase the view count. Just listen. It's just like
muted right now.
Just listen. You can, if you don't like it, it's like NT thing. You can right click, do disable camera, and it'll keep her out of there. But I think you
there. I
probably
put
like
my
that,
camera
so
up. Now your audience can be engaged by my beautiful face.
Okay. Let's put that up there.
That's fine.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there, but Dan, we're in the middle of conversation. But I'd like to come back to that.
Can I just ask?
Sick is back.
Can I just ask that we, just as a random thing, pull up Destiny's Twitter profile real quick?
Yeah, I can pull it up real quick for you.
Looking for the Redact cat. It's going to be there.
Yes. Yep.
Oh,
and?
Okay, so I want to say at least there is, at the very least, an endorsement of Redact.
That is true. It's a perfect, outstanding privacy product.
I don't know what this Redact shit is. Who are you talking about?
I just because Dan is he's gonna literally focus on this because it's his company. So he has a vested interest in countering this specifically. I don't
like that you keep like political dissidents. I don't like that you for instance, Redact was recently banned.
I said earlier.
Redact was recently banned in Turkey, and that is a majority not Jewish, not American country, as you may know. There's a lot of people there that I may not agree with. And what we did is we went out and made the product completely free for Turkey as a result of that, because we give a shit about privacy.
Earlier, you described me. You're like, no, Destiny's never endorsed my product. Now it's giving some receipts, some evidence.
What? I didn't say that he's ever.
You just said that. You just said that.
No, I said that he did. I don't know that he used it, and neither do you.
No, I asked earlier, has Destiny ever said hey, it's a good product, I've used this before?
And I said yes.
You're like, no, that never happened.
No, I did not say that. Go ahead, pull up the log. You can't just do this. You can't just pull shit up, say that I said that when I
That
did
was like
it.
10 minutes ago. I'll rewind it.
You can rewind it. Go ahead, do it.
I don't remember ever saying that Destiny didn't endorse it, but I do remember him saying that.
I like this Stevie. Yeah, he's absolutely endorsed it. He's talked about it 100 times. I've talked about it 100 times.
I have stickers. I have a sticker
on my thing.
Yeah, so it's
So the accusation here is, for those of us that don't know, the accusation here is Dan has a company, and whether or not Destiny ever endorsed it, and maybe that influences Dan's stance on this. It's
basically
Okay.
So I have a company that is a privacy company that deals with letting you control your data across 30 different services. So like Discord, Reddit, Facebook, Twitter, et cetera, et cetera. So you can go and say, go delete all of my political content in the last 4 years, or just go wipe all of my Discord messages with this person, or go delete all of my Skype conversations altogether before 2014. Like, it doesn't matter. You can kind of give it these rules specifically, and it can go and do that. And that can do that as a one-off job, or you can do it as a schedule. So you can only keep like a running 7 days of shit. Now, of course, the narrative that SICK here is trying to push is that Redact has been set up specifically as a company to facilitate this behavior as its primary goal. Number one, that's what it's made to do. He said that this is why it exists, everything, and I've countered that saying that that is not true. That is libelous fucking shit to say. And it's about as stupid to say is Cash's main purpose is to buy whores and cocaine, and that it serves no other purpose. And that's kind of the point.
So,
that we're
real quick. So when they say this is the main purpose, they say that to
Sick, this guy right here with red headphones.
What you're saying is that the purpose of Dan's company is to erase people doing heinous shit like what Destiny allegedly did. Is that what you're saying?
I've already said in this call that I am willing to amend my statement a second time to just Redact is an escape hatch for sex criminals. Redact facilitates the cover of revenge porn and its distributors.
But do you think that a product like that's inherently bad? It seems like there's utility in non-immoral ways.
No, I think that through inference, through things that Destiny has done, such as wipe logs, through the association that he is an endorser of Redact, that it would be crazy to think that Dan, his friend, Destiny would not be using his program to wipe those logs.
I have no idea if he has or hasn't, because we are set up to be privacy focused.
You can keep saying you have no idea. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. But then I don't know why you're saying I can definitively say this doesn't happen because we don't collect data on it.
Well, I can say that you don't know definitively. Let me adjust my statement. I can say that what you said is false and untrue. How about that?
No, you can't say that's false and untrue too because you don't collect data on it.
So we're arguing over God here right now, and I'm like, he exists for real.
No, I'm just saying we're at a stalemate here.
No, you're saying something happened. I'm saying I can't know if it happened or not. I'm agnostic.
We are
and
at a
you're a believer.
stalemate.
No, we're not. You are saying
something.
You're saying something with no data, and I'm saying that the data doesn't exist to make that statement. That is very clearly what's the case. I am agnostic about it because I can't know, and I know that you can't know. Yet you have made an affirmative statement that you do know when it is impossible for you to know.
I mean, this seems like a conversation. Like, I have nothing to add to this. Like, it seems like a one-on-one conversation about the nature of these sorts of products, as opposed to anything revolving around Dan's relationship with Destiny, right?
Like, yeah, you shit on me all you want for staying around.
Not really, no. I think it's pretty obvious that if there's a program Destiny's going to use to wipe his logs, it's going to be Redact.
Yeah, but
you know you can delete your messages one by one in Discord. Is Discord facilitating this then?
Are you actually trying to make this argument? Now you're trolling me.
No,
Destiny's going to go hand delete all of his shit.
I mean, it doesn't have to hand delete everything, right? He just has to delete the bad messages, right? So again,
you know.
Would you say that
Discord's only going to load a certain set of messages at a time, and then he'd have to scroll.
There's a search
he's got every conversation.
Has video right there. That's it.
I don't know. This
is gone from Destiny.
No,
is not, this is gone from Destiny is not using Redact to. I don't know that Destiny is using Redact. He could be using something else to. There's a chance that Destiny is hand deleting his messages and going through all of his conversations, specifically finding where he's ever had an image or video or stuff.
Yeah, all these things are pretty much completely true. Yeah, I've
Let's
said nothing false, and
We're
you've
gonna be
said
honest, but I watched back. I asked, "Hey, Dan, has like Destiny ever endorsed this product?" You're like, "No," and then 5 minutes later, you're like, "Oh, he has done that. He has done that." But I want to clarify this a pattern of
who gives a
maybe nothing
fuck?
completely
I don't understand the utility of this conversation. Like this would be like if Dan owned a paper shredding company. Yeah, Dan's argument's stupid. You could cut each paper by scissors, but who gives a fuck in the greater grand scheme of thing? Dan seems to have a product that I would find utility in, and I ain't sending non-consensual sexual photos to anyone.
I ain't never sent no dick photo ever. Never will.
I don't know. I think that there's things that here. Let me criticize Dan. Here's a point that I criticize Dan.
Nah, I got enough. You don't have. You don't need to.
Well,
right.
okay.
No, you're honestly. It's fine. You don't have to. I appreciate it.
A legitimate question I have is like. The question I have is, you seem to suggest that you think that if you didn't think Destiny was a changed person, you would end your relationship with him. So what have you seen from him? Because all of his publicly outward shit seems to be that he's taking this as a fucking joke, and that even messages on Discord. Go ahead.
Why are you allowed if he was to feel that way? Why are you allowed that information for him personally to feel like he's changed? If he has a private friendship with him and they've privately talked about stuff, does he have to tell you his private relationship with his friend? Like, why would you?
Does Dan have to?
Yeah.
Dan doesn't know me. Dan doesn't know me shit. He could say, I don't want to talk about this. That's fine. But he's on the panel honestly, talking about it.
I actually, every time I talk about this, I end up regretting it. So I've made my statement before, and it wasn't a positive statement for Steve. Like, in fact, there was like the #1 post on LSF that was negative towards him. So I've made my statement on this, and I don't want to talk anymore about it. But
that's fine.
Yeah,
well, you can understand.
I'll leave it at this. I've known him for 15 years. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's it pretty much. Actually, listen, that's all I have.
I think that if you're friends with someone, you tend to see the best in them. I would even go this far. Like, there's a lot of... I don't fucking understand. I don't hang out with any of you people. I'm not in the community, right? So there's a lot of accusations that people have said in the past of potential shit that Destiny was doing, weird shit with ladies and stuff. I never even gave a shit. It's like, you hear rumors about people on my side of things. I assume you're all lefties. Destiny certainly is. I heard people tell me everything you could believe about. Don't interact with this Destiny dude. He did this. He threatened to harm this person. He did this. He did that. Whatever. Until I personally see it, I'm not looking for this sort of drama, right? But to the point where Destiny's all but admitted it, I guess that changes, at least the Pixie allegations, that changes the calculus somewhat, and for me, that's... I think I could totally understand saying, I'm his friend, I don't believe this shit. And then once you believe it, you're like, I'm his friend, I still want to see the best in him. My question becomes, and I don't think this is you, but I would like to talk to people like... that I've dealt with, like maybe Pisco, or maybe, some other people that had business relationships with him. They're like, well, I'm leaving the door open if he changes. Well, what are the signs you're looking for? Because a lot of this reeks of, Destiny's my cash cow. Destiny gets clicks for me. And so I don't want to burn a bridge, because what if everyone forgives him and everyone moves on a year from now? I want to have that opportunity. So I guess my question to you then, Dan, is, do you find that repugnant as well? Like, shit or get off the pot. If you fucking want to bury this guy, then bury him. But don't, like, half-ass it and just wait for it.
I've already
He's already said this.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I'm also Destiny's best friend, and like I also am doing a show now where I've taken away from kind of JSTOK's kind of after hours, and I'm doing this despite not even wanting to interact with a lot of you people. I'm gonna do it because I feel like there's a bad dialogue going on afterwards in the stratosphere of what is going on with this content. I mean, I personally and people have called me a big sweeper, a big sweep guy, a big broomer for Destiny, because I'm bringing people on and kind of talking to them about their kind of like exaggeratory or kind of like insane.
I think the word there, by the way, Darius, it's exaggerated.
Exaggerated claims of Destiny, and I mean, like, and that's not sweeping. It's more just I feel like if we're going to talk about what happened, you could talk about what happened in the most like real way possible. Steven did unconsensually shared the Pixie stuff. That is what's confirmed. That's what's there. Everything else that's tangential to that, we don't know about. But though we can't call Destiny as e-rapist, this like groomer, weird rape guy that everyone else is doing, like on JSTLK, or even like on even Ryan Beard's thing where he's talking about how Destiny was fucking like 15-year-olds. It's like all this stuff is just like ridiculous, and it feels like there's no platform right now to talk about like kind of like what the actual things that have happened and what we currently have. And I don't know. And it's not because I feel like I need to like prepare the relationship, because Destiny could be fine in like a year and me and Destiny could be playing League of Legends. You know, I could be pulling like 10K viewers with him and like we're just on anything else, just like chopping it up. It's more just like, it's just annoying to watch. It's annoying to like watch people just like fall into this weird trap that it seems like even Hasan fans are going into, where they're just like exaggeratory towards anybody that's like anti whatever they're going for. Like, you think this guy's anti-woman? Okay, this guy's the worst sexual predator whatever that ever existed. Okay, this guy doesn't like this guy did something bad. Okay, he is literally like Hitler. It's like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that it's a fair criticism that people will take it too far. You understand why, though. Destiny's a quite abrasive person that's probably rankled a lot of people, particularly people on the right or people from the Hasan section of the left. And so there's a lot of people with an axe to grind, whether legitimately or illegitimately. But I agree. I think that one of the things I've tried to say, as disgusting as I think this all is for Destiny, and certainly the accusations coming from Cherry are worse, you have to keep them in perspective. And all of us need to answer, like, how bad is this? It's fucking bad, but how bad is it? I mean, it's not sexual assault bad. It's not, you know what I mean? And so I think that now I can't speak to the specific people you've said that are accusing him of some of the worst things, but I don't mind people that are trying to set the record straight. The problem becomes, I think, with, some of the shit I've seen. I haven't seen either Darius, you or Dan much on this, but, like two people I interact with, Brianna Wu and Connor, when I see them talk about this, it's like, oh, well, Destiny suffered trauma in the past, and Destiny's so talented, and fuck Mr. Girl, he's a piece of shit, and fuck Lab, she's a piece of shit. Oh, yeah, and I guess what Destiny did was bad. And it's like, you can transparently see what's going on there. It's like, if you're going to do a stream talking about how bad it is, talk about how bad it is. If you're going to do a stream saying, like, okay, we've talked about that, now let's talk about how people are making it worse, that's cool, too, I guess.
Well, I don't want to be calling you out, but like, even like you've seen like even Pisco has been like, yeah, it kind of sucks that he was in this situation, and I this whole thing fucking sucks. I have to cut ties with him because I can't be associated with this. It seems like the common response. I mean, I didn't see the Brianna Wu response, but I've seen people like Pisco, who I know you've seen, and he's completely cut ties with Steven, and he's lost probably a ton of money because he had to completely destroy his whole setup he had in New York that was all planned around him and Steven's show, all because of this whole situation. And it seems like the people in these spheres, they're not just like trying to be like, oh, well, it sucks, but other people are worse. And Pisco had that one tweet or whatever that was like, at least he's not like, he was talking to Anna Kasparian or whatever.
I want to ask about that. Yeah, Rob, how do you feel about that?
About what's that? Oh, him, Pisco, talking about Anna? Like, and how bad Anna is?
Yeah, and his like, at least Trump didn't do this, that response.
Yeah, and I don't believe it's
cover it.
Leave Darius finish. I'll talk about it.
Yeah, I would say I don't believe that's a minimalization of things. It's more just like, okay, well, this is different. This is I have to cut this guy's ties because he's done something, and I don't want to be associated with this while I'm trying to do political things. But
is that what he said, though? You understand that's different than I find this.
That's what I'm taking. That's what I'm taking.
I'm gonna pull it up.
That's at least what I'm taking from it in the most charitable way possible.
I didn't necessarily get that. Let me be clear. There's two possibilities of this interpretation. There is, I'm cutting ties with him because I found this to be something that morally I can't be connected to, versus I'm cutting ties because I think it'll hurt my business. Those are two different things. Politically now, I'm trying to do something in real world politics, so I can't be connected to this.
Well, I'm not
saying either are wrong, but
to be fair though, his business is his morals. He's talking about politics and exactly what his beliefs are, and how he believes the world should be. So I think I go to
I don't buy that. Your business is your morals, bullshit.
Right?
And so Destiny's business is his morals, so it's failing.
It is low key, and also his business isn't failing, but his business would be his morals is just fact finding, and that's why it is doing good. Is he goes ahead and spends his time to do research papers, do all these things, look into what he's talking about, and that's why he does well. People like to watch his takes on things. Pisco wants his business to be something similar, where he is going ahead, he is fact finding, he is going ahead and looking into the things he believes in, and he is advocating for those things. And if Destiny is like hurting his beliefs, and he is attacking him, but he is affecting them and how he's going to go about it. He has to cut ties with him because he can't.
I think those are two different things, and I don't think that either are indefensible. But I think saying, look, I'm trying to do a political business and being associated with this guy will hurt my business is a different statement than I think what he did was so immoral that I can't be associated with it. I read it as the first Pisco statement. I suspect it may be the latter, but I thought his statement leaned more towards, it's a moral thing as opposed to it's a business decision.
Sure. Again, I think it's hard to tell because it's like this is a really weird niche workplace we're in. But just going off of how I view Pisco is his views are very much aligned to how he goes ahead and does his business, which is that. And I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep repeating that. And I know that's not a sufficient answer for you, but I do heavily believe that Pisco is trying to do a political thing, which involves a lot of his personal beliefs and how he goes about stuff. And Destiny's lifestyle is affecting that heavily. And he cannot have that guy around if it is going to continue to do it. And he doesn't know Destiny well enough to be able to say, hey, is it going to affect me in the future or not?
Real quick, I'll do this in 10 seconds. So if that would change, if all of a sudden it would benefit his political show more than it would hurt it, then Pisco would be back on board in your estimation?
I don't think so. I think someone like me, I think I have similar political beliefs to Pisco, but I don't think Pisco would let me around because of who I am as a streamer and how I live my lifestyle and how chaotic I am. I feel like people that are even if they have the same beliefs as him, if they are living a weird lifestyle or they're chaotic, he's not going to let them just around on his show or start propping them up. And again, the same thing. Not to say I'm the same person as Destiny, but I live a chaotic lifestyle. I am very notorious online. I've done a lot of not sketchy things, but things that could be interpreted negatively. It's okay, it's.
All right, we get
I don't live a life
servicing because
Go ahead.
I see criticism, and Pisco is completely. I think he's good at cut ties, but I think if anything, Pisco had the most to lose in some ways. It seems like he invested a lot in that New York space. Seems like in some way he's sacrificing his at least short-term political career by cutting Destiny off. So I feel like he did the right thing.
Here's my
in a
view.
pencil way.
I have one question when it comes to any of these, whether I'm going to make any sort of moral evaluations myself. And that is, when you knew and believed these accusations, when did you know and believe them? And if you knew while they were private and you didn't cut ties, but now that it's public, you did cut ties, what changed? Because if the argument is, well, because it was affecting my business, then fuck you. I find that immoral. If the argument is, well, once I heard more accusations from people like Cherry come forward, or once I saw Destiny's commentary publicly on this, I realized it was too much, that's different. From my understanding, and reaching out to Pisco, he was not in the loop with Dan. Maybe Dan, you could confirm, or Erudite or anyone else. This was a total shock to him. He never heard about the Pixie allegations until basically President Sunday made that video. And if that's the case, I can't find fault in what Pisco did. Now, we'll see if he goes back to Destiny later, and then maybe there'll be criticism to be had based on how that occurs. To Pisco's specific tweet here, yeah, I mean, this does come across as sweeping a little. I see that the point he's making, he's frustrated. Most of you all having a really bad time right now. Go MAGA, go Trump. So just like after the assassination attempt, we saw the spiraling from people like Destiny there, where he's making those shit comments. I think people are spiraling because they see this as a big cultural and political loss. And so from that perspective, even though I would disagree, I understand why people are harmed and hurt by this. And Pisco feels that Anna is one of the lefties that helped Trump get elected by her sort of milquetoast takes. And so I understand him lashing out because
the Great Again movement would not exist without massive amounts of disinformation.
What's up, Steven?
I don't know, I was hearing something there. But anyways, so I understand he's kind of like, yeah, okay, I condemned Destiny. What about you? What about you with Trump? But it does reek of whataboutism in ways that deserve to be called out. Because taking a political stance on a person is different than being a close associate with someone you believe is literally a sex pest. Is that a fair term? That to me, that seems different. And so I'm not so sure about this comment of Pisco. I don't think it's a good look for him. But I understand where he's coming from. I do. And full disclosure, I like Pisco. I actually know him. I've interacted with him a lot. And so I'm biasly hoping the best for him. So it would be a shame if I find out that he's just...
You know what? I don't like Pisco, okay? He in front of me when we were doing
I was just about to say.
I'm not a fan, okay? I'm not a fan. That's all I'm gonna say. This motherfucker in front of me tried to play me. He was like trying to be like getting Steve to move to New York right in front of me. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? And he's like, the studio in New York, it'd be cool. He's like, you understand I do a show with this motherfucker, right? And he's like, oh, no, it wouldn't be like that. It's like, what the fuck is it gonna be like, motherfucker? What do you mean? And he's like, well, it's just like, you should do a show in New York right in front of me. The fucking balls on this motherfucker. I couldn't fucking believe it. But
maybe you should
whatever.
have some bigger balls with a more thorough condemnation, huh? If he had those balls to say that in front of you. Did he know? Did he know about the Pixie shit?
How the fuck should I know?
You're all in the same room. Apparently, at some point, talking. Erudite knew, you knew, people that are involved.
Hold up. You're not dragging me into this conversation, but this whole you knew thing. When I found out from Lonerbox that this was all happening, the first thing I did was message Pixie and call her and say how sorry I was. That's when I fucking found out.
Well, let me be clear. When I'm saying you knew, I'm not suggesting you knew for months and months and months. I'm saying sometime before it became public, you knew of this. Pisco's claiming he didn't. And so he's in an unfortunate position where everyone, it seems like you that had a show with Destiny, you knew. Erudite that had a show with Destiny, she knew. And so people are just going to unfairly jump to the conclusion, well, Pisco has a show with Destiny. He must have heard the backstage drama. Which I don't think that's a fair, just even if Pisco and Erudite said they knew, I wouldn't say, well, then I guarantee Dan knew. People's relationships with different shows could be totally different. I don't know, but I was just asking you if you ever had a conversation with him, like if this was being discussed and you're like, I don't know, so clearly you didn't. That's all I was asking. But I'm not accusing you of knowing before you. Listen, and I know people really want me to shit on Destiny a lot, but you hear these fucking rumors about these people that are big personalities. You hear this shit. And a lot of times for me, it's just in one ear and out the other. So if I'm in Dan's perspective and you hear grumblings like, Destiny filmed himself having sex with this and that person, Dan, I'm guessing your perspective as a friend, as a business partner is like, who gives a fuck? Whatever. It's just more bullshit rumors. And people can question whether or not, if you're a close friend, if you should have done more or not. I really don't give a shit about that. For me, I feel terrible for Pixie. I feel terrible for Cherry, if that's true. Anyone else? But I'm not really in the game of like, everyone should have fucking knew. I think Destiny's a shitty person for different reasons, but I think a lot of people are shitty. If you're in the streamer world, there's a 95% chance you're shitty. I'm shitty. So, but clearly the consent shit's to a different level, and you can't be faulted for, you should have known everything about this dude's personal life. Now, if we'd later find out that you were fucking slipping Mickeys or something at some party, that's a different, different shit going on. But I don't think that, I don't know. I have friends that are probably up to deviant sexual shit. I don't fucking know. We're talking about football and stuff when I'm hanging out. So,
Amazing. So going back into a specific conversation, I'm so sorry to ignore everything you just said. Whatever happened with the resolution of the Sick and the Dan thing? So are we on the same page real quick that Redact does not support sex criminals? If he did know, and even if, let's say, Dan, the CEO, did know that sex criminals were using his website, he'd probably make sure they couldn't use the website ever again.
Well, is that what Dan says? If he found out that sex criminals were using it to cover up their crimes, he wouldn't allow them to use his program?
I would not want those people to use my program. I would not.
I didn't ask if you want them to.
I understand.
You don't collect data, right?
I don't collect any data, so I'm not in a position to stop them is the problem. Right? Like, I don't want people buying bugs with cash. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, there's literally nothing I can do unless I start collecting data on users, which we're not going to do. We collect fucking nothing.
There is
So to clarify, if you came to your awareness that was like an issue that's being used for like illicit things, you wouldn't do nothing to stop that. Because you're like, you can't.
Is what?
You became aware like it was being used for illicit stuff. You would do nothing?
The only thing it can do is remove content. It can't create content.
Yeah, it can't like back up stuff.
Clarify
Which is what I also noticed JSTOK was kind of claiming in Spicy Chat, I believe. And I think Sick mentioned this as well, which I was frustrated by. I know JSTOK is like a new DGGer, so it doesn't understand it, but I've been for a minute. We got Polecat, we got Russell Search, we had some other logs, over Russell logs. We had a couple of other.
This is why like the whole thing didn't make sense. Like, it wasn't even like anything to do. There is no Redact does not have any archiving system on a web server anywhere.
I didn't ever say Redact archives anything.
And, well, I mean, it can to your computer if you set it up that way, but not into any.
No. I'm just saying I never made that claim because it
That's
sounds
not the
like
allegation he's making.
Okay.
Well, I'm more attacking, as for me personally, just JSTOK's weird kind of assessment of things, and also other people that may think this as well. There's a ton of other website loggings for multiple channels. I know just as being in here for like a decade or so that I've been, I remember 16 different websites where you can go ahead and look up logs for like 4 different channels, specifically Vaush, GG, and also DGG. I don't even remember the names of them, but there's so many things to back up logs of yours that even if you delete it or redact it, it could still exist somewhere else that you don't fucking know about. So to claim like I feel like, I don't know if this was 100%, but that's what I got the vibes from, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like JSTOK was claiming that Redact does archive it, and you do have logs that have been archived.
Yeah, that's completely untrue.
Yeah,
right? Like millions of people use our software, and literally millions, by the way. And like, you think that fucking all the people in the world that are going to discover some big conspiracy, it's going to be fucking sick unchained, like seeing through the matrix, being like, oh yeah, there's an archive server going on. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and then also I saw the cherry log thing that so I saw six tweets. We were talking about Cherry's VODs. I'm assuming that's just from, again. So what was the purpose of mentioning that? And also, because I don't know the context of why you were saying that. And also, if you do have her VODs, again, it's like through normal means. Like you could just go through, again. I mean, you already explained it, but what was the purpose of saying you had possession of Cherry's VODs? I don't know.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
When the fuck did I say I had Cherry's VODs? No, J-Stock said
at some point made stream at some point made threatening comments regarding possession of VODs.
Oh, this is Six's statement, which is not true. Once again, completely taken out of fucking. I don't even want to say taken out of context because it's not even based on reality. So what happened is
no, but it actually is very directly based on the fact that J-Stock said inside of Spicy Chat, apparently, not allegedly, do you think Destiny made a smart move by leaking Cherry's logs this week? Do you think you made a smart move by implying you have her VODs today?
That's never. Yeah, so that was an issue that J-Stock misunderstood.
J-Stock went on stream. He specifically said that this part, the first paragraph or whatever, was specifically misinformation, and I have since not redacted it, but I have amended
that would have been, yeah, that would be a good start. But you know what? Honestly, I can't fault you. You know what I mean? You gotta get the drama content, and this is the
my claim is understanding that now, and also okay. So when you think of like JSTOK and how he's like exaggerating and over exaggerating things. Does it at any point in your mind? So this is where I go sick. So when I see people like JSTOK saying stuff like this, and then other people like you are taking it, and it's like, oh, Dan's been backing up all the logs with all these other people, blah, 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 blah. Does it maybe at any point in your mind, like maybe saying, okay, maybe JSTOK is a little bit too like, either invested or he's too like deranged on this topic, where maybe I can like, when he says stuff, instead of like taking it verbatim as he says, or trying to think into it, I could maybe be like, okay, this guy has a bias, and he also may be saying a little bit of fact, but it might not be exactly as he says.
Listen, this is like on deaf ears, because it's not like this guy is here trying to tell us. You're not a truth teller, are you? Well, you're kind of like he's trying to get a little bit of views, are we not?
No,
it's not like I'm not looking at Walter Cronkite here, right? It's not Walter Cronkite. Okay?
I have a Twitter account. I don't stream. I don't upload. I don't do any such thing. Yeah. Literally, the incentive you're trying to imply doesn't exist.
There's a question I have, right? Like, so I look back at left-wing Twitch debates, YouTube debate sphere, 2022, 2023, when all you are lefties here, right? Or Democrats in some shape or form. Is that correct?
No, I'm fully Trump now, 100% Trump all the way. That's it.
Oh yeah, you know,
Zena's a Trumper.
Yeah, okay. So it was funny, 2022, 2023 to see like so many left-wing politics streamers like Destiny.
like Destiny, leaning into the red pill shit because they couldn't defend the terrible human vegetable Biden administration. And so they were big into the red pill shit. And then it turns out he's doing all this shit about consent and relationships and shit like that. His personal life's fucking atrocious at the time, where he's basically doing in spirit the shit that he's very criticizing while he's doing all this red pill shit, which gets me to this point. Right, the sort of schadenfreude of this. How do you all feel at the huge fucking L's you're taking, and the best defense you could muster is to do fucking drama streams about Destiny and Hasan nukes and all that shit? How far
Hey, wait, can I ask
fallen?
you? Hey, why the fuck I need you, Rob, okay? This is important, okay? We can be best friends after this.
The Groypers were on earlier.
Why the fuck has the far right not embraced the fucking Hasan content nuke? Is it because a Jewish man created it? You guys gotta, you can't ignore it. You gotta push it.
I can ignore it. I can tell you why. Because I respected Destiny and not Hasan. I don't give a fuck about him. That's it. Because I respected Destiny as an adversary, and Hasan is a himbo who doesn't have an original.
If you don't respect him, why would you not want to cover his?
You're not
his
following.
nuke?
You're not following what I'm saying. I'm saying, why are you not pushing the Hasan nuke from Ethan Klein? Why are you not getting more traction, more views? Why aren't you putting it out there? That needs to be on the Ben Shapiro show.
But for what? What is the nuke? What, that Hasan talks to terrorists, that he has no fucking clue what he's talking about? He's a blatant hypocrite. Yeah, I knew all that before the nuke, and I never engaged with Hasan because he stays in a bubble. He's not influential. I hope that him.
Hold on a second. That's not true what you just said. He's hugely influential. He is directly promoted on the most popular streaming site as the safe new alternative for youth who want to get into politics. That is what is shoved down their throat. So don't say he's not influential.
I used the wrong word.
Rob, if you want to, you criticize Destiny because like his Trump rally takes. Destiny said, I said Destiny. Donna said worse, if not way worse stuff than that. So why would he not have the same level of criticism?
His son? Like, I did criticize when I heard about it, like the 9/11 shit, criticized that when he said that. The bringing on basically a terrorist and being like, yeah, you're cool.
Not basically. And he's watched just full on Hamas propaganda videos with no propaganda. Like the type of shit you would get banned on Kick, probably not on Rumble, definitely on YouTube if you did this. Like, so much so that, like, if you watch Ethan's video, he couldn't even fucking upload it how he wanted it because YouTube made him blur it. And that was broadcast live on Twitch. That's how bad Hasan is. He would put on Hasan propaganda and walk the fuck out of the room. That's what he would, or Hamas propaganda, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, look, Hasan's shit. Again, the difference to me, why I can't speak for other right-wing creators. I don't know. The only reason, you want to know why I dove into the Destiny drama? You want to know the real truth? Was because when the video released of Destiny filleting a dude, every right-winger in the world was like, ha, look at this dude. And so everyone in my audience was like, what do you think about this? And you can go back and watch what I said. I said, I fucking feel terrible for Destiny. I don't give a shit about his sexual orientation.
Who's talking about Destiny? Who gives a fuck about Destiny?
Give me a second. I'll explain why I'm bringing this up. That was the only reason I delved into any drama, because I said, yeah, it's shitty that he got shit released. Then when the Pixie allegations came, everyone was like, oh, you carried water for Destiny when that shit happened. But now when he violated someone's consent, that's why I talked about this. Otherwise, I'm not talking about drama. When I say Hasan's not influential, I misspeak. What I mean is he's not fucking talented. I'm more than happy for Hasan and the people that share his views to be the face of the Democratic Party. As the opposition to the Democrats, in the fact that I think that they're terrible, the more that Hasan's promoted by the Democrats, the better for people like me. Because he's a fucking idiot. He brings nothing to the table. He's absolute garbage, and everyone knows it. Now, to his credit, he does some things better than me. He may be a little better looking than me, which matters in this space. I think that he is a way better content creator than me in that knowing how to entertain the people that are his particular audience. And that's, you can't take that away from him. You can't, even if his politics are dog shit. So I just haven't felt the need to weigh into Hasan shit when there's so much else going on in the world. And simultaneously, it doesn't sound like anything from the Ethan shit's earth-shattering that I didn't know. He's a fucking terrorist sympathizer. He said we deserve 9/11. He's fucking a hypocrite. He backstabs people that were supposed to be his friends. Yeah, I knew all that shit. That, you know, what do you want me to say about it? What do you want other right-wingers? We're laughing at you all because all of this infighting between the left while meanwhile, the Democrats can't keep up with the news cycle. Like, shouldn't you be bitching about deporting illegals or fucking the trans issue or whatever the fuck you guys care about? All of a sudden, it's now Hasan versus Destiny drama. It's hilarious to people like me. I'm happy to be just a small part of being on the periphery of it, because to me, it's just like, you don't have anything to say politically. It's just, fuck, we got to deal with all this drama.
I mean, I don't know about these other, I don't know how much Darius and Dan seriously engage with a lot of politics stuff. I know for me, I'm not on these drama streams that often. I just came off of a debate panel about Trump and what he's saying about Gaza and all that stuff. I've been covering the news.
This is why you're here, bro. No, I'm not even joking. I branded you here because I added Rob Noor here, and you're supposed to be like the politics guy. Destroy his ass. Tell him how much of a joke Trump is. Come on. I could say it too, but I just can't think of it in my head. Go ahead, destroy his ass.
There you go.
Yeah, you know,
finish him right now.
You know all the arguments that Darius. You just can't remember them. Sure.
I can't now because the Gaza thing's a fucking L. Do you not think that's an L?
Well, before we go into non-fun, because no non-fun can carry this conversation. I'm curious, Rob, how do you feel about the recent tariff updates with them kind of being rescinded? I'm curious about your take on that.
About what being rescinded?
The recent change in tariffs. Across the board tariffs. It seems like they're moving away from cross the board tariffs and more into agreements.
I'm sorry. I thought you said terrorist. I was like, holy shit, was there an attack or something I didn't know about? The tariffs. Yeah. So first off, the conversation about tariffs is a little. I'm against tariffs to start with. I think it was a mistake.
We all are.
Right. But the idea that it's just one-sided, just looking through an economic lens is not true. Right. Tariffs long term can actually create more jobs in the country. There is going to be short-term shock, though. It is going to cause the prices of things to happen. Theoretically, what would happen would be this. You have other countries that are tariffing, or that it's cheaper labor laws, so it's cheaper to produce there. You move your company to Spain or Mexico or whatever. You produce cheaper, you're selling products, your number one consumer base is the United States, so you send those to the United States and you're making profit. If the United States puts tariffs on that and that's your number one consumer base, you might say it's no longer profitable, so you move your business to the United States, which creates good paying jobs here because you're worried about those tariffs. So it can have that effect of bringing back manufacturing.
That's at the cost of other jobs, though, right? We acknowledge it's at the cost of other jobs because of things like exchange rate appreciation and the reduction in investment in other sectors.
Not
and lower
necessarily.
consumer after-tax income.
No, not necessarily. Of course, anytime you're
it's
talking
the most
about,
reasonable assumption.
That's not the most reasonable assumption. Anytime you're talking about creating businesses, there's obviously cross-sector things that occur that would cause diminishing businesses in other sorts of forms. But what we'd be talking about would be jobs that would be better than the ones that would be cost across forms, because these would be manufacturing jobs that would be products that formerly would have been higher wages here, but that weren't being paid. So in default, you would see that these would be jobs that would be wages that would be higher. And it would tend to be things that are manufacturing, because as opposed to it would be goods and things like that, as opposed to service, because you're not really tariffing services as much as stuff like. So in general, though, I'm still against. I think that a world with more subsidies and tariffs is usually a worse off world. However, when you look at the political calculus of using a carrot stick approach and having to have a stick because our allies have taken advantage of us for so long, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to start to tell our allies that we're going to put tariffs, even if it means temporarily, hopefully short term, actually falling through to show that you mean business so you can get concessions out of them. I think that the political class in this country have sold out the American worker for years. At the end, it has benefited countries around the world, and that it's time that the countries that are supposed to be our allies realize that we're not going to be the world police and we're not going to be taken advantage of. Now, if it leads to long-term tariffs on like our allies in other countries that aren't reciprocal, in other words, like China's tariffing a lot of shit, so if we tariff back, that's one thing. But if it leads to like long-term tariffs, Canada, Mexico, and shit that's non-reciprocal, yeah, I think that would be a bad thing.
Okay, so I just want to focus. I just want to focus on one specific thing. I think tariffs used as a negotiation tool is relatively nuanced. Usually, what I want, I just want to make people like the bullet, which Rob kind of half bit, that tariffs are usually economically harmful, and then we can discuss, basically the calculus of how likely do I think Trump is to follow through on the tariff threat versus how likely is he to get the concessions out of these other countries and how good those concessions are. I just want to ask Rob. I'm tired, so forgive me if I'm using technical terms. I can't use my brain power to dumb it down. Okay. If we are artificially changing the relative profitability of sectors, right? Mm-hmm. A tariff makes it relatively more profitable to invest in the protected industry than it is to invest in the other non-protected industries.
Correct.
Is it the most reasonable assumption to assume that the resources used for that investment come out of nowhere, or is it the most reasonable assessment that those resources otherwise would have been invested in whatever is a higher productivity business that's not without it being artificially protected?
No, because one, that assumes a world where tariffs aren't reciprocal. Second, it assumes a world where we don't have things like subsidies. Let me ask you, did you heavily condemn subsidies that were being issued for things like Green New Deal type shit? Can you point to me you criticizing those? Isn't it true that that would encourage business production in businesses that weren't profit, and that would take resources out of ones that would be more profitable? Can you show me your condemnation?
I think there's a lot of subsidies that are a net job loss. The subsidies that I support because I believe they are a positive externality. For example, they reduce pollution. And I mean, that's what I believe.
So you admit that Green New Deal subsidies, you think that there's a positive externality, which is that it reduces pollution, but you'll admit
reducing carbon emission.
Okay, but you'll admit economically they're harmful.
And definitely in the short term, I'm mixed about the long run effects. But yeah.
Why? What about the long term effects?
I guess speaking, I guess just for long term effects, I guess Rob, if the allegations against Destiny are true, do you think he should be put on a sex offender registry so that way future sexual partners can be warned of his crimes?
No, I don't know. It depends on what the law is. Do I think it's a good idea that people would be warned that Destiny has potentially done shit? I guess, but I would have to read the law. Like, I don't think what he did rises to the level of exposing yourself to someone in public. I don't think it rises to the level of sexually assaulting someone. If the laws in certain states or certain registries say people that have violated people's consents through filming them without their knowledge, and Destiny's found to have done that, then yeah, I guess if that's what the law says.
Well, that would be one of the allegations against Destiny.
Well, yes, if it's proven true, I said. I think that we are operating under the assumption.
So your answer is yes, Destiny, if the allegations are found to be true, should be put on a sex offender list.
Do the laws say that filming someone without consent puts you on the sex offender list?
You just gave the qualifications for that.
No, I didn't. I said if the specific list says that violating someone's consent by filming them without their consent means that you should be put in this list, then I would be fine with that. I'm unaware that that's the case. Should we change the law? I don't know. Maybe there's room for a discussion on whether or not. I don't think that's a Destiny-specific conversation, but maybe we should seriously consider people that film people without their consent. Maybe they should be put in a list. I don't know that I would support, though, someone that filmed with consent but then sent that to a third party.
But that's not the only allegation.
Of course,
right?
That's of course. But that allegation's been admitted.
If the allegations are true, if they are true, it's conditional. Should Destiny be put on a sex offender list?
Again, I would have to think about it heavily. I don't think as the laws
Why in the general are you okay with entertaining the idea of putting people on the sex offender list for this type of offense of secretly recording sexual acts? But when we talk about Destiny specifically, you cannot make that, cross that bridge.
Well, it's easy because I don't think that we should make an exemption to the law for one specific person. If we're going to have a broader conversation...
Nobody's asking for an exemption. You can say it in the general. You just won't say it about Destiny.
No, that's not true at all. I
just rejected it like 4 times.
Listen to me. I was quite clear that said if that's what the law suggests, then yes, he should be put in the list if he's found guilty of that. But if not, then no. But then I said when we talk about should that be the law, I'm open to hearing about it. I think that it would be an interesting debate to have, right? I think we have to be honest about how many times. There's my buddy Glenn. Hey, Glenn, have you ever been somewhere and you saw someone show you a picture of tits and said, hey, there's a chick I hooked up with last night? Yeah. Should that person be on a sex offender list?
Nah. At what age? That's what I'm saying. At what age should the sex offender stuff start happening? If you fuck up as a 16-year-old, should you be on the sex offender list?
It's tough. It depends on the nature of it, I guess.
Depends on the crime, exactly. Yeah. If you're raping somebody, probably.
People can be put on the sex offender list as minors, but if there's mitigating factors like that, typically there's. Not even all sex crimes are you on the registry forever. Of course, minors can be put on the sex offender list.
What is the minimum age that you would support?
I don't know the specifics of that.
No, I know that's why I'm not asking you specific. I'm just asking what age you think is too young to put someone on it.
Well, it depends on what they do.
Is it going to be based on age or based on crime?
Let's assume the worst.
Would it not be? Would it not be based
I
on,
don't
like,
know
you
the
repeating
answer to
your
that
offense?
question.
Not
I know that I would
bias-based?
be comfortable with people 18 and above being put on the sex offender list.
But not a
That's-
17-year-old.
If a 14-year-old did the worst sexual crime possible, I have no problem with him being on the list the rest of his life. He fucking knew better at 14.
The rest of his life?
Yeah.
So for those who are curious, it depends state by state. So it really depends on the state. Everyone's gonna have their own way to handle it.
Why is that? Why does that trouble you, non-fun? If an adult does that, should he be placed on it the rest of his life?
The worst sexual crime imaginable, probably. I don't know. I don't know
What's the
if I
difference
would.
if it's a 14-year-old and you
What's
think
the
they should
difference
be on
between
the
a
list?
You know, your
17-year-old and an
brain
18-year-old?
isn't even fully developed until you're like over 20, right? I guess I just don't. I guess like I see a much larger potential for someone to change if they do something really bad when they're
Well, you're
14.
thinking, are you saying that any age after 25, okay, lifetime prison, but you know what, 24 and a half, if you go out and grape somebody,
I would have to
10
think
years.
more where I would draw the exact line of when it's appropriate to put someone on for life. But I think 14 feels too low because I feel like there's, like, you know,
I
only.
I think that you should be. If that sort of thing happens, again, it's not like this list means that it's a life sentence as far as behind bars, right?
I was gonna ask, like, could he be taken off if you have good behavior long enough?
I don't know.
How it works?
The whole point of the list is, like, think about it. What if someone... Do any of you have children?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What if someone sexually assaulted a child when they were 15 and now they're 40? Are you like, it's cool they take them off the list. I didn't need to know my neighbor that's talking to my daughter coming into the house off the school bus every day. I didn't need to know that. Fuck yeah, I'd want to know. If they did the crime to be put on the list, then and it's the worst crime, then yeah, leave them on the list. That doesn't mean they may not have changed, but the purpose of the list is to give people the right to know, look, this is a possibility, protect your loved ones, and make sure you're careful around this person. So I you know, it'd be different if we're having a conversation. Should they be, you're 14, you do this, should you be locked up and the key thrown away?
I'll disagree a little bit. It is for safety, but I think it's more so like so we can catch repeat offenders, people that are going to do this again. In theory, to someone, if they're like, yeah, it's gonna be hard to prove, but if they're never going to offend again, they should be able to like go about society.
Well,
okay,
yes.
I don't know.
But I mean, you can say that about anything at all. If a 40-year-old did it and we knew
I
they'd
believe in
never
restorative justice, yeah.
I mean, but you get it right. If a 40-year-old did that and then you could see in a crystal ball they'd never do it again, I guess, but that's the whole point. If we're looking at factors, right, for what makes someone likely to do that, recidivism would probably be the top factor. You've done it in the past. And so, you know, as the whole point of the, like, I'll tell you what, I grew up in a rural area. I was shocked. Growing up, I was always like, you'd see this shit, you know, I'm 40, so you'd see this shit on TV, like child offenders and stuff. You'd be like, that's like big city shit. And then once I'm an adult and you look, there's people all around on this fucking list. And some of it I get is like, some dude took a piss drunk and the school bus drove by. But some of it's like, this dude did 15 years. And you're like, wow. This blows my mind. I didn't know that was in my region. So I understand the utility of something like this. You know, what Destiny did doesn't rise nearly to the level of anything we're talking about here. But just in theory, yeah, I don't have a problem if someone is strong enough and sexually, you know, mature enough to commit the most heinous sex crime against a defenseless person. I have no problem with the world being aware of that the rest of that person's life. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I feel, I guess.
Now, it's different. Maybe if the crime's less. Let's say, hypothetically, Sick, what you're saying ends up being the case. That a certain state has a law that says if you film someone against their consent, you go on a sex offender list, right? So the 14-year-old gets put on that list.
Sorry, I just need to be explicitly clear. Not just film somebody against their consent, because there's plenty of states where that is totally fine.
Okay.
I mean, anything one-party consent. We're talking about specifically filming somebody engaging in a sexual act.
Yeah, of course. That was implied in what I was saying, of course. So filming someone engaged in a sexual act without their consent, right? If we would have a state that would be enough to get you put on the list, I think that maybe a 14-year-old at some point you could be like, well, this was something fucking a stupid person would do and we'd be more lenient. So I agree with Glenn. It depends on the nature of the crime. It's the same with like penalties when it comes to homicide. If a 15-year-old kid vandalizes something, you're probably more lenient on their permanent record than a fucking 40-year-old man. But if a 14-year-old brutally murders 3 people, you might say, I'm sorry, like that's a crime so heinous, we're going to treat you as an adult. And I'm okay with that sort of the severity of the crime changing how we treat adolescent criminals. So.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that in principle. I think we just disagree on how far we should go with that. I don't know if I'd ever view like life imprisonment or putting you on the sex offender registry for life as appropriate punishment for someone that young, even if they've committed one of the worst crimes you can commit. I don't know. I just see so much potential.
I'll be honest. This whole thing is
them.
debate purgatory anyways. It's kind of uninteresting anyways.
But back to the Coomer Gremlin, I kind of feel bad for Destiny right now. I do. I know it's kind of weird, Rob, because I normally, like to just roast.
Oh wait, chill. Okay, speaking of purgatory, I'm sorry. I'm getting spam DM'd, and I'm not trying to do this, dog. I'm not. I swear to God, sick. I'm getting spam DM'd. Okay, I'm sorry to press you about this live. Okay, someone is telling me the sick guy you're talking to tried to rape his 8-year-old sister when he was 12 and told the story online 3 times.
Age is wrong.
He said Queeman was repeating this. He said this on his stream. Do you know? Can you please just elaborate on this, please? Can you please just elaborate on this?
I mean, you are putting me on the spot, but
I know. I'm sorry. I'm getting spammed. I'm literally getting spammed. I'm supposed to ignore it, but I feel like if this person's spamming me, like 3 different people from Queeman's little area are spamming me, I'm like, okay, then it sounds like I'm dodging. I'm sweeping the platform. Someone who tried to rape their sister. So I just need to hear you repeat this. So
from
I can
the
move on.
ages of 8 to 10, I was molested. When I was 10, I tried that on somebody else. That's it. That is the story. And I was not 12.
That's sad to hear. I was also molested, so I understand your pain. Okay, that's all. I apologize for bringing up. I didn't know if it was
any condolences.
Listen, I didn't.
Anything.
No, I didn't know if it was okay.
Tariffs?
Yeah,
Did we talk about tariffs?
I didn't know. Okay, sorry. I didn't know if you were like. I didn't know if you were like. They were like telling me a troll, and I'm like, okay. If they're telling me a troll, then this guy will say you're a retard, and he'll move on. So yeah, my apologies.
I mean, let me put it this way: if people want to chastise me for something I did when I was 10 years old after 2 years of abuse, then they can certainly have that kind of energy for Destiny. Okay, at 36, I think he's 100%, fine 100%. Sharing that culpability and responsibility.
100%. I didn't like 100% believe them with you, and I was like, okay, should I DM about this? But I'm like, okay, it's like content. I get it.
Well, we all agree, like someone who's like born with trauma, like maybe if your grandma repeatedly kills like your dogs that you're bonding to when you're a child, that probably leads to like bad results when you're an adult. Maybe,
Yeah. Maybe Destiny's the sympathetic figure in this whole story, right?
I understand it. Like I was also like as a kid, I was also in that situation. I didn't do that, but I can understand how there would be feelings towards there. But no, I get that. No, again, I apologize for kind of vibe terroristing that. I just was getting spammed, and I didn't want Queeman to like go on JSTOK and I'd be like, I'm just sweeping for someone that they don't like or something. Okay, anyway, yeah. So non-fun. You didn't say it was anti-rape. Also, why am I getting? Hold on 1 second. I'm getting TTS spammed. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, on this specific point, which is a real fucking tragedy, I do home health care with adults with disabilities. One of the crazy things about the field, like people with autism and shit like that, your chances of being like sexually assaulted, molested, and shit.
What is this? Hold up. Sorry. Go ahead. There's something blaring on TTS. Hold up.
Anyways,
please keep going.
Your chances of being assaulted or something like that, if you have a serious disability like autism or nonverbal or something, goes through the roof, right? And it is tragic that you do see that a lot of people, particularly if you don't have a societal understanding that people that don't have those disabilities have, and you've been treated like that as a child, then as an adult, you think that that's normal behavior. And a lot of people end up being on a list and something like we've talked about. And so it does influence sort of my perception, because I've dealt with a lot of people that I think are really good people that maybe don't have this sort of mental capacity to understand right from wrong societally like that. And they grew up in that sort of shitty thing. But still, as a member, even though my heart would go out to them in many cases, the members of the public have the right to know that this is a possibility, that this sort of shit is more likely to happen with this person than with a general member of the public. and regardless of the reasons. So, anyways, I was happy talking about fucking tariffs and shit before we jumped into like that. Tried to bridge it into a little something, but yeah, it's fucked up. You got to be careful, right? Like, to whoever was DMing you that, Darius, you'll be real fucking careful before you're like, people are saying you're a rapist, and I think if I'm not mistaken, that's sort of what Dan and Darius were saying with some of the Destiny shit that they are trying to correct the record. It's okay to say what he did's fucked up, but the people that maybe would go further. We should be careful, but before.
Well, we should be careful.
No,
like,
no,
they're
100%.
sick, but like not for Redact, right? Sick, like that's fucked up. That whole thing.
Can
like,
I
it
ask
just seems
you-
like fucked up that like I don't know, whatever.
I've said I'm willing to amend my statement, and
I just don't want you to like look. I understand you fucking hate Destiny. I don't give a shit. I hate Destiny too. He's like I don't. Okay.
Okay, you don't hate Destiny.
Listen, Destiny is a sociopath, okay? But I just happen to get along with sociopaths, so it's fine, okay? It's all right.
Okay, am I allowed to ask you a question and bridge a gap?
You can, yes, it's fine. I'm just saying, you can hate him all you want. I'm going to remove you from the block list, all that. That's fine. Just know I'm not Destiny, okay? I'm just, I'm stuck in an awkward spot. That's it.
Dylan's best friend.
Okay.
What's your
Okay, you know what? I understand that. But I would say, okay, let's say, because for the record, I do have logs of Destiny at least admitting to using Redact generally. Not specifically for deleting revenge porn or evidence of doing that. But I would say, because Destiny has a badge of Redact on his X profile, if he was found either in the courts through preponderance of evidence to be found guilty of sharing revenge porn and or secretly recording sex tapes, or admitted to doing those things himself, would you advocate and or try, or just, I don't know what power you have over him having that badge, but have it removed from his profile?
I mean, forget the fucking badge. If it comes out that all of this shit is true, and
I just want that specifically.
Well, forget the. I'm going farther than the badge. If everything comes out that it's true and there's no defense, and he's like, "Fuck, yeah, sorry guys, I did it," I'd be out. Okay. So, but I owe it to him to let him have that day in court. That's it. That's all I'm saying to that level. So if it comes to that, like we're 6 months down the road, and it's like, yeah, what can I say? Then I'll be out. So there you go.
I got a question. Was like any of this?
So would you not consider? Sorry, I just need to ask.
I don't want. I really don't want. I really look. I said I didn't want to talk about this shit.
I have to leave the conversation after this. So I literally just want to ask you this one question, and then I got to get out of here. Actually,
I like what you're doing. That's a good strategy right there. It's like I said I don't want to talk about it, and you're like, okay, listen, I gotta go. So let me ask you the question because I gotta go.
I also have children, so like, yeah, I gotta do dad shit.
It's
first.
late. Everything's small. Yeah, you've got to.
So would you not consider Destiny's message to Pixie an admission of what he did, which would be non-consensually sharing her?
I really do not want to be speculating on this shit because I don't want that's it. I don't know all the details. I only know what's public. Actually, I don't want to comment on this. Is that fair? I don't want to comment on this.
I don't think it's fair. I mean, I think you did your best to drag me through the mud over something that I said publicly, and you're unwilling to be pressed about the Destiny situation over something that he has posted publicly.
That's not fair. I did a 3-hour stream of shitting on Steve. I'm done now. I'm not going to keep repeating it. If you want to watch me shit on Steve, you can go do it for 3 hours. So much so that the top posts on Livestream Fails were multiple posts about me shitting on Steve, and not like in a cutesy sweeping way, just like titles like Destiny's best friend says he's a shitty abusive husband. Those are the posts at the top of the LSF. So if you want to go watch me shitting on Steve, I did it for 3 hours, but I also said once I did this, I'm done, and now I'm done. That's it.
So just to be clear,
I mean, at least you answered the first question. So I really truly though, I do have to go. I will say Darius, I actually enjoyed the talk with you. I did not expect that, but yeah.
Yeah, everything kind of gave it a little bit hectic there. I'm going to give you perms so you can join in whenever you want. We're going to do this show kind of like almost daily. We're going to do about other topics and other things. If you ever want to, yeah, I know, right? It's not going to be, well, it'll happen almost daily and it won't be this hectic. So if you ever want to hop in, you can check me out on Kick. You can just hop in, talk with us. Sorry, again,
one more thing.
little,
I do want to say
little
thank
bit
you for coming.
Yeah, thank you, Prawn, for inviting me. I really have to go, guys. Like midnight's my bedtime, so later.
Thanks for coming. I did want to talk about your cherry tweets. We'll talk about that another day. But okay. Also, Glenn Lawrence, thanks for joining. But yeah, now we have one less anti-Destiny, so it's a little more balanced. Go ahead, Rob or Glenn.
Dan, I just want to say real quick, your stance is, it sounds to me, I'm trying to interpret here. I know you're saying you don't want to talk about it. You don't have to tell me if you think it's true or not, or anything like that. But it sounds to me your stance is, if the worst of the allegations against Destiny were found to be true in court, that would be your deal breaker. Not every allegation. Is that true? Is that what you're saying? So you might believe some of the lesser allegations, but that's not enough?
I appreciate that you guys want to get like more context and more like clippable moments. I said so much about this on my stream. I just don't want to keep rehashing it over and over because I just
that's fine.
Look, I know this is like the soup du jour. I feel like I answered every question pretty good that came up to me for 3 hours straight of how I felt about the situation and everything. And I've known him for 15 years, and I am going to wait and see how it plays out. I owe that little amount of what's the word I'm looking for? Credibility? No. Charity to him after 15 years to do that. So I will do that. And I would hope that he would do that for me. You know, like there was a lot of people that was there someone that I'm going to say something. I think Kevin Spacey was actually innocent. Can we just all say that for a second? I think he actually was innocent, and it got found out in court he was actually innocent, and now he's fucked forever. It's kind of
you're talking about like false allegations. Like I am.
No. Hold on. I'm not saying that these are false allegations. To be clear, not saying that. I'm just saying that I'm withholding judgment until the end. That's it.
But that's different, right? Like that's perfectly reasonable.
What?
But because the nature of the question I asked isn't do you think he's guilty or not? It was you brought up through your own volition. I didn't press you. You brought up. You seemed to say to Sick, well, if the allegations were true, I would cut ties. And I was just asking for clarity on that. So saying I think it's totally prudent of you to say he's my friend. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt until all of the facts come out. Totally prudent. But just talking about
I don't have it nailed. I don't have it nailed down to the level that you want yet to answer that question. How about that?
Okay,
that's fair. Yeah. So when I get more answers, I'll kind of make my decision. I think that's
Can I ask you a question, Dan?
Oh, for fuck's sake! What?
I think mine's a little simple because we're talking counterpoints yesterday. Some people think, despite maybe even possibly being true, there might be no legal repercussions. It's a hard case to win. It's gonna be a hard case to prove. Even in the case of Kevin Spacey, we agree. Even though he's acquitted, it doesn't prove his innocence. He still could have done really bad things in the past.
No, what I was saying is I didn't like the idea that I think
my question is, if it's revealed that he did these bad things, but there's no any legal repercussions, you still stand by your statement?
If what?
If he's not held legally accountable at all, but he still did bad
things.
I
just said that I'm going to wait and see where it is at the end, and then I'll make my decision essentially based off that. I can't there's too many variables for me to be like, well, if this is true and this isn't true, but if the Pixie thing is true, but the cherry thing isn't true, or the cherry thing is true and the Pixie thing was a little bit about I'm not doing this whole fucking thing, right? I just don't.
I'm not. Another question for you. It's a very easy question.
I don't want to have any more easy questions.
Is your standard a legal thing, or is it beyond that?
It's how I feel about the situation, honestly.
Okay, fair enough.
A question, not really a question, Sick left, but a question I had for him was just briefly hearing what Dan's company does, Redact, and him saying, well, sex perverts could use this. Couldn't you make the same argument about a VPN? Couldn't a credible argument be made? Oh, well, if you were a criminal doing criminal shit online, you would get a VPN. And so if Dan owned a VPN company, would it also cast shade on him? It's like, your friend was accused of something, you own a VPN. I mean, it just seems tenuous at best, the whole line of attack on your business, Dan. I don't get it.
just from an outsider perspective, listening in.
Oh wait, say what now? Of what?
I'm saying that like Sick's commentary
Well,
about your business and
Sure.
like how like bad people would use it. Can't you say the same thing of a VPN?
Sure. Yeah,
So-
you can do it, or cash or anything else.
Yeah, I was listen. Just to say, Sick's commentary. I know he's not here, but I don't want to say it's Sick's commentary. I think he is getting manipulated. He is getting brainwormed by the Destiny Derangement syndrome that is going on in JSK's orbit. The Queemans, the Chud Logics, the maybe not Turkey Toms, but like these people around. It's not that this is Sick's genuine critique, because obviously you could easily say this. You thought of this, Rob Noor, and I don't want to say listen. I don't know you too well, but from what I understand, you're kind of retarded. But like you even got that right. So it's like I know Sick's not a retarded guy. He's not stupid. He's not dumb. He understands it. But when you have all these other people reaffirming your beliefs, and you have these people like JSCLK, Queeman, all the other people like going on saying, "Oh yeah, like this is all makes sense. Yeah, it all makes sense. And maybe Redact is hiding laws, and they're all doing this just as a tactic to smear Destiny or make other people's beliefs claims more realistic for whatever reason they're doing it for. It makes sense. It makes complete sense in that if you think of it from that lens and that lens alone, from like a actual lens of, oh, is this a real criticism? Like, is this something I can follow through with other things? It wouldn't make sense.
It's always nice to be called retarded.
I got a question about all this.
It's nice to be called retarded from a mushed mouth fucking lefty that can't get 2 words out without stuttering. So thank you for that.
I got a question here about this. Like, was the cameras hidden? Or did he pull out his phone? Like, I haven't seen the shit, nor do I really want to. But like,
But no one knows. No one knows the specifics actually, because it's all in court. Destiny's like, I'm not going to talk about this.
'Cause I'm
All
saying,
we
if
have
it's
is,
like somebody pulled out their
woman's
phone-
allegations, but no one really knows.
Oh
okay,
wait,
'cause I'm
yeah.
saying if somebody pulled out their phone and you see
Alright.
them pulling out their phone while they're doing stuff, like you are contributing into the filming of it at that point. Like, where's part of the responsibility?
I think most of the allegations are he recorded with consent, but then shared it without consent. Although some people argue that he had his phone in his pocket for some grinder hookups, and Cherry, I think, argues that it was without consent when she was recorded.
Correct.
To me, it's like 2 waves of allegation. The first allegation was he's sharing stuff that was recorded with consent, but he shared it without consent. The new allegation is he's recording without consent, which has not been confirmed.
I mean, do you have to be a rocket scientist to know if somebody films you doing something? Most likely, some shit's gonna get shared. Like,
It's a fair
I'm just saying.
conversation. I still feel bad for Pixie, but yeah, it's fair.
yeah, I know I feel bad for them.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if you didn't want to be on camera, like, hey, no, put that away, take that down, or delete it, whatever. Like, you could end what
Well,
you're
and
doing. You don't got to continue.
And I think, listen, if we're just going to be totally honest about it, and I'm not trying to talk shit on Pixie, I do feel bad with that specific allegation. Again, I don't know if people can tell. I don't think anyone wants to see me having any type of sex on any type of video, whatever, right? Never
Rob, I'm
happened.
with you on that one.
How old are you,
Never-
Rob?
Thank
How
you.
old are you?
I'm 40. So I brought everyone.
I'm 41. Us 40 guys.
Yeah.
Ain't never gonna see my dick anywhere on the internet ever. You know why? I ain't never sent it in.
Right.
Never sent. It doesn't matter who's on the internet.
That's
Fucking Gal Gadot is messaging me. I don't. I'll fucking do a MS Paint dick before I send my fucking dick on the internet. That's the only way I know.
A funny story about that. You know Connor from Counterpoints, right? I did this Odyssey Games thing with him. I got shit-faced and had to eat bugs, and then it ended. Lauren Southern was hosting it. The final round, Connor won, and it was like a $10,000 prize. And you know what it was? Him and the person he was going up to had to pick up his phone on camera and scroll through his photos. And Connor's like me and you, Dan. We're like old dads. We're like, there's nothing. The only thing embarrassing's like, you know, a pimple I had in my head. I took a picture and something. That would be the worst thing that's on my phone. There's just no sex pics or shit like that. But if you are doing that, if you're filming yourself and it's like with a long-term partner, like your wife or someone that you're engaged to or plan on marrying or something, then maybe you have more of an expectation of privacy. If it's sort of hooking up with someone who's a public streamer that you know is kind of promiscuous and there's not really an expectation of maybe there was, I don't know, I'm reading into this, but if assuming there wasn't an expectation of a long-term relationship, this was just sort of like casual sex hookups, then yeah, I would say that my advice to people would be like, be very careful, because material like that, the type of person that's going to film stuff like that, I'm not saying that they obviously will send it to other people, but probably the chances of that happening increases spectacularly. And so to anyone, man or woman that's watching, if you're having a casual hookup and someone's like, hey, let me film this shit, I would be skeptical. I'm just saying that, like, hey, man, this shit might... Now, I think the situation with Pixie becomes all the more tragic because it's bad enough if Destiny sent this to a third party, but then the tragedy is that it gets leaked all over online. And now you're Pixie and the rest of your life, your fucking family could see this video of you online. That's fucking terrible. I feel terrible about that. I feel bad for Destiny about that.
But like, you know, at what point when you see the camera, you go, wait a minute, I don't want to be on this. Turn that off, delete it. Like, don't continue.
It still doesn't mean that she's deserved.
I
don't, you know.
Yeah, that none of that justifies what happened
Right.
to Pixie. I think that's what we're saying. Because we can condemn people's behavior, actions. You should not do that. But none of that justifies the also like the bad stuff Destiny did. I think that's what we're saying.
But I get what you're saying. But I'm just saying at some point, if you get up, you leave, if you don't want to be on camera, or you stop whatever you're doing. Like,
I don't think anyone disagrees that would have been smart of the woman to do, but like
that's part that saves a lot of this mess because it's
Well, I'm sure the lefties that, that focus a lot on consent and shit, there's probably been conversations they had about power dynamics. I haven't weighed into any of that, but I assume if I was putting that hat on, I could say, well, maybe if, Destiny's basically this celebrity, and if you're, listen, I know people would laugh at that in my sphere, like Destiny is celebrity, but I think everyone would agree here that sort of in his sphere, Destiny's a very influential, powerful person, and so maybe if you get the chance to hook up with him, you're going to acquiesce to shit that maybe you normally wouldn't, which is some random partner that you meet on Tinder or something. So maybe, that's part of it. Now, I'm not saying that you could really judge Destiny for that, though, because if he's like, hey, I asked, what the fuck? I'm supposed to be like, oh, you're not even allowed to. I don't know.
I mean, I think it's bad either way. I think it's just, I'm just looking at both sides of this and saying like, okay, yeah, he fucked up here, all right, by leaking it or whatever. But at some point, the responsibility of, hey, I'm being filmed on camera. Do I want to be filmed on camera? No, I don't. Okay, maybe I should leave.
Let me
stop.
still
That's on
I
them.
see what you're saying, but I think it's because you had to remember, Destiny's the guy who talks about consent all the time. He probably had conversations with these people that made them feel like they were safe to do that with him, that he would not betray their trust, he would not betray the consent. And I think it's why he's getting a little bit extra shit for it, where he's talked very publicly on his stream about how important that is, how he does consent correctly, and this kind of showed that was not the case.
Yeah, I mean,
he definitely looks very hypocritical. Well, it looks like he's the, this evil, guy that's trying to win you over and then and get you in his bed and then.
Let me ask you this.
And again, doing that during his red pill arc.
Yeah. maybe someone that knows the situation a little better than me knows this. I saw a clip. This is hard to even talk about, to be honest.
Oh, I'm sorry. You saw a clip.
No, I didn't. No. I did see 0.5 seconds. By the way, is anyone else tired of fucking X? You're scrolling through and just porn pops up, or videos of people being brutally murdered in the Ukraine-Russia war. I fucking hate that. You'd be in public and it's like, oh, check it out, a funny dog video. Oh, someone losing their arm in a drone attack. Yay! I'm in the, it's fucking horrible. So I did see Destiny's one video for literally 0.3 seconds as I was scrolling. I read about it and then I was like, what the fuck? Anyways, I saw a clip where Pixie's dad called in and talked to Destiny. Now, if this had already occurred, if Destiny had already filmed this and sent this, the fucking chutzpah it takes on Destiny to sit there and talk to this girl's dad, as his dad's like, oh, I think, basically you're a good influence on my daughter. Holy fuck. That's, if I was that dad, I might be a little fucking livid right now. But I don't know the timing of this. Maybe the conversation with dad was before any of the filmed sex acts or the sending of it, but woof. Talk about real fucking shitty to be on there talking about consent and getting accolades for being nice to this dude's daughter. And it's like, ugh, I don't know. So yeah, the Schadenfreude and the double standard of it a lot and him claiming to be Mr. Consent. Yeah, it fucking sucks. I'm sure he would admit that too. He's in a weird place. I think he makes the mistake that you make, Dan, in a far less egregious way that you're making here, Dan, which is he sort of starts to talk about shit and then he's like, well, I can't talk about it. And that's sort of what you did here, Dan, where you're like, well, this is what I think. If this was all found to be him guilty in court, then that would be too much for me. And then when it's like, well, wait a minute, which allegation specifically, you're like, I don't want to talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, just say, I have nothing to say, I don't want to talk about it. Same with
Destiny. I've refined it more. I'm going to see where everything lands in 6 months or when this is all over. And from there, I'll make my decision based on how I feel about it. That's all.
Oh, there you go. And,
I think that's right. I think that's what most people should be doing. If you don't have all the details and you're speculating, how about you just wait till the dust settles and then then make your decision how you feel about it.
Well, we have to think about why they're doing it, and the only reason why you can think about why they're doing it is for, the answer is clout.
I don't know that that's true. I don't know that that's true.
I don't know. I mean, like, I wouldn't fault anyone because there are things that we all know that Destiny did. I wouldn't fault anyone who felt like
they're confirmed things.
yeah.
Even
I wouldn't fault
Pisco,
anyone for leaving over that.
Yeah,
just
leaving
for
is
moral
one thing,
reasons.
but to do this thing where you're speculating and you're going around like, what's happening? What's going on? What could possibly happen? Da, 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 da.
Name names,
That's
Darius.
The only purpose
you can
that
name
could be-
names.
Well, yeah, obviously
Let me
JC,
just-
okay, but like just name one. But going into like even Ryan Beard's video,
Oh,
going
wait.
down.
Can I clarify something? When you said that, you're not talking about Pixie and Cherry. You're not talking about the alleged victims. You're talking about people come. Because are you saying that all of these people, including Pixie, the only reason she's bringing these allegations forward to clout? Or are you saying the only reason?
Oh, Pixie would. I would say Pixie would be for clout. I'm talking about more commentary.
Okay,
People that are spending their life for making revenue off of just like sitting here making content out of it.
Isn't that why we're talking about it?
Which would be also, I was gonna say that could also be me as well. Right. But I am a counterculture. I am counterculture. I am countering the culture of speculating by adding a reasonable speculation because there is none out there right now. There's only crazy speculation, and I feel like if there's going to be speculation, it needs to be someone that can be normal. And unfortunately, I feel like I have to go ahead and I have to be that person. I do not want to do this. I do new content.
And someone like Darius
I
is
think
different from
the reasonable conversation is to have is what's hey, this looks like this has happened, and these are the results of what happened if it did happen this way. But what I see on other channels and what I see happening from other people is people looking into Destiny's past conversations, going ahead and giving credit to people like Mr. Girl, letting people like Lav onto their onto platforms to go ahead and speak and also talk about how this proves her right, letting pretty much discrediting anything Destiny said in the past, and then going ahead and saying all that is invalid because of what's going on now. Even then, I don't even think the red pill thing, I know you guys were talking about it earlier, I'm letting you guys kind of talk. I don't think the red pill conversation has anything to do with what's going on right now.
Hypocritical.
Yeah, you can still be right and be a hypocrite at the same time. It doesn't take away the argument. But a lot of the conversation I see going on is now people doing deep dives into what Destiny was saying and kind of saying like this doesn't matter at all, and then kind of saying like this.
Well, no, I think it's like a lazy version. Like Steelman is like shows maybe it's not completely accurate, but it's not the best advice. You don't take business advice from like someone who's failed at business. That makes no sense. Like you want to go to someone who's an entrepreneur, they have multiple businesses that are successful. You would not take business advice from like someone who's had multiple failed businesses. So why would you take relationship advice from someone who's had multiple failed relationships?
Well, and if these allegations are true, again, it's similar to your
I do want to get Glenn Lawrence in a little bit.
Okay, I'll be real quick. If you're a devout Christian, do you want to listen to a pastor that's talking about the sins of homosexuality and then you find out a bunch of tapes leaked that he's banging dudes? Like, there's not part of you that's like, wait a minute, this is this guy's message, and now allegedly he's doing the opposite of it. So I do think that there's, more to it than that. But sorry, Glenn, go ahead.
No, I was just wondering, so if it comes down to that he leaked it, then he's just wrong for leaking it. Then, he's wrong. They don't really look into his back statements or back his past. He's just wrong. You judge him for his actions.
Yeah,
and that's exactly it.
Right now, and like going in the background and like being like, oh, he did this, and people making wild speculations, all while pretending to care about Pixie and Cherry and the victims.
This is what I always say.
They're just doing it for the clout and the revenue.
Judge people by their actions. Don't judge them by the words.
I mean,
judge them by their actions.
It is fair. It is fair to look at to see if there was a pattern that suggests that these sorts of things were foreseeable.
Yeah.
Or that's
but
fair.
It still be the actions, not what he says.
But listen. Let's let none of us cast stones that are claiming that this is for clout. Do you know what the highest viewed video I ever have is? Talking about this Destiny drama a couple weeks ago. Granted, it's only like 13,000. I'm fucking peons compared to most of the people, but it's true. I mean, people want to listen to it. Everyone that's listening right now probably aren't doing for the victims. You could make an argument it's not for the victims.
Yeah, but it's different doing it in here versus other people who are doing it pretending that they care for the victims.
Well, that's true.
I chose not to cover this topic on my channel. I chose not to cover this topic because I don't have all the facts.
And that's fair, and I mostly don't cover this. I ended up covering it because I spoke not out of turn. The facts I had that there was a streamer that I dealt with whose sex videos were leaked in private or public, and it was haha, make fun of this guy, and I was like, no, I feel bad. That was it. I don't mind the people that are making fun of him. And that was the other thing I was going to say. Don't act like for a fucking minute that Destiny, if it wasn't one of his ops, wouldn't be jumping up and down, speculating and shit. If it was
I don't think he would. I don't think he would. I think Destiny's very much known for
Destiny. How many R-word reviews did he do? How many?
Yeah, but why did? Okay, real quick. When he did those R-word reviews, was he just like, oh, lol, this person got like, lol, the victim's always right? No, he would sit there and listen to both sides and then go ahead and go from there. And even then, he wasn't like speculating on what was going on. You could still no, because the whole point is that no, hey, retard, fuckwit. The problem isn't you're covering it. The problem is taking a side and then going ahead 100% taking that side without any evidence or having the contrary. And that's my problem with everybody else. You dipshit. You're doing that fuck because you're the same thing.
You're saying people just go because they're milking it so much they can't possibly care.
No, it's not the problem with him milking it. The problem is him
and cover this.
No,
it's not like
you can care about the victim and cover it. That's fine, but he's not just caring about the victim and covering it. He's just taking the victim's word, and that is completely. That is it. That is all there is to it. And anything else related to Destiny is demonic. He is just lying. He is gaslighting. He is trying to use the manipulation tactics that he used on Anna Vor, XYZVB. He is just a rapist. He should go die. That is all there is.
Tactics. He's using Destiny level tactics.
He's using manipulation tactics. I didn't say Destiny tactics, monkey. I said manipulation tactics, and that's what that's all I'm hearing from the other side is that he's being a manipulative asshole, and that's all he's doing. And when he's just saying, "Hey," from what I've understood and what I'm reading here is just that he's saying, "Hey, I have litigation. I can't talk about this specific situation and this specific claim made against me. I can't claim innocence or guilty because I am getting sued." And when I hear that, I'm like, okay, cool. I'll give you that benefit of the doubt, but I'm going to give you until that's no longer an excuse. And when it's no longer an excuse, I can now judge you. I can now.
All right. First off, are you sure you don't want to get into politics debate? Because you certainly debate like most left wingers that I debate in politics. Secondly, like, let me defend J-Stock here, right? Like, you want to know how J-Stock could do? Let's assume everything you said is true. I haven't seen everything J-Stock said, but let's assume everything you said is true. Does that necessarily mean that he doesn't care about the victim, in this case particularly Cherry? No. In fact, Cherry was his co-host and seems he's pretty open about that he's a close friend to her, much like Dan is going to see things in a rosy picture for his friend Destiny. Why the fuck wouldn't J-Stock be afforded that same opportunity when it comes to his friend Cherry?
Because when I personally view you as caring about your friend, what you're not doing is just validating every single thing they're saying and then just trying to go 100% behind what they're saying.
For what I've seen from Cherry,
for 12 hours a day, what I've seen from Cherry has been ridiculous. The amount of tweets that I've seen her, the tweets specifically about her relating the manifesto of some kid that was shoot up to school that said Destiny's name once, to say that's why she's scared whenever Destiny talks about her, that she can't speak up about it because she's scared someone's going to attack her. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
You're speculating based on tweets. How is that better than what Eddie's doing?
Stop! Okay, so what I'm saying, stuff like this, it's ridiculous. You're not going to and JSUK refuses to criticize this. He's even gone out of his way to say, he'd have Destiny talk on his stream about stuff, but if Pixie went on his stream, he would ban her because he doesn't want her to ruin her case. I'm like, okay, you're willing to go ahead and you're willing to fuck over Steven as much as possible, but anything comes on about these other girls or anything that's happened with them, you give them the most charity you've ever given to anybody else in your life, but you absolutely refuse to do the same thing for Destiny. And I don't understand. And
but that's because he's friends with Cherry and he believes her. Again, let's take you, Darius, your best friend. Let's say your mom. Like, if you truly believe someone filmed your mom in a sex act without consent, if you truly believed it, and you went on a fucking crusade, was like, fuck this guy, he's a piece of shit, I looked into his past, blah, blah, blah. Does that mean you don't care about your mom? Because you're one-sided? No!
I would probably not comment about it because I'm biased. I'm biased, and I have a strong partisan towards my mother, and I'm not going to go against it. So I'm going to keep my mind out of it.
You're incredibly biased in this convo. That doesn't stop you from talking about it.
I'm not biased though. People, I'm not joking. I was closer to Cherry than I was Destiny. I've had more conversations with Cherry than I have with Destiny in my lifetime. Like I'm not trying.
That is not clear you're biased. Realize that just makes you
What do I need to do for you to make you feel like I'm not biased besides sucking her dick and saying I've given her the benefit of the doubt? It could be real. It could be right. I've seen her conduct about this be ridiculous. She said that JSUK's community was a ridiculous, crazy, toxic community, but suddenly, since they 180 on the topic of Destiny, they're now the coolest, wholesome, chungus community that she can go now and hang out with and be best friends with. I don't get that. I don't get that logic, and I don't get how that switches up just because of, because now they agree with me, they're right. And now I don't care about this, and now I can engage in that behavior.
I mean, it's simple. You can just be like, you know what? He could have done this. He may have not done. Who knows? We know that he filmed it.
Well,
we just
not
don't
with
know.
Cherry. Not with Cherry.
That's what Darius is saying.
Oh, okay. See, I don't know all the details.
Let me say one thing and I'll shut up. Wait.
Let me, Darius, let me push back just real quick on you, right?
Go ahead.
Like, you don't understand that? Destiny himself understands that. Let me explain. I was on a debate panel with Destiny talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, probably the only time we were ever on the same side. And it got brought up. Oh, the Proud Boys. Look at that. Rittenhouse is doing the Proud Boys national anthem. And Destiny gave the correct answer. Well, of course, when half the fucking country says that you're a horrible murderer piece of shit, and some people say, hey, we like you, you're going to fucking go with the people that say, hey, we like you. In Cherry's case, if she believes that, if Cherry's being honest and this shit happened, and she sees so many people from Destiny's community like, I don't trust this bitch, she's doing it for clout and blah, blah, blah. Then you have people from J-Stock's community saying, what happened to you was terrible. Of course it makes sense why she would have an affinity for that.
80% of the community doesn't agree with Destiny already, and she has every single person that exists.
Okay, so then they already have a bias against them.
So I'm saying she has so many other outlets to go to than the community that she said was toxic and she didn't want to be a part of because they were encouraging so much toxicity towards her, and even had people on their stream that were saying that her abortion should get ate by them. Like, it's like, I'm like, okay, not abortion, sorry, her miscarriage should get ate by them. You could go ahead, she can engage with other communities. There's so many more that exist now for her to go ahead and be a part of that support her, not the one community.
Are you defending him because all these communities are attacking him?
No, I'm saying that particularly with the Cherry situation, that 80% of the people believe her and are siding with her. Why the fuck she doesn't need to go ahead and look for the one community that is siding with her when everyone else is? The only community that's probably not even siding with, even DGG, is siding with her. It seems, from my understanding, seems like people are giving Destiny shit for Cherry statements, even on his Reddit. It doesn't seem like there is a place that exists.
No, wait. Let's do
that. Is expected.
Let me ask you a question. Darius, can I ask you a question? A time frame. When did Cherry say how toxic J-Stock's community was? Because if I'm not mistaken, didn't she co-host a show with J-Stock for a long time?
She did, which was incredibly crazy. She stopped, she left around November or whatever because she said it was too toxic, and she tried leaving multiple times, but she couldn't get herself off the internet because, again, like, that's how this weird toxicity roots go.
That means J-Talk's probably not sweeping for her. He probably is unbiased, and it's like, hey, Sherry,
that doesn't mean
that does not mean he's unbiased.
Just because your friend.
Why do you think this audience 80% hates her? That's like a win for Sherry. That means
because he's okay. Real quick, do you think he's just sweeping? Okay, I never made that. First off, maybe Rob made this claim. I never made the claim that he's sweeping for Cherry just because he really loves Cherry. I'm making the claim that he doesn't like Destiny, and anything that is anti-Destiny is fuck Destiny. And it's because of the recent thing. As soon as this stuff happened, Destiny went ahead and banned it because of the way he let
needs to be worried about it. That he shouldn't put himself in a situation that he could get got like this. All right, like if it really mattered, like, you know what I'm saying, like.
True.
So, I mean, you're going to have haters. You're going to have haters talking shit about you. If you do something stupid, please believe they're going to parade that shit down the road, all out and shit. And okay,
they will. And then
we can't hate on the haters.
My view is when it's 90% haters at this point, and I feel like the hating is all for. And when I'm especially hearing the most retarded arguments I've ever heard in my life, I feel like Chud's take himself was a little bit reasonable, but the community around Chud and the people that I've seen from like Queeman, JCOK, the Ryan Beards, the Nicholas Diorios, all those people, whenever I look at what they're saying about this situation, it's incredibly ridiculous. It's exaggeratory as fuck, and it's almost borderline calling Destiny a rapist.
No, wait
and I'm
a minute.
like, bro, how
you're making some claims about J-Stock. Let's get into the time frame of this. J-Stock was at one point on reasonable terms with Destiny, right? When you said he only started this crusade what was the inciting incident? I don't know the lore here. So why did J Stock?
I think what happened was initially when everything happened, he went ahead, started up a stream. He tried to be a little bit non-biased, but he kind of let J Stock and Steven have always had this like weird back and forth. But what ended up happening was once Destiny kind of like banned him from everything, it seemed like he kind of went full like anti-fan and full like angry at him. And then also during that stream, he let Mr. Girl Alive go on and pretty much do a victory lap uncontested. They tried to like.
I'm pretty sure the first stream on.
And then at that point,
he was already saying he was an anti-fan even before Destiny banned him, I think.
Okay, but I'm trying to. Again, I don't know most of the ins and outs of people's interpersonal relationship, but I'm trying to put myself. If J Stock's really good friends with Cherry, right, and the Pixie stuff comes out, and he's like, and then he hears this shit about Cherry.
But he wasn't like,
He was not, yeah.
He was not like,
So
at that point, he was ready.
Out, and he's instantly gung ho. Before the Cherry shit.
Before the stuff was coming out, because he's been talking to people behind the scenes, and he already knew a lot of the stuff.
So before this incident, there wasn't a lot of like animosity between Destiny and J Stock. There might have been a rocky relationship, but it wasn't overtly hostile. Is that fair?
Yeah. I'll say the last part one time.
Before the President Sunday video and the Pixie allegations became public, there might have been a little bit of a rocky relationship between J Stock and Destiny, but it wasn't completely there wasn't animosity really that was publicly showing.
At least it wasn't as intense as it is now. Yes, so there are some, but like not as much.
Wouldn't that, to me as an outsider, what that tends for me to believe is there was something about this incident or this allegation that J Stock found particularly undesirable. It would be different. You might look at someone like me and be like, well, Rob's a right winger. He doesn't get along with Destiny, so he's going to jump up and down and say, ha, ha, ha. But if me and Destiny were like kind of on a working relationship and we're in the same spheres, and then all of a sudden this incident happened and I jumped on him, wouldn't a more likely scenario be, I just was grotesqued out by this incident, and then maybe I'll take it further once Destiny reacts to me, like what happened with J Stock, he banned, so then I hear the Cherry shit, now I'm on a crusade. Because
I'm saying he can't be a critic and go on in on the criticism. The problem is that he's, for 12 hours a day, going and making unfair criticisms that are incredibly disingenuous to Destiny and all of that, and that's the issue. It's not just the fact that he's being critic. It's the unfairness of the critiques.
As an outsider, that's completely reasonable, especially if you're trying to be objective or if you're biased towards the
It wouldn't be reasonable, because if you told me you voted for Trump now I'm like, okay, that's grotesque to me. Now I start calling you a pedophile and all that stuff. It's like, that's not reasonable. Listen, that's a stretch.
But listen, but listen, you again, for someone who called me retarded, you can't follow what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, for you all to call out J Stock would be reasonable if you think that you're trying to be objective and you think he's saying things that are untrue. That's reasonable for you all to call him out. What I'm taking umbrage with, and I don't know if that's true or not, but what I'm taking umbrage with is you saying, the reason he would do that is he doesn't give a shit about the victim. And what I'm saying is maybe this escalated when he first was grossed out by the allegation of Pixie, and so he covered it. Then Destiny sort of retaliated and banned him, so he got a little more pissed. And then, let me finish real quick. The precipitating incident was when he found out his friend Cherry, this shit happened to her, and he found it even more grotesque. At this point, he not only felt that he was helping her by going after Destiny, but, and I talked to J Stock very briefly on this, he also claims to have some guilt because maybe he knew shit in the background, and so maybe his going after Destiny's sort of part of him paying penance. That was like, I could have stopped shit like this if I would have been more vigilant. I don't know.
What the fuck would he even stop? First off, and then second off, for him to for what I'm saying,
I'll tell you.
Stop. I don't think I don't agree with Stop talking. I know, because it's not at you, dumbass. It's at me, dumb fuck. So let me talk. So what I'm saying, JSK doesn't care about the victims. It's not because he's not defending them. It's because he's giving arguments to just make Destiny seem more reasonable. When people are hearing Destiny is an e-rapist, Destiny belongs to the sexual offender registry. They're not saying yes, do that. They're saying, what the fuck, why? And they're confused. They're not understanding. They're questioning what the fuck is going on and what is real and what is reality. They're not going ahead and believing victims. They're confused and they're like, this is...
We had to read the laws, but federally that was not the case. So we didn't know that until a couple of years ago, that would not apply to him. There's a reasonable thing that could, doing something like that could lead to that action. depends on the state. In Florida, that's not the case, but it's not a crazy question to ask. A couple things you mentioned. On stream, Jessica has said he feels betrayed. He was embarrassed. He grew in that community. He's disappointed with their morals, with their argumentation. You can say he's lying, but he's been very open, like where he feels embarrassed and betrayed for kind of being in the community.
Listen, bro, I'm 50% white. I have so much guilt for all the slaves my mom and their ancestors had too. I feel so bad for it.
That's not the same. That's not the same.
I don't give a fuck. I just don't give a fuck. Why do you think that's a valid criticism, you fuckwit? Who fucking cares? He had a stream where he had girls on. He made sit here and hype up Destiny. He had a stream where he talked about drama like a fucking lolcow. He talked about lolcow drama and he talked about drama. It doesn't. Who fucking gives a shit? I don't give a.
It's crazy for J-Stock to feel that way. What he's saying is you can excuse the behavior all you want, that he feels betrayed, that he cares for Cherry, that he whatever, but if he's still going insane on the speculation and the unfair criticism on all of Destiny's past actions ever, that's the part that Darius is critiquing. That's the part that, well, I'm critiquing.
And that's the part that I don't give a fuck if this nigga has white guilt. I don't care. What I'm saying is, if you have white guilt and all this shit, you're not gonna have white guilt by being like, do fucking seances and chants and talk about the railroad. You're gonna go ahead and implement laws. Yes, it is.
You work for a company.
You're gonna implement laws
For a company.
Okay, whatever.
Like that second command for a company, and like they did something bad. Yeah, you might feel guilty. You want to separate yourself from that. It's not unreasonable.
But he's not okay. Separating yourself isn't being ridiculous. He can separate himself the same way Pisco did. Pisco did without ridiculousness. Irrelevant has done it without ridiculousness. He said the sexual effect, a sexual registry shit, which is retarded. But that's like one comment. Next to JSOK's like millions. Okay. When he came on stream again after that straight up lied to me. Like, it's just like, again, it's not just like, if you want to separate, you can do that, but you don't have to do it as an extremist.
Okay.
That doesn't separate you, it just makes you look like an extremist.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna say one more thing. I'll shut up. One, which besides, he was not lying. He was wrong about one thing, but also he said this. At least you can say he's lying again, but he has evidence that he's not talked about on stream. He said he's heard the chair recording. You can say he's lying, but maybe he's coming different speculation because they have evidence that we don't have that is not public. Do you think that could be a factor?
So I'll say two things. Firstly, J-Stock was saying the first day before he heard the audio that he was already fully backing Cherry 100%. He would stake his reputation for her before he had heard the audio. And secondly, just because Rob keeps bringing it up, because I brought it up first, that J-Stock doesn't care about Cherry or Pixie. I said that because, not saying that he doesn't like care about them at all or whatever. I'm saying that he's going on for 12 hours making money off of shitting on Destiny all day, and he saying that it's just because he cares about Pixie and Cherry, when it's at least some
I mean, come on,
conflicting incentives.
Everybody knows that, like, when somebody's dunking on you, they're dunking on you because it's profitable for them. They may not care about the individuals. Like, look, they care about their profit margins. All right, like let's just be real.
Let me know because Glenn, you put on this. Destiny himself has said, if you're a public figure and you fuck up in public, you have carte blanche to talk about that. You can stream 15 hours a day. Destiny said that. So if you want to disagree with Destiny about his own fucking take, you're just being hypocritical. Destiny's like, hey, if you're a public figure, you can talk about that shit all fucking day.
And then I want to push back.
On critique.
I want to push back on Darius here for a little, just see if I get him screaming some more. So, listen.
Well, I'm about to dip. I just want to say this.
We'll chat someday, Glenn. Yeah, I'll shut up.
For sure. We'll do it again. Real quick. If you don't want to get caught in this situation, don't be like Destiny. All right? Don't do dumb shit.
Vote Trump.
Other than that, I'm out.
Well, Trump is a rapist, so that's not really
Glenn,
a
thanks
great
for coming.
argument.
I wish you could get a little bit more air in. We'll get come back anytime. We're happy to have you.
Glenn's a good guy.
Can talk more.
We can talk about the Trump stuff too. The big Destiny sweep of that. We could do that too. That'd be fun. Now, Darius. So to push back on what you said again, I can't go through.
Darius here.
And
He's not
so
here.
I can't. What's that? Darius still here, right?
He walked away from his computer.
How the hell do you know that?
On stream.
Oh, I just see it. Oh, okay, my mistake. Well, let me just ask you then. Zip, is that your name? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Zip.
So, like, you're not saying, maybe Darius says, it's fair game to look into the past, right? Let me explain why. presumably everyone is trying to come to sort of a moral judgment on, if this is true, what does it mean for Destiny? And one of the things that you hear from people is, if this is a one-off mistake, or it happened at one period of time in his life, well, then perhaps he will change his ways. He's getting older. He's on Vyvanse now, so he won't do anything crazy. What the fuck ever, But wouldn't it be reasonable when making that sort of calculation to look at past actions? Wouldn't it be reasonable to say, like, if it's true, I don't know if it's true, I've heard this alleged, that he threatened to leak someone's nudes in 2013? Wouldn't that be relevant? Now, I'm not saying Darius's argument, maybe if he was here, well, but that's different than saying that he's blah, 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 this, that, and the other. But Darius seemed to suggest going back in the past isn't something that necessarily we should be doing and parsing things out. I don't think that's necessarily true. I do think that we shouldn't unfairly speculate to things that maybe we have no proof of whatsoever. But looking at things that there's credible accusations from the past, I think that it's right for people to do that.
So I'll speak for myself, and I think Darius was kind of saying similar things, is that the issue isn't going back to the past and looking at previous allegations, accusations, whatever. The issue is the unfairness of the way it's being covered, saying that for sure 100% these are the things that happened, that sort of thing. The issue isn't just going back in the past. The issue is the way it's being done.
Oh, that's fair. But he said about going to the past. But yeah, that's fair. And for me, it's like, I mean, again, it could, everything that Darius is saying could actually be true. J-Stock could just like maybe talk to his accountant, and his accountant said, hey, you need some more money to pay your mortgage this month. And J-Stock's like, I know what I'll do. Maybe. Or maybe J-Stock's a guy who's really good friends with Pixie, and he's fucking furious, and he's on a crusade because of that. I certainly know people like that. I may be like that myself. I, thank God, have never been in a position where I know where something like this has happened to a loved one of mine or someone that I've... But I just think it's it's fair to criticize if you think that he's making unsubstantiated allegations with basically no evidence whatsoever. Totally fair. If that's true, I'm not saying it is, but totally fair to criticize him. But to question, to speculate, well, what does this mean about his concern for the victims? Sometimes people act in ways that you may consider irrationally when it comes to protecting their friend. Doesn't mean it's right, but I don't think that the explanation is proven that it's like, well, he doesn't really give a fuck about the victims. This is all just about his crusade or whatever. That's
well, I'm willing to give him the doubt that he truly does care. It seems like he probably does care for Cherry, and that's why he's doing all this. But I think it's a little different when you're doing 12, 13, 15-hour streams every single day about Destiny, 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 Destiny. And then you claim it's not because it's getting you views and getting you clout and all that.
It might. I mean, again, it could be.
It could be.
Another motivation. Another motivation. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I've been talking. I'll leave someone else go. Go ahead.
I want to add two factors. One, and it sounds like highly likely this could change. There might be zero legal repercussions, even if people do make the charges. Very likely, maybe nothing might happen. Would not say that kind of justifies like kind of raking over holes at least publicly, because again, there might be no repercussions for him. Otherwise than that, if they did not make it these streams, do you think that justifies any of those?
That would depend on why there was no legal repercussions. Like if, let's say Cherry goes there and makes her case, and it gets thrown out because there's no evidence or something like that. That would be different than the case being thrown out because of some procedural bullshit that's has no, doesn't say if Destiny is guilty or not.
I don't understand.
Those would be two different things.
The reliance, I get you. That's actually a good point. But I don't understand the reliance on the legal system anyways. Like, you're lefties. Isn't one argument I totally agree with lefties on is like some of the unfairness in the criminal justice system and the mistreatment of prisoners and shit like that. I think it's something Republicans should talk about more. But like, aren't we all in agreement that people that are incredibly wealthy stand a better chance in the legal system? Right? Like, and Destiny's probably wealthier than Cherry and probably wealthier than Pixie. So,
and that's why I'd make the argument.
You mentioned having multiple lawyers.
That's why I'd say wait for the legal cases to make their way through the courts and then form a full opinion instead of fully going all in without even knowing.
Maybe I hear when I hear people say that, I hear I'm gonna wait till actually there's legal action and then I'll do something. Then I'll change my behavior. Whereas it's very likely he can go through whole court. It can prove it he did something bad, and there can still be no repercussions.
Well, so that's the thing.
What I'm afraid of. I'm afraid people will be like, well, nothing actually happened in court, so I'm okay with it. Like, no, he still did the bad thing.
So that's possible, but that would also depend on what happens in the case. For example, in the case, it could be that it's proven that Destiny is guilty, but through some legal thing that, it was too long ago or it was whatever, that the case doesn't go through and he doesn't get found guilty or whatever. Or it could be that in the course of the case, the evidence gets put forward and there's not enough evidence to show that he committed whatever crime, right? So that's why, you can say, like, yeah, it's true that it could just be like, after the case, nothing happened, whatever, but it would also depend on what's in the legal findings and what's in the proceedings.
Okay, but there's a third possibility. And this is why, if I could steelman your position, I think what you're really saying, it's not the outcome of the court decision. It would be the court matters because that's the best chance we have of seeing the evidence, right? Because the third possibility could be that the evidence seems to suggest to a reasonable person that Destiny's innocent, but the jury, let's say it goes to a jury trial, is made up of a bunch of ladies that are Hasan fans. And they're like, fuck this guy, and throw the book at him. Just because there'd be a guilty verdict, it would be incumbent upon most of us, if we're able to publicly see the evidence, to draw our own conclusion, right? Like,
absolutely correct.
So that gets us to the Trump thing, doesn't it? Right? Like,
sure, we can go there. I'm sure you'd want to contribute as well.
Yeah.
I do want to ask Prawn, because I don't know where he stands on this at this point. Like, let's say Destiny hits you up, okay? He says, I'm out of orbiters, I need new ones, okay? Just knowing what you know now, like, would you be comfortable collaborating with him prior to any other court shit going through?
And he says, "Where's something nice? I'm gonna bring my camera." Like he's
yeah. I think I answered this like vaguely, but give a very specific answer. I'd be open to some room for collaboration. I would not put myself where I'm like a Pisco or Erudite, where I'm like a business partner with him. But hey, if he wants to like be in my panel, I'll have people I disagree with that have done bad things on my panels any day. I would have blank supremacists on my panel, and so I feel like that's not something I want to necessarily cut them off for. I do want to see more detail, and I will say definitely, I think the cherry allegation is the worst I've seen so far, but I don't know if that maybe cut them off completely.
Has anyone
definitely in some capacity?
Has anyone steelman the case for Destiny? Have you heard anyone on any stream do that? I could do that. You ready? You want me to do that?
Here is the man.
Okay. So let's say that Destiny's DMs that seem to admit guilt, let's say that it's really just a confusion between what him and Pixie's conversation originally was. First, we could say with the cherry allegations, they could just not be true. We haven't seen the evidence. But the strongest evidence against Destiny seems to be his own incriminating DMs, where he's like, oh my God, I'm sorry. What can I do to make this right? And he seems to have suggested to Erudite, etc., that he did give this without consent. But what if his explanation's this? Look, in the course of us flirting around before the sex act or whatever, I was like, well, you should let me film this. I like to send these, films. I've done it to other people. Maybe he showed Pixie films of him with other people. And so he thought the consent was implied. It was like, well, yeah, she didn't specifically say, but I was saying, I do this shit all the time. Remember all those videos I showed you? It's great. It's hot, right? And so part of his defense might be like, yeah, it was reckless. I should have asked for consent at the moment. But it wasn't like we didn't have any conversation about this being a possibility. I'm not saying that totally exonerates Destiny, but that could be the possibility. And then Destiny's sitting there saying like, well, fuck, I can't say this because these pending legal cases. And so everyone's just like, Destiny's all but admitted this. And he's like, well, not really. I didn't. Those DMs were just me legitimately feeling bad for Pixie because this shit got leaked publicly. And I wasn't about to argue with her in those DMs, particularly when I hear that she's suggesting maybe she'll self-harm. So, I mean, there is a case, and, I think if that occurs, maybe a lot of people that were like, yeah, I'm fucking distancing themselves, maybe they'll wish they'd have taken Glenn's position, which was, well, you should wait. Who knows? Just because you think you have evidence. Now, the counter to that argument is, but none of us will ever have a full picture on any of this. So everyone's going to have to make a decision with a limited picture at some degree. And so it's very difficult. And I think a reasonable interpretation of the facts presented before us with the Pixie thing is he sent a video without her consent. I think that is a reasonable conclusion. But to answer the question if I'd ever stream with them again, well, let's see exactly what the extent is. Let's see. And further than that, I don't know anyways. Maybe time goes on and shit matters. It's different. Like, I think you're right, Prawn. Like, are you working with him on a podcast, like on a weekly basis? Or do you go on a Piers Morgan panel and he happens to be there? Like, those are different things. You can turn down an opportunity to be on Piers Morgan because you're like, oh, fuck this guy. He violated this woman's consent 3 years ago. I don't know. So
Hey, what's up, team? Sorry, I missed that. I was
Everybody
You missed
eviscerated.
Rob Nor becoming Destiny's strongest soldier. That's crazy.
No
he
one-
might have taken your crown, Darius.
We proved the allegations are true. We did that while you're gone.
Well, no, it seems
trying
like
to
Rob
get
Nor just likes
unblacklisted,
Destiny for
right?
other reasons other than this, which I was not expecting. I was told that Rob Nor is a pretty anti-Destiny guy for these reasons, but it seems like Rob Nor is pretty reasonable in terms of this. But outside of that, it seems like he dislikes him for being a pretty big
Why am I
lefty.
anti-Destiny? And in what way?
Well, I was told by Prawn. I'm just getting information. I don't know about. All I know is that you're like the guy that used ChatGPT or something. I don't know. I'm not even joking.
It was Claude. It was Claude, actually.
Someone just told me to use ChatGPT, and then after that I know you did Destiny.
Listen, there is a pending legal case, but I will say this: I did not have consent to use Claude, so apologies for
What's
that.
Claude?
I released the Claude transcripts without consent. So, yeah, I used Claude. And then Destiny conceded that I was right about what I used it for. Cool. Then he got embarrassed in a debate 2.5 hours later and decided to rage quit and then blacklist me and then say post hoc because he knew he looked bad for the rage quit and blacklist. Well, it's because Rob used ChatGPT or AI 2.5 hours earlier.
You know, I'm not sure that's what happened, but
What happened? When I made the claim that wasn't the argument we were having whether or not there could be state level insurrections?
Yeah. I was.
Okay. And did the paper that Destiny was using say there could be state level insurrections?
That was irrelevant.
What's irrelevant?
Whether or not it was the case or wasn't the case from the document. The issue was you using ChatGPT or Claude instead of making your own arguments and reading your own evidence.
Does Destiny use Wikipedia instead of making his own arguments? Do you use Google instead of making your own arguments?
Yeah, but you were
Wikipedia sources?
claiming that you had read the document yourself.
Show me once where I claimed that. In fact, I quite said the opposite. So if you want the full story, one, I was supposed to debate Pisco on this, but I was stuck at a 14-day stretch on work. So Pisco sent me where he got his definition for the legal term for insurrection. It was from these guys, Bode and Paulson. So I was at work and no access to a computer. So one of the things I did was look up their paper, and it was like 100-something pages. It's hard to read just on my little phone here. So instead what I did was decide to look up some reviews, because the umbrage that I have with Destiny and Pisco's argument isn't whether or not we technically call January 6th an insurrection. It is if we broaden the definition of insurrection to include January 6th, are there other insurrections that we haven't treated as harshly, such as the Black Lives Matter protest that we saw where they burned out a police precinct? I feel the answer is yes. Now, from having conversations with Pisco, I know that Pisco is going to make the argument, but even if you consider those insurrections, those aren't federal insurrections, they're state insurrections. And so that debate that I'm preparing for is to argue why there shouldn't be a difference between a state level insurrection and a federal insurrection. Now, Destiny then asks if I want to do the debate with him. I say I'm stuck at work for several days. I'll call you when I get back. I DM Destiny and say, hey, I got back. When do you want to do the debate? I just got back. He says tonight. All I have on my phone is screen caps from the one little AI search I did and from 2 or 3 articles. I haven't had a chance to look them up on my computer yet because I just got home from work. I admit to Destiny before the debate, during the debate, that I've had no time to prepare for this, but I'm fully willing to give him a good faith debate on this as long as one condition is met. If I spend half the time talking about what he wants to talk about, which is the legal definition of insurrection, will he spend the time then talking to me about what I want to talk about, the double standard and how it's applied? Destiny says, yes, I'll do that. When we get to the Bode and Paulson paper, I specifically say at about 2 hours, 43 minutes into the debate that Destiny has up, that I haven't read this paper. I've done almost no research whatsoever.
You see, I just found the clip. You said that you read someone's review of the
Correct.
paper.
I did.
That's not accurate.
That is bullshit. I did read.
Claude.
I read 2 or 3 reviews. So you're wrong.
You put it into Claude.
I put it into Claude, and then I
telling
also read 2 or 3 other reviews of the paper. Yes.
Hold on, I think Darius is watching the clip on stream.
Oh,
wait, Darius, can we hear it on our?
Sure,
on the
yeah, you
call?
can share it in Discord so we can all see it.
You fucking Destiny copers. Oh, you're.
Wait, I don't know. I know what's going on. Just tell me to watch this. Do you want to watch this? You don't want to watch this?
Fire up, Darius.
Yeah, let's watch it.
All right. Let me go back.
Some would say that you're the one who's coping, Rob.
Would they say that?
Someone.
All right, ready?
Play the clip.
Let's go.
Review of the paper.
I'm reading review of the paper.
Oh, no, wait. How do you?
So it says, historical context. They provide evidence that during the Reconstruction era, Section 3 was applied to individuals involved in state-level insurrections. So it's again.
You started it late, I think.
Go through the paper. Like I started to read some of the paper. I think it's 114 pages.
Wait. Whose paper you? Or wait, who? Can you link me what you're reading right now?
Believe it or not, no. I could send you a screen cap, I just took a
Or
picture.
can you tell me who the author is, or tell me what this paper is?
Yeah, it is the sweep and force of Section 3 by William Bode and Michael Stokes Paulson.
Wait, I thought you were reading a review of that paper.
Yeah, I thought that too.
Yeah, I'm reading. So this was. Let me see. I don't know. I only screen capped the article I was reading, so I don't know the exact article. So what happened was I talked to Pisco like 2 weeks ago. He sent me articles that he was using and you were using, such as this Graber testimony in the Coy Griffin hearing, and which linked to, from that testimony, it linked to Bode and Paulson. And so as I was searching Bode and Paulson that evening, was just doing, I don't know what I have, a Safari search?
So you searched for a response to Bode and Paulson debate, and then found...
Well, no, I just searched what they thought about state insurrections, and that's what came up. And then I downloaded the paper. I have the paper, but I haven't read it through.
Wait. So are you reading the paper itself, or are you just reading? Because it sounded like you said you were reading like a review or a response to the paper.
It's not a response. It was just like an abstract of the paper.
Okay, wait. Can you tell me what was the? Give me one quote from it so I can find this just in the paper and I can read it real quick.
Sure. Let me see. But I have it. Well, shit. The only thing they have quoted. Let me see. Right. These aren't quotes, but it's sort of summary. So they argue that the purpose of Section 3 was to protect the constitutional order at all levels.
Hold on. Protect the...
I'll see if I can find this boat.
Constitutional order.
Sweep and force of Section 3. The sweep, force...
It's strange that you couldn't just send him the review that you were reading.
That's right. It was strange. I already explained because I didn't have the review saved. I had screen caps because I was on my phone and not in a computer. So what I did was screen cap.
It wasn't because you were putting stuff into Claude and just reading off what Claude told you. You said it was a summary right there.
That's correct. I did. That. So let me explain. One, an AI would be a summary. And that's correct. Second,
yeah, but you said you read someone's review.
That's
you
right. I did read someone's
review. You didn't mention that it came from Claude.
Are you interested? Are you interested in filibustering like your daddy you're sweeping for, and then you're going to rage quit and get pissed when I prove you to be a fucking idiot like him? Or would you like to hear my response?
To be clear.
Would you like to hear my response? So I took screenshots of several reviews that I read, and I took screenshots of the AI prompt that I put in. So in the moment, I was shocked that Destiny said that he didn't believe that there could be state insurrections. And so I was caught off guard and was like, well, I think that I read that even your authors did. He said, can you show where that was? I go to the photo section on my phone where I hadn't had time to take the screenshots that I had, type in keywords and bring those articles up so I could have those articles. And then if I'm in a debate with Pisco or Destiny, send the article as opposed to the screenshot. I said, actually, no, I can't send you the article because I just have the screenshots. Of the screenshots I was reading, I thought it was one of the reviews that I screenshotted, but it was actually the AI review, not the paper review, which I had read 2 or 3 reviews and took screenshots of those as well. So the one that I was reading from directly there, where Destiny said, can you send me that screenshot? I sent. I mistakenly thought that it was one of the reviews I had that was a human written review and not an AI review. That review ended up being correct. I don't see what the issue is.
It was just a dishonesty. Also,
it was What's dishonest about that?
That you didn't mention that it was an AI summary. And
I mentioned it when he asked. Once I realized it was. When you just saw the first page, I couldn't tell. When I sent him the second screenshot, because I could have just sent the first page, but I didn't. I sent the second page as well. Then it was like, oh yeah, fuck, you could tell the way this is written. It was AI. So your argument is for 2 minutes. I said I read a review.
It, but he had to ask you about it because he could tell.
Let me steel man the Destiny supporter argument here, right? All right. For let's say 4 minutes. For 4 minutes, I falsely led people to believe that I was reading from a person written review instead of an AI review. That review ended up being correct in the exact argument I was made. But that's still unforgivable. That's blacklist. And it doesn't matter that it was correct. That's your argument?
I want to back you up. Why do you think Destiny was calling it out and kind of like in chat, like kind of making fun of him, implying that he's probably leading to a wrong conclusion? So if AI is going good tool. It's going to lead
I'll tell you why.
Bad to use.
I'll tell you what happened. It's so funny because the arguments from the Destiny sycophants and Destiny himself seem to be something like this. And Destiny even said this on stream. Someone sent me this clip. The real reason he was pissed was I was implying that I had read more than him on this topic. And he was putting together like a manifesto or a dossier or whatever. But even Pisco said that Destiny hadn't read a lot of this material. And then when Destiny fucking raged out on him, he had to backtrack. The truth is, I never claimed to have read Boden-Paulson. Destiny did. Destiny fucking lied. He didn't read it. If he did, he would have known they would have said there could be state-level insurrections. So where's your and all the other Destiny sycophants' criticism of him? He's the one who said, I read Boden-Paulson. He fucking lied. If he did read it, he didn't understand it because it blatantly says there could be state-level insurrections. So you're going to criticize him
for his dishonesty? AI summary?
Right. So you're like, I think it's a bigger criticism that Rob said he read a review, but actually it was okay. So what Destiny did's worse. You can admit that he lied about having read the paper.
I don't know if it was. I don't know if that's the case. But
did he say he read the paper? You're familiar with the clips?
I'm not sure if he said he read the paper.
He did say he read the paper. Do you think he read the paper if he missed something so obvious?
I'm not sure.
Right. That's what I thought. So maybe I should have raged. Maybe
Destiny.
I bet if I rage quit and said, fucking Destiny's lying about reading his paper, blah, 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 all you fucking Destiny dick sucks would have been like, what a bitch, he rage quit, blah, blah, blah. But when Destiny rage quits because he was fucking angry and he lied when he said that he was going to spend equal time talking about the double standard is the definition, and we spent 4.5 fucking hours talking about the definitions, and then he didn't want to talk about the double standard, so he rage quit. You're all like, hey, Daddy Destiny. You're a joke. You people are a fucking joke. It's hilarious to me. Every time you bring up the chat GPT thing, it makes me laugh my ass off because that's it. Is that what I'm going to go down in history as? Oh, chat GPT Rob, our daddy Destiny that fucking violates people's consent. He burned him good with that chat GPT comment. Woo! You guys got me. You fucking nailed me.
It was a good one.
Yeah, I
do
agree.
think there are probably better arguments. And I'm not trying to debate this right now because it's 1 a.m. for me. I do want to go to bed sometime. But definitely at some point in the future, I want to see Rob and non-font talk. Tariffs.
I would love to. I would love to have a non-fucking drama talking about policy.
No, Rob. I've watched your stuff before. Like I've seen quite a bit of your debates and stuff. I would have to prepare more for a Jan 6 debate if we were to do that.
Well, let's set it up for.
You want to do Jan 6 for what?
Well, we were just talking.
Yeah,
we were just. We don't have to do that.
The reason I did the one with that,
saying.
just so people know, and I'll be honest, I like Destiny. Let me give you 2 reasons that I like Destiny. One, I think, Nantwan, you seem reasonably intelligent, right? Would you say this? A lot of times in the debate space, there are people that, not to be rude, but it's like sometimes you just scratch your head because it's like, I don't know why, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, and so when you're talking to someone that's like, even if you disagree, they're putting coherent thoughts together. It's like, that's good. So I like debating Destiny for that. Because like,
when you're putting your own thoughts together, it's
your own. Yeah, well, the wiki. By the way, Pisco also admitted to me. You want to get another funny thing? Pisco was DMing Destiny during that debate, and he was the one telling him what Boden-Paulson said. Fucking joke. Mr. reading Wikipedia and his fucking audience for answers. Anyways, so I like Destiny for that because I think he was fun to
Mr. AI summary.
Yeah, we already went through that.
Sorry, you're just an idiot. We're talking about legal standing. Why would you would reference documents? Of course, you're going to reference documents. You're talking about legality.
And possibly the advice of a lawyer, also. Some would say.
Wait.
What do you think lawyers?
Wait. So your argument is that instead of Destiny, whose entire project was January 6th for months, didn't have time to actually read the legal papers, and instead, in the heat of a debate, lied, said he read it, and then had his buddy Pisco as a lawyer telling him what the paper said. And you're like, yeah, that's how you would do it.
I think
that's your argument?
More reasonable to have a lawyer be telling you things about something that maybe you're not so knowledgeable of, compared to have an AI do a summary.
But what's not reasonable when the person that had the AI admitted, I didn't fucking read this shit. It's your argument. It's your paper. I told you expressly that I didn't have time to prepare. You said that's fine. Versus the guy that said, yeah, I did read all of this, and then's relying on his chat and his lawyer friend in DMs to tell him what the fucking paper said. I think that's less reasonable. I think that if it was my big passion project that I was looking, by the way, the reason, and Destiny could lie about this, I don't give a shit, but the reason that Destiny wanted to debate me and likes debating me is he used me for preparation when he would debate bigger people. For example, the first time we talked about January 6th, it was because he was going to debate Glenn Greenwald and Alex Jones. And he told me that. And I was more than happy to do it. For the second reason that I like debating Destiny, fucking clout. That's why, because a lot of people watch. Normally I stream to like 200 people, and if I stream to Destiny, I have 10,000 people watching. Why wouldn't I? So I never understood the Destiny hatred from this perspective. Oh, Destiny's fucking wiki warrior. He's on Piers Morgan. Destiny's debating fucking Finkelstein. Destiny's talking to Jordan Peterson. Sweet. Even as a righty, I think that's awesome. Because if Destiny is getting those opportunities, that makes it more likely that all of us in this space get those sorts of opportunities. So the truth is, I never had a cross word to say about Destiny personality-wise. I think his politics are dog shit. I think that his comments about the assassination are dog shit. But that was it. I still talked to him. I went hard politics. Show me one time me ever picking on his marriage. Show me one time me ever picking on any of the personal drama. I never did. We kept it to the realm of politics. That was that. So it was never like I hated Destiny or any of this shit. He's the one that bitched out. He's the one that rage quit with the flimsiest of excuses. ChatGPT. Okay, no hard feelings. I don't give a fuck. That's it. I didn't care.
Rob, I want you to know, if
sounds
we
like
did have the J6 debate, I would read the paper or whatever. I don't know what it, I don't remember the paper at this point.
I'll send you the AI summary.
Really
You'll be
boring
good to
research
go.
streams. So.
Well, regardless, it seems like we can set that debate up sometime soon. Also, I'm not too familiar with
January
the
6th unless
situation.
non-fun
Well, not
really
J6. Maybe it just tariffs. Maybe some like tariffs are good.
Dude,
Current
Trump, you could just get
situation.
Trump
Trump.
administration. Yeah, that's fine.
Trump's current administration, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also, I'll try to get down to this Destiny thing. I don't really know too much about it, so I can really comment on it. I don't know what happened specifically. All I know is the ChatGPT thing. People just say use ChatGPT. Who knows? Who cares, Steven? We'll get into this and dig into it later at another show. Thank you for everything today. It's been a nice show. It seems like Pronsis has to go to bed, so we're going to kind of wrap it up now. Any closing comments from anybody?
I mean, let's go for a little bit. I do want to read this comment. Darius, can you explain what a tariff is? Darius?
Yeah,
I was
it's
gonna
a
ask
type.
that too. I can explain it exactly if you want me to, but do you
I
want
hear
me to right now?
I hear a keyboard in the background.
It's not like
Pulling
keyboard.
Rob Miller right now. Give him a second.
No, I'm
He's pulled
not,
up
dude.
blob, bro.
A tariff is like a tax.
He's asking ChatGPT right now.
No, I'm not, dude.
Hello, human. Thank you for your inquiry.
I'm pretty sure verbatim it's like a tax on goods.
He's DMing Econoboy. He's getting Econoboy to feed him answers.
I mean, yeah, you gotta get an economist to tell you, right?
Yeah, Darius, don't let him fuck with you. Like, it doesn't matter if you know technical words and shit. You're basically right. It's a tax on goods.
Yeah.
It's a foreign country is selling goods to our country, and a tariff is a tax on those goods that consumers in this country pay. You got it.
So I'm on the money. I'm on the money.
Yeah,
It's just it's a tax on
on the
importing or
importing companies
exporting.
specifically,
Imports are more common, and you can't tax exports directly in the U.S. It's
Correct.
not constitutional, I believe. So
Yeah, theoretically you can tax exports, or tariff exports, but yeah. Yeah, one of the pet peeves I have is I think sometimes you talk to people that just have like a common knowledge of things, and they actually are smart and kind of perceive what's going on, but they don't have the jargon. And so oftentimes it comes across as like you could get out jargon. That's bullshit. Just tell them fuck off, Darius. You know what it is. Now, you're yelling and screaming and gnashing your teeth doesn't make you sound good, but the rest of it.
Listen, I'm figuring it out. I'm kind of getting into it. Soon you're going to debate me at some point, maybe a month, 2 months from now, and you're going to hear a completely different guy.
All right,
we're just
he'll moderate the debate between me and you then. Sounds great.
All right, I'm excited for that.
Pick a topic. You got
all right, so we already finished, Prawn. Do you your closing statement, retard?
Yeah, my closing. I feel like I already kind of did that, so I will say one more thing. I'll say, chill time. If you're watching this, thank you for all the amazing content. Again, I helped book this show. I helped get all these amazing panelists. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Glenn Lawrence. Thank you, Sick, and all the people that have been here before. If you do like this amazing content, help me out. Support my channel. Sub me on the Process on Kick. I'm on Twitch, not streaming on Twitch today though, because I'm with Darius. YouTube is my bread and butter. Give me YouTube and Kick subs. Thank you for the support. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Rob.
Take it easy, Eric. Oh, you want me to do fun? Oh, sure. Yeah, it was fun. Thanks for bringing me on. Not really my cup of tea to talk about drama shit like this. I'll just say this. Like, at the end of the day, everyone has to make their own decision up morally if they want to keep listening to Destiny, what they believe, what allegations. I don't give a fuck. My interest in this was more of just, the people that are like, I believe the allegations, and I knew about them in private, but then once it became public, all of a sudden I was like, well, now I'm going to myself. And to me, it might just show a lack of character. I probably wouldn't have came to the same decision Dan did, but I do respect that he's sticking by his friend. I find that more admirable than people that are lukewarm, that are just feeling out the tea leaves to try to not burn that bridge for the content and for the money or whatever, but at the same time reading the tea leaves and doing what they want. So that's sort of my feelings on that. And lastly, I think it's fucking hilarious. The L's that the left are taking lately, the L's that the Democrats are taking, and you fuckers are forced to sit here and argue about content nukes with Hasan and with Destiny. Loving these victories, loving them. It'll be great to see the corruption rooted out. You know what the best thing is? All of your lives will get better as well. So it's going to be a big, happy country for all of us. We'll stop being exploited. We'll end the corruption. Your tax dollars won't go to subsidizing a bunch of untalented people that are relying on USAID and other things. So thanks for having me on, though. I did appreciate it. And I'd be willing to come on to talk politics or I guess some limited drama. I don't know how much I would know about the others.
The politics thing with non-fun, I would like to happen.
Sure.
I just have to figure out whatever he wants to talk about. But we'll schedule.
My
that
schedule's weird, but I'll be try to be flexible. I will. I work 24/7 when I'm at work, so most of the time I go in Saturdays and I'm there till Wednesday. So normally like Thursdays, Fridays work best for me. So
That's perfect. That's perfect. Because Fridays are debate nights, so that's
there you
good.
go.
All right. So thank you, Rob. Have a good rest of your day, buddy.
Take it easy.
Thanks for coming.
Yep. All right. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Not my cup of tea. Like, the drama shit's one thing. It was, but I don't know. I guess you could just sit there and listen and then inquire, like, how people come to the conclusions that they're coming to. Look, is it true that most of the people commenting on this are doing so for clout and they're like the people that want Destiny to fail? I'm sure that's true. But, if it's someone that... I'm just putting myself in Jay Stock's position, If he's good friends with Cherry and he believes the allegations, that would explain his vitriol, and, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I have no interest. I don't need to have women shaking their ass for no one to watch my stream, so fuck all that. Glad we got out of that. But, non-fun seemed like he'd be fun to debate. I like that. I like someone that seems like just the little bit that we talked on tariffs. Okay. There we go. There's a bit. I like that. So I would, he seems like someone I would like. I'm searching for someone to kick my ass and motivate me to actually buckle down and research and shit. Because I feel like I'm almost always just flying by the seat of my pants. And I'm going to keep doing it because I don't have a lot of time to do any sort of politics or streaming outside of when you see me streaming. So I'm not doing research like I used to. If you watch my channel, like 2019, I was doing deep dive fucking research into stuff. Now it's like, So that's what I need. I need someone to kick my ass. Maybe non-fun will be the character. Maybe not. We'll see. But I thought his impression on... my impression I got on Talking Tariffs, pretty decent. Yeah, that was a shit show. Nah, the woman shaking her ass didn't say anything. They said they'd have her there as eye candy for people. Cool. Anyways, that was that. So it's 2:17. So unfortunately, this will be the last stream of me for the week, and I'm sorry, and that's why I wanted to. Non-fun seems smart. Good. Yeah, I'll definitely debate him. I think it'll be fun. Yeah, that was fucked up. The whole conversation that guy had about being harmed as a child, then trying to harm other children. Oh my god. The degeneracy, man, in those circles. That Darius guy, some fucking big balls on his muttering ass to continue to insult my intelligence. I love it. See, that's what I'm saying. Next to that, non-fun looks like a fucking saint. Hey, here's a guy putting two words together. Good stuff. Yeah, maybe I fucking hate hosting debates, though. The whole time I'm just sitting there going, damn, I wish I was debating. The Mises guys, oh, what a slog. Yeah, I know, the ANCAPs, it's such a slog. Goth Groiper, thank you, man. The rare kick comment, thank you. I had one Groiper stick around the whole time. I've only ever had one interaction with, like, Groipers, and it was on Stardust stream, and it was Beardson and a couple other people, and they were just calling me fat and shit, which is fair, but, like, I was like, my question to them was, like, as a political, I get for the lulz and joking and laughing and shit like that, but I feel I make a fair criticism where most of the talent in that crew is coming from Nick Fuentes. I don't know what politics chops Beardson was relying on. But credit to Beardson. He was named Antonio Brown's cracker of the day. So tip of the cap to Beardson. What a prestigious award. I love that shit. I thought that was funny. Yeah, maybe it was back in 02 or 22. No, Jake wasn't there. I thought Prancess was a woman because their name was Prancess. So that was like, it was hard for me. Yeah, Darius was the guy crashing out. I killed the debates. I got to keep arguing with Ann Capps and Andrew Wilson. They weren't really ready to go on that whole fucking chat GPT thing, were they? It's so funny. You know what the worst part is for those people? I'm actually more entertaining and funnier than them. Even the people that try to be drama streams and like, would everyone agree my insults to Darius were way fucking better than what he was levying at me? And I could actually do it while seamlessly talking about substantive shit. I think it aggravates the shit out of them. You have to understand though, like more than I was a debater, I was a shit talker growing up. That's what it was like, man. Like fucking, yeah, I would talk to Nick. Why not? I don't think I would agree with him on a lot of the shit. I don't get big into the fucking Israel shit like he does, but yeah, what a weird fucking like little crowd. And I'm saying this whole fucking thing about Dan's business. I'm sorry, unless there's more to it. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Dan basically owns a company where it's like some sort of program that'll delete your social media presence. And then somehow that becomes, makes sense that Destiny would be friends with him. That's a bit of a fucking stretch. Unless there's more to it that someone's not saying. Again, that would be the equivalent of being like, oh, Dan owns a VPN company. Someone might want to use that to mask their behavior online. Destiny? Like, come on. I don't know. No one, it was all muted. Thanks, Verifier. Yeah, I do think that my greatest strength is that I'm just a normal person. That's absolutely true. One of the things when I did policy debate in college, it was fucking that I wore on my fucking a chip on my shoulder was that I was just a fucking normal guy. And they knew that. They fucking knew that I was like a redneck hillbilly. It's pretty one of the only ones at the top level. And I didn't want to change. That's who I fucking wanted to be. And I prided myself. Like what I was saying there at the end. Did you notice when Non-Fun was talking about tariffs, what was the technical term that he used? He had some term that basically was just fucking a technical term for like, takes jobs from more productive jobs. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm aware of you're using some technical term. Good for you. I used to all the time in debate at the highest level, I'd be like, what's that word mean? And people would be like, what? Like no one ever heard that in the high level debate. Oh, super chat. Thanks so much, James Ray Gregory. Appreciate $5. Thank you. Appreciate your streams. What's the next thing you're interested in debating, my G? I'd love to debate sort of Trump, DOGE and stuff like that. I think that'd be great. That's sort of in my wheelhouse, the things that I like to talk about. Anything related to Trump's first term or stuff like that. But super chat. Thank you, EOD. Thank you. I did not know that. I'm so sorry. When I'm engaging with people, oftentimes I don't see the chats. I'm so sorry about that. Also, as always, sorry to anyone on Twitch. For whatever reason, I can no longer see the the first term donations on donations on Twitch. So thank you to everyone that donated there. Let's go. Let's see. Lord of the Nerds, thank you so much for $2. Says, was it Dan's idea or Pixie's to seek a payout? Yeah, well, Dan wasn't really saying much, was he? Damien, for $2 says, ask, should males be allowed to access female spaces? They weren't answering that. Lord of the Nerds for $5. Thank you, man. Says, the best thing about legal actions against Destiny is how much he has to shut up and defer to others and seeing people like Darius shit themselves coping. Yeah, you know, kudos to Darius for trying to defend, I guess, his friend. I don't know if they're friends or what, but not the most rational spokesman there. A little spurging out there, but I mean, whatever. Look, I've got kind of a fucking milquetoast take on all this, which is, I mean, everybody's gonna make up their own mind. You heard me say Glenn. To Glenn, have you ever seen someone fucking show you pictures? Hey, I banged this chick last night. Now, that's not the same as a video, and what Destiny did's worse. I get it, but it's in that level. And so people have to make up their own mind. I don't think that it's, doesn't rise to the level of like throw this dude in jail for the rest of his life or any shit like that. People say, I don't want to deal with this guy anymore. Fair enough. I may not. I was fucking blacklisted anyways. I'm fucking still pissed about the assassination claims. I'm not his fucking buddy. So, you know what? But here's the deal. Dan wants to stick by him? Okay. I'm just concerned about the people that are like, oh, well, if it benefits me, I'll stick by him. But if not, I'm giving Pisco the benefit. I'm trying to give everyone the benefit of the doubt on it. I really am. I don't think Dan does himself any favors by going on and start talking about shit. Well, if he's found guilty, then yes. Wait. Guilty of what? I'm not talking about it. Like, you're not doing yourself any favors if you're like, just be honest. Like, and he did clarify, which I'll give him room for that, where his clarification was just like, you know what, I'll fucking reassess in 6 months. We'll see what's happening. Fair enough. That's fair. That's it. If what happened to, Pixie, I feel terrible for Pixie. If what happened to Cherry happened, I fucking feel even worse. It's terrible. But what is there to say? So it's weird for me to be on those space. I'm not, I don't know that I'm what the left's looking for. I think the left's looking for someone to go on there and just fucking tear Destiny apart. Be like, fuck this guy, fucking Coomer, blah, blah, blah. I was swinging my cursor at one point. Thank you, Randy West. I do like arguing. Yeah, they did bring up Hasan. Yeah. I mean, isn't it funny that that's what the left's resorted to? Jack of Trades, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Says, I like how the people that told us to listen to Greta are mad that 20-year-old computer genius nicknamed Big Balls are auditing the USAID. Yeah. I mean, again, David Hogg is officially their fucking vice DNC chair. How old is he? Didn't he win the vice DNC chair? Okay, he's 24. But still. Yeah, I would talk to Lav, I guess. I just don't know what I have to add to the conversation. Like, it was one thing to go on and talk to J-Stock, but to, like, be on a panel. But again, I think so much of it's like, here's the deal, right? Like, this is going to sound very arrogant in my part, and I guess I do mean it, but sometimes good content's just someone that's willing to listen and make points that organically fit in with where the conversation's going. Like, so just to be like, I'm not taking maybe it's better content to have someone on there that's just like, fuck Destiny. But when I'm like, well, wait a minute, Dan, you said this. Wait a minute, Darius, you said this. Wait a minute, Sick, what about this? Like, I think that it helps. A lot of people just aren't following the conversation, So, all right. I am so sorry that this is the last stream that I'll do. Now, I'll just have to be very careful because of privacy concerns with my job. Because I'm dealing with adults and I'm not HIPAA violation to disclose medical information and stuff like that. So I'll just speak in the most broad terms possible. But while I have to be, I'm at work and I have to be there even on my downtime. And I do have downtime where I'm not being paid and I can do what I want. Because of some of the things that are occurring at work, that downtime could be interrupted at a moment's notice recently. So it's very difficult for me in that sort of environment to be able to do a stream. So it's not a situation where I know I'm going to have 8 hours to sleep or do what I want. It's a situation where it's like I might have 40 minutes and then I'll be interrupted. So, yeah, my job is I work home health care with adults with disabilities. So things like autism. So I'm literally there at least half the week, every week. And I know it sucks because my paycheck doesn't reflect that because I don't get paid during my downtime hours, but I still have to be there. So it makes them difficult to do something like streaming in that sort of environment. So I don't know if I'll see you all again till Wednesday. The good news is next week, Wednesday, Thursday, I don't know about Friday. I think Friday. But then after that, I got the weekend. I got shit going on. And then I've taken a week off work. So I will be streaming presumably pretty much every day that following week after that. And we'll try to put a lot of content out there for you. And I know my editor, Black Elk, me and him have some things in the works. He's been really busy at work too. Here's the deal, man, right? Like, people like me and Black Elk, we're working men. We're not full-time streamers. This isn't a job. We got families and we got work. So we're trying our best, man. So, yeah, I feel you, Verify. I'm not seeking that shit. Let's try to debate disabled people, too. All right, well, you guys are the best. Thank you so much to everyone who donated. Thank you for sticking around for that. I know that's not my normal content, but I hope you all got some sort of enjoyment out of it. I tried to keep you in mind while I was throwing jabs at the left. You know, like, oh, you can't fucking defend shitty-ass Democrats at this point, so, you know. You know, what can you do? Hey, man, like, I don't know, the term grift to me, it's a difficult conversation. Where's my boy that likes Ween that was in here? Ween's this band I like. They're fucking weird and fantastic. And they're one of these bands, they're sort of like a Norm Macdonald to comedians. Ween is to bands. They're one of these bands that a lot of bands really respect, but they've never got big. The biggest they've ever got was their song Ocean Man was on the SpongeBob movie soundtrack. And I saw an interview with them where they were like, you know, it's so cool you guys never sold out. And they're like, we're trying really hard. We would love to sell out. And that's how I feel sometimes. You know, it's like, yeah, I could just give in and do the fucking whatever shit. Go yell at OnlyFans people like I did that with that Jasmine chick. And I'd be good at it. I could be funny and make jokes and shit. But I don't want to. I just don't. You know? I know there are things that are completely, that I should do that aren't unethical or stupid or anything like that. That, like, be more consistent with my streaming and work on my fucking equipment and all that. I should do all that shit. And that's laziness more than anything else. But then there are things I know I could do and I just can't force myself to do. Like, I could just fucking be Trump or bust all the time, never criticize him. You know, I could do the whatever type shit. I could just, Dead Kennedys is the first show I ever went to, Verifier. Very first show I ever went to was the Dead Kennedy, 16 years old. Jello wasn't there, though. He and East Bay Ray had a fucking restraining order against each other at the time. So, very first show I went to, and it was crazy. I went with my buddy Corbin, who worked on a farm at the time. And I remember it was like the third or fourth song they started playing. And I knew them, but only vaguely. Like, I had a CD. Never really seen footage of them live. You have to remember, this is fucking, I was 16, so, well, shit. That would have been, 24 years ago? And, so I never saw, like, YouTube videos or any of that shit of them. And, like, the third or fourth song, they started telling this song about, they're like, yeah, it's fucking, this song's dedicated to this dude, and he was this gay guy, and these fucking hillbillies jumped him and, like, put him in a coma, and fucking blah, 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 and fuck these hillbillies. And me and my buddy Corbin are like, oh, fuck, we're a hillbilly. But I don't think they were after me. So, we did good. How would I rate what Trump's done overall so far? Exceeded my expectations, 9 out of 10. There's shit that I don't like, but the good far outweighs the bad. You have to understand, though, I'm biased because my issue is corruption. So I think the shit that's occurring with DOGE far outweighs what I would consider the bad. The fucking meme coin shit before he came into office, fucking stupid. I think some of his rhetoric on Panama, a little more justified, but the fucking shit against Denmark, it's like, what? Some of the tariffs, if it's just a negotiating tactic, okay, we'll see what plays out, but a little worrying. And then the fucking Gaza comment's the one that's really like, what are you doing? Like, I don't want, yeah, Moist Boys, also know of the Moist Boys. With Diener. And Aaron Freeman had his own album, Freeman. Yeah. So. I did a TikTok debate twice, and they were a fucking joke. That was like over a year ago. Stupid. Just getting... yeah, Imaginarium, we'll see. Oh, EOD. Reach out to me, man. That week I have off. If you want to try our little show idea we had, I'd love to do it with you. So make sure you message me. I think I would love it. Speakeasy's Friday panels. I don't know who that is, but sure. Panels are rough for me. I talk too much. Like, I could easily dominate a panel. Even this one tonight, which I have less to say than most times. I feel like I had to keep telling myself, don't talk so much. Leave someone else make a point. But all right, guys, I'm out. Thank you so much. We'll see you next week. Follow me on X and YouTube. I'll be putting content up there, even if it's not live videos, pretty much every day. So thanks so much, everyone. You guys are the best. As always, have a good one.